Sounds good to me.
So much of what happened last night was so disturbing. It just it blows your mind. What happened?
We're going to get a lot of people upset at officiating. And I get it. I do. James Harden is infuriating to watch. Asar was fouled at the end of that game and was not called.
Yeah.
I get it. But I don't want to place the blame on the refs when the Pistons had a 9-point lead with 2 minutes and 37 seconds to go and finished the game on their home floor 0 of 6 shooting with multiple shot clock violations. Look, I bitched about the officials after game 4. I do not want to be the boy who cried wolf, and every time my team loses, the refs are out to get us. It can be poorly officiated and still have been an opportunity that the Pistons blew on their home floor. Period. That's their loss. They got to wear it. They got to own it. And I actually am pleased hearing players like Asar Thompson and Dennis Jenkins echo that in the postgame. At the same time, it's why people hate the NBA. They're watching James Harden shoot a 3 and kick his feet out, and it's a foul?
Right.
Tobias Harris closeout, stays inside the arc, and gets called for a foul on James Harden landing inside the arc. And then the same play happens later in the game. They review it and overturn it. It was a wildly poorly officiated game. At the same time, John, I just can't let the team off the hook. They should have won that game regardless.
No, and so for those that have the feelings about the NBA like I do, not about our team. I love our team, and it's fun to watch them, and it's fun that they're much better than they were a couple of years ago. The NBA is such a joke with the foul baiting and the discrepancy between what's called a foul, what's not called a foul, when it's called a foul, when it's not called a foul. It's, just go to simply as easy as traveling. I know I brought it up, the old man take last week, but there's so many things that are allowed to slide in the NBA on a regular basis that if they do call it, now on the other side, you're like, well, you don't call it here, so why would you call it now? It's just all of those things go into what disgusts me and what turns me off to the NBA.
I really thought about that. The people who have just started to get back into basketball because the Pistons are good, and they tuned in last night. Hey, big swing game at LCA, Pistons, halftime lead, fourth quarter lead, and that's the product.
Right. Yeah, when you have flopping from LeBron, from James Harden, from anyone, Jalen Brunson. We talked about how much we hated him last week or last year.
In the moment, Harden or Brunson more infuriating?
Oh, Brunson is because it's his face. Like I don't know. It's
Harden's got that beard that's all like unkempt.
I don't know. I mean, it's a kind of a phenomenal beard. But
it's a Kenny Cop beard.
It's the faces that Brunson makes, and I don't know. It's just a whiny face that we're getting off track here. But yes, he's much more hateable than James Harden to me. And I have to ask the question: do you feel bad? Do you feel bad that you have assassinated prematurely James Harden and his career?
His career speaks for itself.
It does, but now all of a sudden, hey, the Cavs win on the road. The Cavs had a James Harden in the last 3 games that has been somewhat effective.
Let me see him close it out first.
Oh, you think this is 06 again?
I don't think this series is over.
You think this is 06? You're up 2-0. You go to Cleveland. You're down 3-2 eventually. And then, hey, you win the final 2 games. We talked about it with Orlando, down 3-1. Like, history repeats itself. You think history repeats itself again? I'm
certainly not willing to kill this team off.
I know. A lot of that was tongue-in-cheek. And it's so disgusting. What we saw last night, because you had it right in the palm of your hand with 2:59 to go. All you had to do was close it out. And maybe it's just you have to hit one shot. You have to hit one free throw. You have to just make a stop defensively.
Yep.
It took one play, and for 2 minutes and 59 seconds, the Pistons couldn't make that play.
Like, how about this? Even when it does get tense and tied up, the Pistons have a chance to go 2 for 1.
Mm-hmm.
And they got an offensive rebound in there. So really, like 3 shots in that final minute to ice the game.
And remember what I said yesterday when you were talking about, this happens, and I said, well, I don't want to sit there and rely on a friendly whistle because
valid.
You don't know if that friendly whistle is going to happen at home, on the road. You would think you would get a friendly whistle at home. And I'm not going to sit there and throw my take every single time when a final play happens that either costs you a game or you feel like it cost you a game, is don't put the game in the officials' hands. There were many, many things the Pistons could have done so it didn't come down to what should have been called a foul on Asar Thompson.
Text coming in. I know what today's going to be like. We've had angry Piston fans flooding our phone lines after losses this postseason. I know last night really struck a nerve. And I know because we had people calling in before we were even on the air, waiting to jump the line and get in on the conversation today. So Mensa in Detroit, what's got you up early, fired up? You're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
The most frustrating part is that we got this mentality that we're supposed to have this Detroit versus everybody mentality, right? And if you're thinking that someone is coming to save you like these refs, it's a loser mentality. You up 9 with 3 minutes left. You should be able to close that game out. I don't care about the refs, none of that. The game is in your hands. I don't even care if I have one timeout left. I'm calling timeout left, and I'm coaching my team up to a point where nobody's saving you. Your bread and butter of this series is putting James Harden in that pick and roll. Tobias Harris on him. He can't guard you in the post. Close that out. Or give it to Cade and drive to the hole. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully somebody get offensive rebound if you miss or something like that. But it ain't. Don't put it. It's not on the refs. That last, of course it's a foul. It's on me. It was so many fouls, but you ain't getting that call. You haven't been getting this call no more. It's over. Stop looking at the refs to ice this game, to win your game. Put it in your hands. Ain't nobody coming to save you but y'all. You gotta put the ball in your hand and make it happen. That was terrible by the Pistons. I'm sorry. It's not the refs. It's y'all, man. It's y'all mentality. At the first quarter of the game, you calling the ref sucks. What are you talking about? Why you got this mentality? The ref sucks, and like thinking that you should get this call. And this, no, nobody's coming to save you but yourself. If you ain't gonna, that's in life. Period. If you think there's somebody coming to save you, it's a terrible thinking, because you have to take control of your situation. Ain't no way you blow that.
Yeah.
There's no way. My mind was blown. I was losing my gasket last night. I couldn't believe what I was watching. It was the most horrific play of basketball ever. Even it was a point where I was looking at people's face and they looking to who's going to save us. It's you. It's you guys. And also too, this it was a 5-point swing.
Mensa.
Reeves, listen. Reeves went up and they got the violation.
Mm-hmm.
He fouled him. You know what I'm saying? He go down. Okay, I understand you got fouled. But at the same time, you got to play defense.
Yeah.
You can't stop it. You can't be sad because you didn't get the call. That's what's blowing my mind. They sad because they ain't getting calls. They complaining because they ain't getting calls. F that, man.
Yeah.
It's
hey,
so
look,
frustrating.
I'm happy this is the first call we took today. I hope this is a tone setter. And I'm not telling you it was a well-officiated game, but I love the line, nobody's coming to save you.
Right. And Mensa, I could tell that there was a filter.
Oh, yeah. He caught himself a couple times.
Oh, yeah. And I'll just remind everybody, use a filter today. We're all upset We're all mad. And we all use language that when we're talking with the guys or when we're talking about the game that we just want to make sure we use our filter. Yeah, no one's coming to save you.
Nobody's coming to save you. Are up 9, and he said with 3 minutes. It was like 2:37, I think, is when they first started cutting into it. Like 2.5 minutes, all you got to do is make a shot.
Right, and it was
0 of 6 with multiple shot clock violations.
Yeah, and so the final 7:59 of the game, so it's the 2:59 of regulation and 5 minutes of overtime. Cavs 23, Pistons 10. Field goal attempts. Cavs 7 of 14. Pistons 4 of 17, which included 0 for 5 from behind the arc. Wow. And the free throw attempts, I'm not going to get into that because there's a discrepancy at that time because you're trying to stop the clock in overtime and extend the game, trying to get possessions. That's not where I'm looking to look at the discrepancy of free throw attempts or fouls.
At home. Game 5, lead late. I'm not going to sit here and turn it into they stole the game, the refs screwed us. Nobody's coming to save you. Mensa put it so well to start the show. We'll get phone calls. We'll get feedback. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new Ram truck this month, you and I both know, or a truck, you and I both know a Ram truck should be right at the top of your list. And the Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are exceptional right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks. I've driven a Ram, and for power, it's really not much of a competition. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or you got two options with the Hurricane engine. You got the 420 horsepower engine or the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane. Why would you trust for the competition any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? It's not going to get anything done you really want to get done. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here at Sterling Heights, and Ram has the 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you'll feel how much smoother a Ram is. For comfort, just go in and sit in a Ram. You're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So other financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
Up 9. Could have been the dagger. Rick Mahorn kind of felt like it was the dagger.
Yep. And that was not dagger time.
No. From that point, the Pistons would miss 6 shots to end regulation, have 2 different shot clock violations, and let the Cavs back into the game to force OT.
The whole shot clock violations.
Careful there.
It was an issue earlier in the game.
Yeah.
And I just don't understand. Like, is there a lack of awareness? Because we see it all the time. Like, okay, the shot clock runs down, and guys throw up prayers all the time because the clock in their head is continuing to tick. I think there was a lack of awareness about the clock all game long. That was something that bugged me throughout the course of the game.
On their home floor, chance to go up 3-2. Sitting there.
Yeah.
I'm just, look, I know we're getting text on officiating. I know we're going to have a Cade conversation. We're going to have a Duren conversation. There's going to be a lot of Pistons talk over the next 4 hours. Let's get to the folks. Let's get to the fans. Let's get to Jeremiah. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, man. Thanks for taking the call. I got one statement and I got one question. The statement is, shout out Paul Reed. Plays 8 less minutes than Jalen Duren, outscores him, out-rebounds him, almost has a double-double. As somebody who said we should re-sign Jalen Duren even though he's playing like trash, shout out Paul Reed. Great game. But my question for you guys is, if Duncan Robinson is healthy and if Duncan Robinson plays, keeping in mind Dennis had a good game, only 2 for 8 from the three-point line, but had a good game. Do you think if Duncan Robinson plays that we win that game?
I don't want to do this.
I don't know that that's the case. And I'll just go back to the last game, 29 minutes for Duncan Robinson in game 4. He had 4 points, and maybe he was playing hurt and just couldn't play it through it last night, but he took 2 3-pointers. Made 1. He was ineffective in game 4, and I think I asked the question yesterday, did we already have the Duncan Robinson games in games 1 and 2?
Right. There's no doubt shooting helps, especially late in the game when Cade's being trapped and doubled and their paint sitting, and it's defenses that no other star has to deal with. I'm not going to sit here and say Duncan wouldn't have helped them. I also just don't want to do they lost the game.
Yeah.
With or without Duncan, they should have won that game. Now, Jeremiah, before I let you go, you said you're someone who's defended still paying Duren.
Do you still?
Yeah, I did. What was that?
Do you still feel that way?
No. Get him out of here.
All right. All right. I wonder if last night was that turning point moment. We'll dive deeper.
The fourth quarter was for JB.
Paul Reed played 17 of the final 18 minutes of that game. That was a win.
What took so long?
A win for the couch coaches.
I asked a question yesterday, like what type of changes is JB actually going to be able to make? And that was one that I think he should have pulled the trigger on much earlier in the game, even if it's just to get him a couple of minutes in the first half.
Well, that's what I was wondering. I'm not mad that they played Paul Reed down the stretch over Duren. I think that's the right call, and we and a lot of you guys have been calling for it. I just question the process. If you feel that strongly about Paul Reed impactful minutes, why didn't he see the floor until the fourth quarter?
Right.
Again, not why they lost, but I thought that was a puzzling process from Bickerstaff.
I don't know if he has an answer. He can try something. But as we get deeper into the playoffs, it's becoming more and more clear to me that Cade not having a more true two or the team not having one more outside shooter is what's going to bite him.
Yeah.
I think that's what we saw coming all season long. Like, I don't think the 60 and 22 is fake. You know, our team's trying every night now. Yeah, I just feel like you have Cade go off last night in my mind. Yeah, he had some turnovers I didn't like. But I'm not going to blame him, you know, but nobody else was, I don't think anybody else really stepped up.
Everything the Pistons do goes through Cade Cunningham. He either starts it, he finishes it, he the entire offense has to go through Cade Cunningham. And that's why I said yesterday I thought that the Pistons were in trouble, because Cleveland has more options. If you only get 21 from Donovan Mitchell, I wouldn't, as a Cleveland fan, sit there and say, I'm going to count on James Harden to go for 30, but he has that potential. Evan Mobley for 19. He has that potential. Same thing with Jared Allen.
Well, then you know who we should point a finger at? Tobias.
13.
Tobias Harris, 6 of 19, 1 of 7 from 3, and we're talking about late game. Where's my safety blanket?
Right.
My blankie, right? I mean, Cade's being doubled. Why is LeVert the second option? Grab your blankie.
Yeah.
Hold it tight. He's got to knock down a couple shots, get a mismatch. They've got to bury the game with Tobias Harris, right? If Cade's truly going to be doubled like that.
There's more consistency in the Cavs roster depth.
Sure.
You can't. Tobias had a stretch of 20-plus games here. Who would have thought he would have done that this playoffs?
Yeah.
It's just not going to consistently happen.
Right.
And the Pistons don't have a guy like Strus who's going to step up.
Strus was a problem late.
And Jenkins was solid early. He was super important at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
But, he had 7 of the first 9 points. Do you really have much of a game after that?
Calls to get to. Heather's news. Let's get to that.
Hi, you guys. Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, this was definitely music to a lot of people's ears. Water restrictions have been lifted for all communities affected by that water main break in Oakland County. So officials say water is now flowing through the newly replaced water main, which means you can do your laundry. You can water your grass if you'd like. You can run the dishwasher, things like that. The only thing that impacted communities must still do is boil water. So that boil water advisory will most likely last into the weekend. And then hopefully everything will be,
A-okay.
back to normal.
Yeah.
Which is great news.
That's got to be a huge relief.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Great news for Pistons fans. Starting with the 2026-27 season, locally televised Pistons games will be available for free on TV 20 Detroit. Woo-hoo. So the team announced a new media rights agreement with Scripps Sports, which means fans across Michigan will be able to watch preseason and regular season games over the air without a cable subscription.
And you don't need the whole MLB TV to do it. So those that got the yearly subscription versus those that are going month to month, I finally won.
Well, I did the year because I like hockey.
Yeah.
So that's why I did the year. But this is a great win for the fans. As the team's getting good, you make it easier for people to watch your product.
And that's exactly what Tim Gore said. They just want to make... Oh,
Tom,
did I say Tim?
Yeah.
Tom, yes.
That's
I know his
right.
name's Tom.
Tom.
Yeah, he might be wearing the fake eyeglasses and nose and stuff right now after the Pistons game last night. So
Mr. Gore.
Yeah, Mr. Gore.
Yeah, we'll just go there. Warren police have arrested a serial burglar who was targeting local churches. According to officials, 5 places of worship in Warren have been targeted since Easter, leaving congregations with shattered stained glass windows, broken doors, just like ransacked offices.
Yeah.
Things were stolen. Police didn't go into details about what was taken at each place, but the suspect was identified as Andre Lane. He's been charged with 8 counts of breaking and entering a building with intent and 1 count of illegal use of a financial transaction device. Also charged as a habitual 4th offender. So he'll be doing some time, I'm sure. Good news. The Detroit Zoo is welcoming a new giraffe named Nguvu, and it's coming from a zoo in Utah. So according to zoo officials, the new giraffe will come from the Hogle Zoo, and animal care teams have been helping him kind of, get settled in for the past few days. He'll begin his introductions with the rest of the giraffe herd soon. And the zoo does say that you may see the giraffe habitat a little differently because of because of the new care that's needed to bring this new giraffe in. They say sometimes the indoor habitat may be closed to the public.
It's the first time I took Teddy to the zoo a couple of weeks ago, and it's the first time I've actually gone inside the giraffe habitat. It was awesome.
Was it? I don't
to be
know
able to see him and
inside.
I don't know. It just everything seems so much more distinct and brighter when you're looking at the giraffe than being outside watching them walk around. Obviously, they're a little bit closer.
What's the name of this new giraffe?
Nguvu.
Any chance that Nguvu can take Duran's minutes for Game 6?
He can grab a rebound.
I would think so.
Yeah, you would think so. Could block a shot.
Finally, in a stunning legal reverser, the Alec Murdaugh murder convictions have been overturned by South Carolina Supreme Court, and he will now receive a new trial. Murdaugh was found guilty in 2023 of killing his wife and his youngest son at their family estate in 2021. Not both, but the court basically ruled that one of the county clerks improperly influenced the jurors.
Yeah.
So, meaning the trial obviously was not fair. So the decision does not mean that he's innocent, right? It means that prosecutors must retry the case. They want to pursue the murder charges again. And then that's basically what the plan is. He's not going to get out of jail, even though this was overturned, because he is facing a lengthy stay because of the financial crimes. And he has said that. He is like, listen, I'm admitting that I am a thief, a liar, an insurance cheat, and a bad lawyer, but he has denied that he murdered his family.
Yeah. It's bizarre and wildly interesting.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, we talked about this off air. The hardest thing that they're going to have is trying to find a juror that hasn't heard or seen or been influenced by anything in this case to this point.
There's numerous documentaries on this story. There's articles and books and all sorts of things. So,
yeah.
All right. Heather with the news. Back into Pistons talk. Was that about the Pistons blowing it or the refs stealing it? We'll have a Duren conversation, a Cade conversation, and anywhere you guys want to take the conversation next. 97.1. 97-1. Sickening what happened last night. Did the Pistons blow it or did the refs steal it? Plenty of ammunition from the referees, but I got a hard time letting the Pistons off the hook.
Yeah.
9-point lead, 2:37 to go. 0 for 6 from the field, multiple shot clock violations. I'm sorry,
I'm not looking to get bailed out by the officials on the very last call of the game.
So you see it the same way I do?
Well,
No, hold on. Go.
no. Should it have been called a foul? Yes. I mean, and I know that the official statement was, well, he didn't have possession of the ball. You could make an argument because it was the first dribble was a bat to himself. The second one, he had control and was going to go down court, and he's tripped up. Even if he didn't have possession, he had a clear path to the basketball. He was tripped up, and it should have been called a foul. The Pistons shouldn't have been in that position.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I'm
is
at.
To me more important than did the refs cause them to lose this game.
If you watch that, you see why people are turned off by NBA basketball.
Yeah.
Harden with the off arm, Harden kicking out his feet, Harden generally baiting for fouls. I get it. The Asar foul. It was a foul at the end of the game. He should be shooting free throws. I get being upset at the officials, but I can't be the boy who cried wolf, and every time my team loses, it's the refs. Right. I know what the free throw disparity is. You're at home. You're up 9. Win the effing game. I thought Dennis Jenkins was great afterwards. Echoing what one of our callers said today. No one's coming to save you. That's him not making the excuse that a lot of fans are offering up today, and I won't be one of them. Let's get to Henry in Chesterfield. Henry, good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Thanks for having me. Hey, what people got to realize, basketball is a game of runs, okay? You know, you can have a 15-point lead. I don't care what point of the game it is. The other team is going to make a run, whether it's you, whether it's them. Cleveland missed just as many easy shots as the Pistons did. You know, so, yeah, I hated that it came down to the overtime. But the bottom line is, though, with basketball being a game of runs, you still have to make that call as a referee at the end of the game. And I know you said that he didn't have possession and stuff, but there's a lot of fouls that get called. Well, whether he did or whether he didn't, there's a lot of calls in games that get called off the play when the person wasn't even involved in the play. All of a sudden there's an offense or a defensive foul on another player because of what someone did. But you have to make that call at the end of the game. You know, it's a deciding factor whether you go to overtime or whether the other team wins. You know, so that's all I got to say. You know, we're going to miss shots. They're going to miss shots. But you got to make those calls. I'm sorry.
So I think the thought from some may be we don't decide the game that way. But you are deciding the game by not calling it at the same time.
Yeah. I think it should have been called. But then you don't know, is Asar going to go knock down the free throws? Or are you still going to overtime?
I mean, most likely he's making one of the free throws.
Yeah, you would think he would make one of two.
But again, I just don't want to get caught in the excuse-making business.
Right.
I mean, I think everybody gets one, and I included the refs as part of the reason they lost Game 4. And John, you know, working with me, I don't do that. I don't want to then double down and triple down in every single game. It's the refs out to get us, especially when this was at home and they had a lead late. I'm not going to keep doing that. Like at some point, yeah, Dennis is right. You don't expect the call. Find a way to win the game. You just sit on a lead.
And when teams, the NBA basketball game is one of runs. Throughout the course of a game, teams are going to go on runs. You may be up 11, then all of a sudden it's tied. You're down 6, and all of a sudden it's tied. You're back up. Like it's a game of runs. But when you have to stop a run, you can't contribute to it.
Right.
And it's, you know, Cade in overtime where Donovan Mitchell hits a 3 all of a sudden, hey, ball's inbounded to him. He gets his pocket picked by Max Strus, who then finds Donovan Mitchell. And in 10 seconds, Donovan Mitchell's scored. They've gone on a run of 5 points because you didn't take care of the basketball.
How big a pain in the ass is Max Strus?
You know what? You brought up the fact that James Harden is a unlikable character. To me, Max Strus is more unlikable. I despise the headband.
I respect Strus. I don't respect how James Harden plays basketball. I can respect Strus.
He's just more annoying to me.
Really?
Yeah.
Harden, it's the unethicalness of it all. It's the foul baiting loser behavior that gets rewarded in today's NBA that infuriates me. Strus plays hard, hits threes, gets steals, finishes on in transition.
And maybe that's it. He's just more annoying to me because he does contribute like that off the bench.
Tex said, Cade is Max Strus's bitch.
Ouch. It's hard to argue that this morning.
What's my rebuttal supposed to be? I mean, wasn't he also the guy that stole Cade's inbound in a game earlier in the series? Yeah, he was. He was the guy that jumped up and got it.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So with the whole ref thing, because I'm probably even less of a ref blamer than you are, Jim, but I sit here and I'm like, we all agree they choked.
Yep.
They blew a 9-point lead with 3 minutes to go in the game. But that doesn't change that was not the right call. Like, I would equate it to you're up 17 in the NFC Championship game, let's say. And let's say hypothetically the Lions would be lining up for a field goal to win the game after blowing that lead. Mm-hmm. And somebody jumps off sides on the kick and you miss the kick and they don't call it.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't excuse the bad call.
It does not excuse the bad call.
Yeah, but it goes both ways. The bad call doesn't excuse the collapse.
The problem with this league is I believe if that was a star player,
it would have been called.
It would have been called.
And you know what the damn shame of all of it is? Asar played his ass off.
Yeah.
He was bad in game 4. Maybe the worst game he's ever had in a Pistons uniform. Certainly in a game of that magnitude. He played so well. John, he was glued to Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah,
he was the best perimeter defender in the NBA. And then the game's on the line. Your offense is selling you out. He defends. He got the stop on Mitchell late. He got big blocks and steals all game long. I hate it because that should have been his signature moment.
Right, and it's I mentioned it already. Donovan Mitchell only ends up with 21 after the performance that he had in Game 4. The number one reason, and really the only reason, was Asar Thompson.
He got in his kitchen. He got steals, which in the first half, 20 points off of turnovers. That's led by Asar. I hate it because I know he's a negative player offensively. It feels that way anyway, because teams can sag off of him. I think he more than makes up for it in all the other ways he impacts the game, and his defense was so good, and it's for naught.
48 minutes, they shut him down, but he scored 7 in OT. Yeah. That's why you don't give him life. That's why you got to close out the game.
I hate it. I loathe it. Calls, texts, they're stacking up in here. We'll read a bunch of texts coming up next and then get the phones in. 248-539-9797. 702 will have the Duran conversation because he hardly played at the end. Is that the point of no return? It's 97.1. Shaner Roofing. Telling you about them. 30 years of trusted service, proven track record of serving Michigan homeowners, and now they're bringing their 5-star quality to roofs, windows, and siding. Family-owned company, Shaner's local family-owned business that'll treat you like a member of their family. They answer to you, not private equity investors. In fact, a lot of their competitors are getting bought out by outside investment firms. That's not Shaner. They're still here, they're local, and they're committed to you, their Michigan customers. The no-pressure promise is a great example. You're not going to get some high-pressure sales pitch. You're going to get a true, honest assessment of your home's needs, and they trust you to make the right decision. Unmatched reputation, 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of satisfied homeowners. You get peace of mind because every roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. And that means something when your company's been around for 30 years. It doesn't mean so much if somebody else has been in business for 2 years and won't be in business in another 5 years. So, Shaner Roofing, check them out. Get your quote today. See what I'm talking about. MyMichiganRoof.com. That's MyMichiganRoof.com and Shaner Roofing. We're getting backed up on ticket text. Want to read a bunch of them. But first, Terry, you've been waiting. Let's talk Pistons. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
Been better, especially after last night.
I understand. I listen to you guys up here in Washington, D.C. I am a diehard Pistons fan. I'm from Memphis, but I live in D.C. right now, so I have to hear all of this stuff up here from the Wizards fans. But let me jump off and say this. I said 2 years ago during the draft that when Trajan Langdon did not come in with the exact right plan, drafting Asur Thompson and Ron Holland with those first two picks, knowingly, and I'm saying this because I really want you guys to think about this, he knew that those two guys could not shoot. And right now in the NBA, you have to have people that can do all three things: rebound, shoot, as well play great defense. Trajan Langdon knew those guys could not shoot. They did not draft. Donovan Klingland was a god. He was heaven sent for us. It was our next Bill Laimbeer. And those two things, along with J.B. Bickerstaff, who I've never liked him as a coach. He's too soft. He's not hard enough. We don't need a player's coach. We need a coach with X's and O's like Chuck Daly and Larry Brown. They were X's and O's. They were tough. And if you made mistakes, you got yelled at and you got benched. So J.B. Bickerstaff, I don't like him. I'm really I get tired of looking at him with him holding his, just folding his arms on the sideline. That's unacceptable. But I'm going to say this before I go. Trajan Langdon, those two things right there, not drafting Donovan Klingland, is why we are in the shape that we are in right now. And that is a fireable offense. You don't come in evaluating in Cade's fifth season. That's unacceptable. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for the call. Okay,
Hey,
he didn't draft Asar Thompson.
Yes, I want to make sure we don't hang that on him. You can still rip him for taking Holland.
I think the Asar pick, though, has aged well. I mean, remember at the time Troy Weaver made the Halle Berry joke? I know Halle Berry when I see her.
Right.
For the things Asar doesn't do, he does far more things really well. The mistake, though, is when you have that defensive weapon that doesn't shoot, doubling down and taking another one. That's where I think you could be critical.
Sure. I mean, there's a lot of things you could criticize. And, I mean, his last point there was, why are you evaluating in Cade's fifth year? You're evaluating more than just Cade.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I think we all would love to go back to the trade deadline and add a shooter, somebody more than Kevin Huerter.
Yeah, who hardly played last night.
Yeah.
Some text. We asked the question, did the Pistons blow it or did the refs steal it? And I think all of our answer has been the Pistons blow it.
Yeah.
Text says the refs are a joke. The little elf-looking ref 100% stole the game. Fake flopping is ridiculous and needs to be called. True, honest competition is dead. The refs completely stole that game. Okay. Another says, a foul is a foul. Stop protecting the guys that did a terrible job officiating the final play. Asar did make sure it was in his hands by blocking Mobley. A chance to save the ball, an Allen hip check. Stop protecting terrible officiating, Chris and Fenton.
We're not protecting it. It was a bad call. It should have been called a foul. And then it should have been Asar Thompson shooting 2 free throws. I'm just not saying that there are things the Pistons could have done to not be in that position.
Complete Pistons choke job. Handing Game 5 to the Cavs. It's on them. I'm outraged. Hate the refs. Terrible. However, we missed shots to end regulation. We had our chance and blew it. Maybe next year. If the refs call the game evenly, the Pistons win and it's not close, so don't give me that crap. Matt in Novi.
You choked away a 9-point lead.
The Pistons blew that game, and at the same time, they win easily if officiating calls Harden for pushing off every time he touches the ball. It's unwatchable. Nothing in this series makes me think I want to watch more NBA basketball.
That's a little bit of where I'm at. If you just got back into the NBA because the Pistons won 60 games, they were the 1 seed. You're watching Cade Cunningham, and yeah, you can be a fan of your team, which I am, but the NBA disgusts me.
Doing themselves no favors.
No.
If I see Jalen Duren in a Piston uniform next year, I'm moving to Sacramento.
No, you're not.
No, you won't want those taxes out there.
Uncle T, my ass. That's all the text says. Pistons would not be in this situation if Yzerman had added a right-handed bat or an edge at the deadline.
Is that from Dylan and Royal Oak?
I don't know. I think it's collectively signed to the city of Detroit.
Yeah.
Have the Pistons won since Jim threatened a double-digit disco, Joe and Monroe? Cookies, I can't help but blame you as well. First off, how dare you even think of a disco inferno? Did you not learn your lesson from previous egg on your face? Give it up, bro, Kevin in Mac.
I do have to enjoy some of those text messages.
Costa, so it's okay to complain about the refs after game 4, but not game 5? I think you got to pick your spots. Like, you can't be the guy who always bitches about the officiating. And I feel like it's harder to do when you have a lead on your home floor in the final 2.5 minutes. What are you laughing about over there?
Twitch, can Bregman shoot threes?
Oh, God.
What was more egregious, the officiating in 4 or 5?
I thought 4.
Well, in totality, it was game 4. But in impact, you could argue game 5.
It's one free throw and you're up 3-2.
Exactly. John, Jim, this is like race. Officiating and race.
Oh boy.
Nobody likes to hear it get brought up until they're the ones bringing it up.
The way I've operated, whether it's Lions, Red Wings, Tigers, Pistons, a team I'm not affiliated with, just sitting on a couch, I loathe to blame officiating. It's just how I feel to my core. I feel like it's excuse making. I probably gave it too much oxygen after game 4. I thought it was ludicrous and ridiculous how the game was officiated, given one team's jump shooting and one team's paint touches. However, I can't keep beating that drum when you have a lead late, when the game is yours to win and you let it slip away. That's not what game 4 was. Game 5 was the Pistons to win, even with poor officiating.
Yeah.
When I criticize officiating, I look, does it have a, when I think it's, first off, it's an absolute egregious call. When you don't call something that should be called, like I actually think there's a chance last night's call might be the worst call against a Detroit team since Pettigrew when they picked up the flag, because it was just so obvious.
It's the phantom foul that wasn't called.
Yeah, to some degree, yeah.
Yeah.
But again, I could argue almost last night was a worse. If you look at the calls against each other, last night was worse. I truly believe if that's Donovan Mitchell getting tripped up or Cade Cunningham even, that they blow the whistle.
I think if the Pistons are getting a stop and they're up 2 at that point, like it's a game-saving stop, I think they call the foul and they're shooting ice free throws.
You are a big believer, Greg, that the refs made the classic "we don't want to be involved" decision.
Yes.
You're involved no matter what.
Correct.
And I agree with that too.
All around the NBA, people are saying the Pistons got screwed, but you guys can't say it. They had a 9-point lead with 2 minutes and 37 seconds to go. Come on, guys. We'll talk Duren next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. The Cavs beat the Pistons 117-113 in overtime in Game 5 last night. Detroit blew a 9-0 lead in the final 3 minutes as the Cavs came back to tie the game and force OT. The Pistons find themselves down 3-2 again, but J.B. Bickerstaff said it will take a lot to kill this team. 3 times in their last 9 playoff appearances, the Pistons have won the first 2 games of a series and lost the next 3. It happened in 2007 when they lost to the Cavs in the Eastern Conference Finals. The year before that, they won the last 2 games against the Cavs in the East semis. It also happened in 2004 when they lost games 3, 4, and 5 to the New Jersey Nets before coming back to win the series and eventually an NBA title. Game 6 is tomorrow in Cleveland at 7 o'clock. The Tigers lost last night as well. They fell 3-2 in 10 innings to the Mets. Carson Ben had the walk-off for New York. And this PGA Championship leaderboard update is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. First few groups are off at Aronimink, including the 2025 Team USA Ryder Cup member Ben Griffin, who led the first group at 6:45 this morning. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Taking Piston phone calls all morning long. We got the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. Chance to win some money with us. Maybe make your day a little better, because that was sickening. Maybe you're sick over officiating. I'm sick over blowing the lead. Pistons lost that game, not the officials. I'll stand on that.
The Pistons had done enough through 45 minutes to overcome officiating.
Mm-hmm. To overcome some egregious James Harden, off-arm extension, kicking out his legs on every 3, getting bailed out repeatedly. And yet the Pistons were sitting pretty, up 9. They got multiple shot clock violations. Karis LeVert is somehow a go-to option late in the game. I mean, they had it. They had it on their home floor, and they didn't make a shot from that point on and blew it and then lost in overtime. Still had a chance to make up for it in OT and lost in OT. So, look, I'm not telling you they got it right with Asar. I'm not telling you they officiated the game at a high level. I'm not telling you it was a good game from the refs. I'm just simply not letting them take it from the Pistons when they lost it themselves.
I would like to add one thing that hasn't been brought up, but I noticed it last night. They did the third quarter thing again.
Yeah.
They outscored the Cavs in every quarter except the third badly.
Yep.
Right, yeah. They got outscored by 12 points in the third quarter.
Blew a lead that they had built up with some good defense in the first half. Let the game hang in the balance. Because you're right, they had the Cavs teetering. They absolutely had the Cavs teetering. And yet there it is at the end of the game.
Yeah, what was it, an 8-point lead at halftime? And then you get outscored 32-20 in the third quarter.
Charles Barkley is doing the halftime show with his head in his hands because the Cavs are just throwing the ball away.
20 points off
do
turnovers.
This. Hammer down second half, and they don't do it.
No, they don't. And it's funny, you said they were up 8 at the half. They were up as many as 15 until you-know-who checked in the game. Persona non grata.
Right.
Jalen Duren. Let's have the Duren conversation. And it's been ongoing, but I felt like last night signified something. J.B. Bickerstaff finally pulled him in crunch time. This is a player with a max contract looming, whether you want to give it to him or not, it's looming. And they have stuck by him. That was the least number of minutes he's played in his playoff career. Paul Reed played 17 of the final 18 minutes of that basketball game. Have we crossed the point of no return with Jalen Duren?
In terms of a max contract, absolutely. I think we passed that one a long time ago.
In terms of him being a cornerstone of this team.
He can't be a number 2. There's no question about that. The question is, can he be a 3? Is he a 4? Because and let me just go through this exercise with you and our listeners. If you have another shooter, one that consistent, it's not a 7-game stretch in the postseason, or it's Karis LeVert who does it once out of every 30 games, or it's Duncan Robinson who had his Duncan Robinson games, but again, you're not counting on him on a night in, night out basis. Mm-hmm. If you have that extra shooter, how much better does it make Jalen Duren? We talk about spacing when it comes to Cade Cunningham. It also matters for spacing when it comes to a post player. The problem I have with Jalen Duren is when he has that spacing and he has the ball in the post, he has no moves.
Right.
If it's not given to him on a silver platter because Cade has attracted everything and found it, Jalen Duren under the basket for a dunk, he doesn't provide offense.
Players like him don't translate to the current NBA postseason format and the way the game is played, period. He's a bench guy in the postseason. I feel like I'm stating fact here.
No, I think you are too, and I think for the first time, the couch coaches won. JB Bickerstaff agreed. How else do you explain sitting an all-star 17 of the final 18 minutes of a gotta-have-it game at home? It's the coach acknowledging, begrudgingly,
he can't do it.
I can't play him. If I can't play Duren at the end of that game, I can't pay Duren this offseason. It's what happened with the Suns and DeAndre Ayton. It's what happened with the Pacers and Roy Hibbert. The Pistons learned this lesson a time ago with Andre Drummond, a 22-year-old center who made an all-star game. We are passing the point of no return. Your coach is openly giving up on Duren in this game, and I'm not saying he's wrong to do so. JB made the decision that was best for their chance to win the game, but that is an indictment on Duren that we have now seen from the organization. It's one thing to have Bill or Tom or Matt or whoever call in, or you or me or Tom or Greg say it. It's another when the coach is with his actions admitting, dude's not playable. Dude can't be on the floor with our season on the line. That felt like a turning point. Maybe the point of no return.
It very well could be. It'll be interesting to see what they do in Cleveland. And, I mean, do you go as far as not even starting him?
Well, it's interesting. You tell me, of the three centers that regularly play for the Pistons, where is Duren in that hierarchy? Because I thought Beef Stew came in and hit a couple threes, and he didn't take the bait when Tyson took a swing at him. He maintained his composure and didn't get himself tossed or a flagrant or a technical. I thought Stew played okay.
I think he played okay.
And Duren was a minus 16, the worst player of any Piston.
Right.
So to me, the hierarchy has Duren third. That doesn't mean over 48 minutes there's not a spot for him.
Right.
But that's not a guy who's playing big minutes or closeout minutes, and finally JB agreed with us.
Yeah, I mean, he's not the guy that you thought he was because he was an all-star. That's not in the postseason. You're not playing as an all-star. Your team is counting on you. JB is counting on you. He's the coach. He's seen what you've done over 82 regular season games, but now through, a 7-game series with Orlando, through 5 games with Cleveland, you have been absolutely absent in every meaningful thing. What's the bar for him now? Yeah. What would you be happy with?
I know. We've lowered it so much.
I mean, he was a guy that was... So if you're just simply hoping for 10 and 10, this was a guy that averaged almost 20 points a game and double-digit rebounds a game.
I know. He was 20 and 10, and now he's half the man in the postseason.
Right.
So would you lose some respect or hold it against Trajan Langdon if they end up giving this guy at or near max money? Like I think
it'd be a terrible decision.
I think it would really F this team up. Like it would screw them up. I look at the Thunder, who everybody's chasing. They're unbelievable. Starting next year, Chet Holmgren's deal kicks in. They'll have 4 players making more than $40 million a year. SGA, Jalen Williams, and Chet Holmgren. Their next highest paid player is Isaiah Hartenstein at 28.5 in free agency. Like, Duren can't be near those guys, right?
So I asked you this question about the floor spacing and another shooter. Mm-hmm. Do you think this team would have a chance of succeeding more if they had that shooter? If they go big game hunting, trophy hunting in the offseason, and they bring back Paul Reed and Isaiah Stewart. One of those guys is your starter, but Jalen Duren's not a part of the equation. He's not on the team. Mm-hmm. Do you think they're better prepared for off-season play?
Postseason play.
Yeah, sorry, postseason play. Than they are now as currently constructed.
Yes, given what postseason basketball is.
I agree.
What they would be losing in a world where they trade Duren, because I'm not proposing that you just
No, you just don't let him walk. No.
And it may be, hey, we need to sign him to then trade him to utilize the weaponize the cap space. But what you would be losing moving on from him is replaceable.
The question is
catch oop.
Run
to rim.
What's his market value? at this point.
I know.
Clint Capella.
Right. Is it not the most replaceable skill set? Pogo stick, jump high, block shots, catch oops. You don't have a post game. You don't have a face-up game. You're not playable at the end of these playoff games.
I think it would be malfeasance to actually keep him. I really do at this point. Like, you look to move him no matter what. Because the problem I have is the NBA playoffs are taking away his point production. The NBA playoffs shouldn't be taking away his rebounds.
Right.
Like, to me, that's a mental thing. There's an effort issue there. The stakes have risen in the postseason in terms of needing to be aggressive and get the boards.
Right. And in the last 3 games, he's had 4, 2, and 5 rebounds.
Right. Oh, do you see who we have on hold right now? Bobby in Westland. Bobby, I believe I waved bye to you the last time you called in. Good morning.
Yeah, man. You're not gonna have to worry about that. Let me ask you this: does Cleveland have 2 7-footers?
Yeah, they got
on the floor at the same time.
2 good
bigs.
bigs.
They got 2 7-footers on the floor at the same time during this plan, right?
Yep.
I just wanted to answer that question. So you want this 22-year-old who's standing around with no play that's called
in his
for him,
4th
right?
year of NBA play.
Listen, can I speak?
Floor is yours.
Can I speak? This is his first year improving from the years prior, right?
No.
It's all about the money, right? Don't give him money. Just call him a bum all of a sudden, and there's no play. So you're telling me Osur, who can't score worth a damn, right? Who's only 6'9", all right? Then you got another big man who's the best one you call. He's the third center.
Yeah,
who's only, 6'10"?
And yet he's able to score around 7-footers.
Okay. So, no, come on, man. Stop that. What did he do
No,
in the
you
last
stop
3 or
that.
4 minutes of the game?
Paul Reed has outplayed Jalen Duren. Say it, Bobby.
Every time I get on,
No, say
every
it.
time I get on, you won't let me speak.
Bobby, you get more runway than most. Don't play this game.
Okay, am I talking now or you? See, you want to embarrass me. You want to get me on the phone. Won't let me get my point across. You want to dog Duren out, call him trash at 22, right? In his first major playoff game, series or 2, and just say, okay, he's a bum, ship him out of there. Well, who the hell are you going to bring in there now?
Well, Paul Reed's better than him,
are you
and I'm
gonna bring
watching
in
it
there?
in front of our eyes. And if you're not going to concede that point, Bobby,
dude,
then
I didn't say he wasn't trash in the playoffs. What I'm saying to you, sir, is let's don't start this. Okay, don't pay him $200 million, blase split. That's not what the issue is. I'm watching Cade Cunningham dribble to the rim.
Don't do
and
this,
turn
Bobby.
the damn ball over 2 or 3 times.
Don't do this,
Tell me what type of game you was watching when you didn't see the top player on that team turn the ball over at the
Bobby,
rim.
don't do this. Don't try to defend Duren by dogging
I didn't
Cade because
say
they're in
I didn't-
different stratospheres.
I'm talking about Cade.
I'll talk about Cade with you.
Cade.
Cade Cunningham played 48 minutes, scored damn near 40 points on good shooting.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And he
I'm not
didn't.
going to crucify him.
Okay, see, I'm not talking now. I didn't say that. All I'm saying to you, sir, is he turned the ball over at critical points in that damn game, at the end of the game. And he's the top player on the team. So let's talk about what he did.
I would gladly talk about what Cade did. Go ahead.
What I'm saying, sir, is let's stop talking about, okay, he's not worth the money. So he's not worth the money.
Yeah, but
he's
you're
a bum all of a sudden.
But this
He's
is
not
all of
worth
a
the money.
sudden, right?
He's not worth the money, Bobby. You have to concede that.
Okay, I agree with you.
Okay.
Let's stop beating up on him. Let's talk about every damn player in that starting lineup.
Bobby, we got 4 hours. I'll gladly spend time on Cade, on Tobias, on Asar, and anybody you'd like. But we're doing a Duren conversation right now. And it's been the conversation. This guy was an all-star in the regular season and has looked nothing like it in the postseason.
He's I don't know what else to say. You're right. He has looked nothing like what we saw through 82 games for what we are seeing in the postseason.
And I'm not trying to embarrass Bobby. He's backing us down in the post. Give me my space. The floor's yours, dude. But even he concedes by the end of the phone call. Yeah, I can't pay him all this money. No, he hasn't played very well. So what's the point of calling in all in a huff?
In 17 minutes, let's just compare the stats. And I know it's one game.
Yeah.
In 17 minutes, Paul Reed scored 10 points and had 8 rebounds. Jalen Duren in 25 minutes had 9 points, 5 rebounds. Last game, game 4, 2 rebounds. And that happened in the first quarter.
No, there's no defending Duren. I just wonder, we've been saying it, and now JB acted on it. He benched him. He said he's not playable with his actions. He's never going to say it publicly, but when you sit a guy 17 of the final 18 minutes of a gotta-have-it game 5 at home, you're saying what we've been saying. It's 97-1.
Hey, the one thing that protects your home the most is your roof. And I had Rapid Roofing come out and replace our roof. The experience from start to finish was great. And it was, when I went to sell the house, a major portion of why the house was sellable. It's no pressure, no gimmicks, just honest guidance from a company that's going to do what they say they're going to do. And if it's not a roof that you need, they also offer siding, windows, gutter installation. And they've been doing it in Southeast Michigan for a long time, over 25 years. You can get them on the phone at 888-360-ROOF or on the web at rapidroofing.com.
Before the 2 Grand Slam and before we get back into Pistons talk, Heather with the news.
Yes, this news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. You can grab one at 7-Eleven or Speedway. So starting next season, the Pistons are returning to over-the-air TV. So the Pistons have reached a multi-year agreement with Scripps Sports for TV 20 Detroit to become the official lead broadcast home of the team. So the games will be broadcast for free over the air, marking the first time since 2005 that the team will shift to a primarily local production and broadcast. So they also do note that there will be a streaming solution, but that will be announced at a later date. Now, Tom Gores says that the goal is to make the games more accessible as excitement around the franchise continues to grow.
Yeah, there was always a speculation, would they get folded into the Detroit Sports Network with the Tigers and the Red Wings? This is great for the Pistons because at a time where they're rolling, where they're relevant, they're going to be easier for people to watch.
Yeah, for sure. It's great. The water is running again for tens of thousands of northern Oakland County residents impacted by that water main break. So officials announced on Wednesday that the water pressure has returned to normal and that residents in Lake Orion, Orion Township, Auburn Hills, Pontiac, and Rochester Hills no longer have to restrict water usage. So all that laundry piling up can be washed. You can wash your dishes in the dishwasher. You can water your lawns. There is a boil water advisory in effect until all required water quality testing is completed, and that may be a couple days. So it's right around the corner. The Great Lakes Water Authority says it's expected to cost more than $1 billion to replace all 80 miles of pipe that is similar to the one that broke. And they're warning that there could be more breaks like this one because of the lack of investment to the infrastructure. So let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Livonia police are searching for a man who was caught on camera attempting to break into a home in broad daylight. So the suspect was dressed in like this hazmat suit or like a painter's suit, mask on, caught on camera like attempting to open a door wall, peeking into the windows. And he was actually caught by the homeowner's daughter as well. This woman happened to be coming home from work. This was right around 10 a.m., was going to go let the dogs out. And
guess that answers that question.
Who let the dogs out? I think her name was Victoria, if I remember the article correctly. Yeah, so she did. So she saw this guy attempting to get through the gate and approached him. She says she noticed that he had a screwdriver in his hand, and you can see it in the video.
Yeah.
And she instantly hit that emergency button on her phone, called the police. The guy grabbed her neckline of her shirt and like pushed her backward. Thankfully, the police responded right away. They searched the area with a K9 unit, with a drone, and unfortunately, haven't caught this guy, but
Scary stuff.
Very scary stuff.
Confident Livonia, they're going to get him.
Oh, they'll get him. They'll get him. Hey, if you want to win $2,000 or attempt to win $2,000, give us a call now, 248-539-9797. Your chance to play the 2 Grand Slam. The Lions will host the Bears in their annual Thanksgiving game, November 26th at Ford Field. The time of the game is not yet official, but obviously most likely it will be played in the early afternoon. Last Thanksgiving, the Lions faced off with the Green Bay Packers at 1 p.m. So,
yeah,
John, you wanted this game.
Yes, this is the one I wanted. I think it's going to be I like the division matchups, and obviously Tom agreed. And so far, Tom is nailing the schedule.
Perfect so far. And we have some beliefs that I might also get the Packer game at the end of the season at Ford Field right.
Wow.
Slowly but surely coming out.
Yeah, maybe Tom has been promoted to one of the NFL scriptwriters.
Oh, that would be a great development.
Well, we know how the season's going to end if that's the case.
Yes. Super Bowl.
Remember, I was the one that said I gained 50 pounds for the Lions to win. I gained 50 pounds for the city.
Put the feed bag on. Let's go.
I put on for my city. All right, let's play the 2 Grand Slam.
Well, let's give away some money, boys. This is fun. We've got 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. And maybe, just maybe, we'll be giving away $2,000.
Give Greg a second to.
Okay.
Oh, we got.
no, we do
one.
have it. Line 1. Sorry, it's blending in with all the Pistons people who are waiting. Rob, you're calling to win some money. Rob, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning.
How you doing this morning?
Doing well. Beautiful morning. Headed to Kalamazoo.
All right. Hey, safe travels.
What's going on in Kalamazoo?
I have work appointment.
All right. Well, stay safe on the roads.
Yeah.
As you play, if there's one you don't know, you can pass. If we have time, we'll get back to it. But your time is going to start right now, Rob. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yep. Who are the Lions playing in Germany this season?
Patriots.
Rod Brindamore is the head coach of this NHL team.
Flyers.
Who played Coach Gary Gaines in the 2004 movie Friday Night Lights?
Al Pacino.
Who did Jimmy Rolder? Oh my gosh, sorry. Where did Jimmy Rolder play in college?
Pass.
Where did Evan Mobley play in college?
Mobley. Pass.
Ann Arbor is located in this Michigan county.
Washtenaw.
Who is the last Detroit Tigers player to win Rookie of the Year?
Pass.
This band had the 2015 hit Sugar.
Maroon 5.
The main campus of Iowa State is located in this city.
Ames.
Who is the general manager of the San Francisco 49ers?
John Lynch.
Where did Jimmy Rolder play in college?
Pass.
Where did Evan Mobley play in college?
Where?
I got you with 5.
Dang. Okay. I think I got 6 the last time, so.
5's not
okay.
bad. Sorry, I messed up a couple of those questions for you.
That's right. You still got through all 10.
I did.
Yeah. Got a couple of bonus. Yeah.
Who's Jimmy Rolder?
Jimmy Rolder's the linebacker that the Lions took, and he played at Michigan.
Oh, never even heard of him. But okay.
Yeah. Come on. I've been talking about him for a couple of weeks.
Sorry,
John's godson.
Well, you went on
Hey.
vacation, John, man. Sorry.
That's all right. Hey,
all
Rob,
good, Rob.
nice job. Hang on the line.
Thank you,
We'll make sure you get your $125 and safe travels to Kalamazoo. So let's go through it.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, the Lions are playing the Patriots in Germany. That's been announced.
Yep. Started off on a heater.
Rod Brindamore.
And then I mess up this
Brindamore?
one.
Yeah,
I don't know
that's
why.
okay. He didn't get it. What did he say?
He said the Flyers,
yeah,
who
it's
played
the
the
Hurricanes.
Hurricanes in the playoffs. Brindamore played and is now coaching the Carolina Hurricanes. Gary Gaines was not played by Al Pacino, although could you imagine that movie if he was?
That would be awesome. Billy Bob Thornton.
Jimmy Rolder, we mentioned.
Yep.
John's godson. Michigan Wolverine. Evan Mobley.
USC.
Ann Arbor is in.
Washtenaw. You got that one.
Who is the last Detroit Tiger to win Rookie of the Year?
A little bit of a tough one, but yeah, it was Fulmer.
Michael Fulmer. The band, John, you don't know we get the music ones. You knew this one.
I did know this one. 2015 hit Sugar was Maroon 5.
Main campus of Iowa State.
Ames.
And the general manager of the San Francisco 49ers.
John Lynch.
With
You
a
got
question
it.
mark.
Yeah.
We'll give it. Yeah, we should.
I'm going to point out that the Notre Dame fan did not get questions correct involving Michigan or USC.
That's right. Rob is one of our Fighting Irish fans. We were talking pre-show. How many general managers does the average football fan know? I mean, they're not 5 or 6.
Yeah, I think would 5 or 6.
And Lynch is one of them.
Yeah.
And he got it.
Yeah.
So there you go. Rob gets his 5 answers correct, his $125. His next chance to win, or your next chance to win the 2 Grand Slam, is going to be
next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday.
And the Thursday 2 Grand Slam, brought to you by Feminine Law. Get David, get paid.
We're talking Pistons, taking your phone calls. We want to know about who you blame. Is it on the Pistons for blowing it? Are you putting this on the refs? And people have been alluding to Cade. We'll talk about Cade and how much goes to him. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, you and I both know, if you've been listening, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. And I'll explain why. The Ram truck lease deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks, and I've driven a Ram. For power, there's really not much of a competition. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or if you like the Hurricane engine, you get two choices, the 420 horsepower engine or the high output 540 horsepower. Why would you trust any full-size pickup for the competition at any price with only a four-cylinder engine? The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, and with Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it's going to take is one test drive, and you will feel how much smoother a Ram is. For comfort, just go and sit in a Ram. You're going to feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
unraveling in overtime. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. We're talking Pistons all morning long, taking your phone calls, and I know what we're going to get a lot of today, which is the refs robbed us. You want to take that one?
Well, the refs certainly played a part in it. You can't ignore that. That was a blown call at the end of regulation. Sar Thompson should have been shooting 2 free throws, and we may be talking about them escaping blowing that 9-point lead. That's not the case. But you can't ignore that the fact that it was an impact moment of the game. My take is always don't allow the game to be in the ref's hands to make a good or bad call at the end of a game. You had a 9-point lead with 3 minutes. You had a momentum with 3 minutes, and Cleveland took it all, wiped it all away, and you couldn't regain any of it in the 5 minutes of overtime.
I thought the Piston players at the podium handled this correctly. Cade said it was a foul, but we didn't expect it. Dennis Jenkins said we can't expect them to make that call. Asar Thompson said we can't blame the officials. Yeah. That's how you're supposed to handle this, because when you have a 9-point lead on your home floor with 2:37 left, with the defense that's as good as this defense is supposed to be, you have to win that game. Period. Instead, they can't even get shots off, John.
Right.
They are so bogged down on offense, and they slowed it down to the degree where they weren't even getting shots off. 2 different shot clock violations, 0 of 6 from the field at the end of the game. Look, you can be the fan that always thinks the refs are out to get you, or it's always the refs' fault. The refs could be bad, and you can still win that game. Mm-hmm. And you still should have won that game.
I don't think the Pistons had a friendly whistle the entire game, but they found a way to overcome it with 3 minutes left. The problem is you've got to play the entire game.
And then overtime.
Yeah, if required.
That's the thing. You blow it, but you still have OT, and you don't get up off the mat, and you don't win on your home floor with everything on the line. I'm not going to let the Pistons off the hook by turning this show into a ref bitch fest. If you want to call and be mad at the refs, it's a free country. But you got to recognize the Pistons should have won that game. You don't have to like how James Harden is officiated. I don't. The off arm, the kicking your legs out on threes, getting away with this and you don't have to like it. In fact, I think a lot of people who don't watch the NBA watched last night and said this is why. I'm not asking you to accept the way the game was officiated, but you cannot let this team off the hook. They should have won that game. 248-539-9797. We got text coming in. We brought up Duren, who sat in the fourth quarter, played only one of the final 18 minutes of the game. Paul Reed taking over. Texter saying, Duren can't be on this team next season. Let another team pay him. Duren doesn't have the right mentality. He's not aggressive. We talk about Duren's regular season, but does anybody have stats for how he played against quality bigs? Were we tricked? Hurts me to say this, but Duren is a worse version of Andre Drummond. Does everything the same, just at a worse level. Pistons were leading by half a dozen until they took Stu out and put Duren back in. Dude's a dumpster fire. Plenty of that today. On the Pistons, they're cooked. Regular season heroes, postseason frauds. Brendan in Fenton. Series is over. They're dead. I can't see them having a chance Friday in Cleveland. I think they're afraid to drive because they won't get calls. They're settling for contested jumpers or no shots at all. It's mental now. And one more says, give Bickerstaff another extension. Signed KJ.
I'm not going to say that the series is over. Can they win in Cleveland? They can. The odds are going to be a little bit longer.
Yeah, they'll be underdogs.
So, but I'm not going to sit here and say they can't. But they're going to have to play a full game. Yeah. You can't. If you get up, you can't allow this team to go on a run to get back into it. Like that, the killer instinct seems to be missing in the games that in this series that mean the most. And in this moment, talking about Game 5, with 7:59 left to play, and that includes overtime. So 3 minutes of regulation, 5 minutes of overtime. The Pistons have the momentum. They take a 9-point lead. They get outscored the remainder of the game 23-10. They shoot 4 of 17 and 0 for 5 from behind the arc.
I'm sorry, say that again. 4 for 17?
4 for 17. From the 2:59 minute left in regulation till the end of the game, they were 4 of 17 shooting.
Yeah, that's not the refs, guys. Paul Nakar says only losers blame the refs. I blame the team that can't score the last 3 minutes. Guys, are the refs to blame for multiple 24-second violations in the last 2 minutes? The refs weren't good, but continuing to play 3-on-5 on offense is their real problem. The amount of possessions where you watch Thompson and Duren stand in the same spots not moving. Terrible, terrible basketball. Last night was the first time the Cavs looked like the better team. The Pistons held Mitchell, and everybody else stepped up for them.
You know what you're getting with Asar Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't get it in Game 4. But for the vast majority of the playoffs, you're getting elite defense. Donovan Mitchell ends up with 21 in the entirety of that game. That's elite defense by Asar Thompson. What you're not getting is what you would expect from Jalen Duren, and you haven't gotten it throughout the entirety of the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the deal. Like the explicit trade-off for Asar not being able to shoot a jumper reliably is he's going to be the best perimeter defender on planet Earth, and he was last night. And that's the damn shame in all this. He shuts down from the jump, getting in the chest of Donovan Mitchell. He was glued to him. He's the defensive demon that has been advertised. He gets the stop at the end. Even though the Pistons can't score, he's the guy who prevents Mitchell from icing that game. He gets the clamp out. He shuts him down. And yet we don't get to talk about it.
Right.
Because they lose the game. And it's all for nothing. But that's the trade-off with Asar, is I know I'm getting that guy, and that guy showed up and bounced back after a bad Game 4. For Duren, it's damn near every night. I'm not getting anything.
And 5 of those 21 of that we had from I'm drawing a blank here. Why am I drawing a blank? Donovan Mitchell was in overtime where he hits a 3, and then Cade gets his pocket picked by Max Strus. And he hits Donovan Mitchell driving the lane, and it's an easy layup. So it's 5 points in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
The rest of the game for Donovan Mitchell was 16 points. That is amazing defense by Asar Thompson.
Texts, phone calls, especially phone calls. We got to hear from you guys. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Drew in Roseville. Drew, you're on 97.1.
Drew, good.
Oh, man. Drew's a regular, and he held on. We'll get to another call. Jack in Pontiac, you're on 97.1. Jack?
Boy, tough stretch here.
What is going on? We'll go to Brett in Monroe. Brett, is your phone working?
Yeah, it is, actually, and I feel bad for those other two guys. Good morning, guys. Yeah. I'm kind of stunned because I actually loved all the lineups that we had out there last night, even with the ones with Duren in them. I think Paul Reed got his minutes in the fourth quarter, and I think that was great. They couldn't close out the game. I don't think the refs were the problem. I just think that they fell apart in that last couple minutes so quickly, and it just took it was like a shock to them, I think. So you open up the book, and then that last 2 minutes is where it was the worst. I mean, it wasn't the refs' fault. I mean, it was all them. They had the game in the bag, and they fumbled it. It was quite awful to see. Slamming my phone on the couch because I was so mad. But waking up this morning, I'm just like, I can't believe they just blew that lead. And then, now I have to go back to Cleveland, who's undefeated at home. And I mean, they've won on the road, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, John said it's not over. I'll echo it. I don't think it's over. It may feel like it's over. This team was backed into a corner and found a way to get through the opening series. And I think they're a hard team to kill. You got to strangle the life out of them, the old cliches. But I do think there's something to be said for this team is going to still make Cleveland earn it in Game 6. And every game in the series has been close.
Yeah.
I guess Game 4 kind of got squirrely, but...
Yeah, I mean, they had no chance at the end of that game.
But the other games have been incredibly close in this. So while they're likely not advancing, I'm not pronouncing them dead today. And I said I wouldn't after seeing what they did in round 1 backed into a corner.
Oh, right. And, I mean, some used, the history of the Orlando Magic being down 3-1, Pistons come back and win. Pistons also have a history of winning the first 2 against Cleveland in the semifinals, Eastern Conference semifinals, losing the next 3, and then winning the final 2. They did that in 06.
Mm-hmm.
So history says it can be done. Clearly, very different teams.
Yeah, and we're not sitting here saying that we expect to win in Cleveland. But if you do, right back on your home floor in Game 7.
Right.
He talked about not really registering just how awful that was. It was the whiplash of Harris hits a 3, you're up 9, this is going to be a win. In a matter of minutes, it's gone. And then they unravel in OT. 248-539-9797. There's the Duren conversation. Of course, refs. Is it on them? Is it on the Pistons? There's been a healthy debate on the text. We'll get the phone calls. I do want to address the Cade stuff because we're getting a lot of Cade attacks in the mentions, on ticket text, phone calls. We'll talk how much blame goes to Cade as the hour wraps up. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you want a beautiful lawn this summer, time is now to make the call. You got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. The phone number, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. And it's all about timing. Early treatment is the key if you want greener grass and fewer weeds. Great lawns don't happen by accident, and if you're tired of watching the weeds and fighting them all summer long, or you're watching your grass thin every single summer, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service can take care of it. They got a full menu of services, and they're going to take care of everything that you need. They're not going to come to you with any questions or problems and say, what do you want us to do about it? That's why you hire them. They just fix the problems, and they're there for the entire season. Give them a call at 888-GET-GREEN for a limited time. You can purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Piston phone calls, Pistons texts. Did the Pistons blow it or did the refs steal it? Did we pass the point of no return with Duren? Paul Reed played 17 of the final 18 minutes, a win for couch coaches. But if JB's seeing what we're seeing, is this the point of no return for Jalen Duren? That among all the storylines, 248-539-9797. Can I carve out just a couple minutes on Cade? Because we're getting a lot of dogging of Cade on the texts and callers. Hey, why won't you rip Cade? I'm giving Cade Cunningham a pass. He played 48 minutes, scored damn near 40 points, and no NBA star has to deal with what Cade Cunningham deals with. He's doubled, and they got someone sitting in the paint because there's not enough shooting on the floor. His number 2 option is Karis LeVert. I'm not going to crucify the guy if Karis LeVert is the number 2 option. I mean, where is Unk? Where's the security blanket? Why doesn't he have his blankie to go to? Tobias was, 6 of 19, 1 of 7 from 3, and nowhere to be found as they're doubling Cade at the end of the fourth quarter and into overtime. I'm going to give him a pass. You can disagree with it. I'm just not going to dog Cade Cunningham, who I think is asked to do more than any other star is in the NBA.
He shot 60% from three-point range yesterday.
A good shooting night.
It was. And this is why I said yesterday I was feeling like the Pistons were in a little bit of trouble because Donovan Mitchell, if you put a Sartansum on him and he plays the way that we believe he can play, you can limit the impact of Donovan Mitchell. You can't completely remove him, but when you only allow 21 points after the game that he had in Game 4, like that's huge. But they have other options to go to. They got James Harden, which is not a great option, not a reliable option, but last night he goes for 30. Mm-hmm. Evan Mobley, Jared Allen, both in double digits. Max Strus off the bench, 20 points. Where are you getting that assistance from anyone not named Cade Cunningham?
Yeah, who was the number 2 scorer last night?
Dennis Jenkins.
Holy cow. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, 7 were in the first out of the first 9 points.
Okay,
too.
and what did Dennis finish with?
19.
I mean,
and he was 2 of 8 behind the arc. The only one that was shooting well, Isaiah Stewart, was 2 of 3 behind the arc. But it was Cade.
A listener's going to send me a clip of one of Cade's turnovers and say all kinds of things about how he's not good enough. And I'm not just saying I'm defending every play he makes, but watch the games. He is. What is the solution? Score 50? Drive through double teams? I don't know what you're supposed to do at this point.
There's a stat from last night, fourth quarter and overtime. When Cade was double teamed, the Pistons were 0 of 8 from the field. I don't know what more evidence you need than that. And they I think they seduce the Pistons into thinking they're not going to double team them, and then they pull it on them, and it allows the Cavs to make big runs.
But isn't the answer supposed to be, well, I find Tobias?
Yeah, but he's not always going to score 20 points. That's the thing, because he's not a true 2.
I know, but the thought is, well, he's a mismatch. Yes. The thought is Tobias is a mismatch, and we get him on a Harden, or we get him into a switch, and then he's on that mid-range jumper turnaround, which is not a high percentage shot, but he's hit quite a few of them. He wasn't doing it last night, to the point that Karis LeVert is who they're swinging the ball to in critical moments.
I don't need them to score 20 points. I need them to hit the high leverage 3 in the corner. When they get it to Jenkins at the foul line, he makes a great pass to the corner, and then they miss. And then they miss another shot like that.
Yep.
I mean, just nobody could hit a shot in the last 8 minutes of the game.
No. 248-539-9797. When I say I give Cade a pass, are you on board with that?
Yes, in large part. Now, the only turnover that I really thought was extremely costly was when he got his pocket picked in overtime by Max Strus.
Yeah.
That one hurt.
Especially at the time of the game, because it made it a 2-possession deficit.
Right. But I just got a text from a friend of mine, and it's an easy question. Of those that started last night, not named Cade Cunningham, who else that is starting for the Pistons would start for Cleveland?
I think Asar would, because he's the best perimeter defender in the NBA.
Okay, but you and they also have they also have a hole in their offensive game plan as well in Dean Wade.
Yeah, I think Asar would start over Dean Wade for them.
Okay,
and that's probably it.
I think that it just shows a little bit of how much is relied upon Cade. Everything that the offense has starts with Cade Cunningham. Either he does it, he originates it, he creates it, or it doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen at that point.
And Donovan Mitchell doesn't have to be that guy. There are moments, sure, he's a great player, but there are moments when, they're going to rely on him to make some of those things. But he also has James Harden, Evan Mobley, Jared Allen. He's got Max Strus off the bench that can be a scorer.
Like, we could all look at the Strus turnover, the Cade turnover, and say, bad play. But if you're going to extrapolate that and turn it into a referendum on Cade Cunningham, I think you're guilty of easy button stuff.
Oh,
hey,
yeah,
I just take the best player and I point out a couple turnovers at the end and I blame him when they're not there without him.
Right.
He's doing all the things necessary to draw the doubles, to move the ball, to get them shots. The two easy buttons I think people press are refs and the Stars got to be better. They're easy button, but the reality is it's deeper than that.
Oh, it's much deeper. It's you got what you expected from Asar Thompson. You got elite defense. You have yet to get anything that you expect from Jalen Duren.
Like, this is what I'm talking about. Let's be honest. The loss is 100% on Cade Cunningham. Been saying it for a long time. He's not it. We need a better point guard. Trade him for a sucker who wants him. I want to know the percentage of crucial offensive plays where Cade turns the ball over or unnecessarily dumps it to a teammate. Seems like a player not wanting superstar status. Cade shows his true colors again. Too late.
I can't support any of those texts.
All right. We blabbed. We'll get phone calls right to the phones coming up next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The Cavs tripped up the Pistons late last night, outscoring them 23-10 in the final 3 minutes of regulation and 5 minutes of overtime as they won Game 5, 117-113. Cade Cunningham had 39 points in the game, but only had 2 in overtime. He at least knows what the Pistons have to do moving forward. For the second time this postseason, the Pistons find themselves down 3-2 in a series. They have come back from such a deficit 5 times in franchise history. That's second most all-time in the NBA behind the Celtics, who have done it 7 times. Only one team has ever come back down 3-2 twice in one postseason. That was the Nuggets in 2020. That's what the Pistons will have to do if they want to get back to the Eastern Conference Finals. Game 6 in Cleveland is tomorrow at 7 o'clock. The Tigers lost last night as well. They've dropped 5 of their last 6 series, 7 of their last 8 games, and are now 5 games below 500. Series finale against the Mets is today at 1:10. And this PGA Championship leaderboard update is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. Ryan Linehan is the PGA Director of Instruction at Walnut Creek Country Club in South Lyon. He tees off at Aronimink at 8:35 this hour. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, there's more. This is on Cade, period. Turnovers, period. Cade is not the superstar tier that we put him in. Superstars find ways to win. They don't throw the ball away 70 times in 2 rounds of playoff basketball. He doesn't need a number 2 to help. He needs to be the number 2. The team needs a true superstar, Drew from the bathroom.
If you don't think Cade Cunningham is the centerpiece of an NBA franchise, you're blind.
The Cade,
you're blind.
Yeah, look, the Cade convo, this is another text, is about the structure of the team. You have to invest in your star. Asar is a fabulous defender, but I'm 100% utilizing him in a trade this offseason for someone who can score 20 when called upon. The offensive support is a joke. Thompson gone, Duren gone. I'm keeping Thompson, but there's some roster work that needs to be done.
Yeah, if they were to get, I'll use this phrase. I think you'll understand what I'm saying. A real Robin.
Yeah.
Like a real Robin. You wouldn't include Thompson?
You need the Thompsons to win NBA titles. You need defenders. You need guys on the ball.
I would agree with that. I want Asar Thompson to be a part of this. Can he improve marginally offensively? I think he can, and not be as big of a liability. But what he does defensively is extremely special.
Let's get to George in White Lake. George, good morning.
Good morning. First of all, Cade is playing like a superstar. I just think he's getting gassed by the end of the game because he is the only player out there on offense. If I had a criticism of Cade, I'd like him to be more fiery emotionally, particularly with his teammates. You know, there's plenty of superstars in every sport where you see the star getting in the other players' faces. I mean, you know, Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, you knew if a receiver dropped a wide open pass, they did not want to go back in the huddle. You know, just I see Mitchell get in other players' faces. I would like to see that out of him a little bit more. I realize that's probably not his persona, but there seems to be no real fiery leader on the team. And then as for Duren, you know, I wouldn't start him. I think starting Reed, and I realize it's not a big uptick. I still think it is. Maybe that just wakes him up. I mean, have him come in as a bench role, and maybe that's finally the spark that gets this kid to play, because he's just a liability out there on both sides of the court now. I just don't see any life in him at all.
And it seems like even JB, who was fighting the good fight, trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, said, you know what, dude, if we're going to win this game, you're going to have to watch with me.
Yeah.
I mean, that feels like a significant
But to put somebody out there that can actually produce and do something.
Yeah. Let's get to Travis in Detroit. Travis, good morning.
Hey, good morning, and what up, though, everyone? Hope y'all are doing good. Thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I had a couple of points. I told your screener that I had a starting five. This is desperation time, drastic. I do see the Pistons being able to win this series. I'm throwing out Jenkins, Asar, Cade, Paul Reed, and I accidentally told your screener Duren, but I meant to say Stewart, because we got shot blockers and you got two definite three-point shooters there, Cade and Jenkins, and a possible with Stewart that can draw Mobley or Allen out. And then on the other side, that's clamped down defense right there. And my thing about Duren is his hands are like bricks. He has no finesse around the rim. He has no touch, no hating. And to anyone that's bashing Cade, you do not know NBA basketball at all, and you do not recognize what we have here. We have a bona fide, to me, Hall of Fame player, and you got damn near a linebacker that's the playing point guard. No one can defend him. And he's the leading scorer in the playoffs this year. So that's my point, really, switching up the lineup. I'm starting Jenkins, Cade, Thompson, Stewart, and Reed for the on Friday. That's what I'm doing.
Hey, look, desperate times, desperate measures. You're backed into a corner. I don't hate the thought process with that lineup. I got three guys who can dribble and create, Nassar, Jenkins, and of course, Cade. I've got at least three guys that can threaten and shoot the three, who he highlighted. It's a double big, which feels maybe counterproductive, but I'd give it a spin. Why not? Points for creativity. Yeah. Let's get to AC in Detroit. AC, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, everybody. I had to call in because I was at the game last night, and I just can't take any more of this Cade bashing. Like, the dude is literally carrying the team. Like, he did everything he possibly could to help us win last night. Definitely came up short. A couple more turnovers than I would like, but, I mean, what else can you ask him to do? And I think the one thing that no one's pointed out last night was how JV kind of mishandled the rotation. Like, Cade played the last 8 minutes of the fourth quarter and all of the overtime. Mm-hmm. No breaks, no rest, no nothing. His shots were coming up short. He couldn't get to the basket anymore. Like, he needed a breather early in the fourth quarter so he would be fresher so he could close out the game.
And normally they do. You're right. It's normally around that 5, 6, 7 minutes to go. They normally try to get him a couple.
And he was extending, like, he had 25 at halftime. He was extending so much energy in the first half. I was like, yeah, he's gonna get a nice little rest, and it never came. Played 48 minutes.
He had 20 in the first half, and he may have had maybe 17 in the second half and another 2 in OT, something like that to get him to 39. And he was, for the most part, the jumper was falling. I mean, it looked like he was going to have one of those games.
I mean, 39 points is one of those games.
No, I just mean like in a win. Like it was going to lead to a win. Like he was going to put the final dagger in.
And he literally is doing everything. And if you've got to go into overtime, nobody wants to talk about legs being tired or being gassed. He's still young. He's not, James Harden age. But it does wear on you when you are expected to be the ball handler, the creator, the scorer. You're supposed to be everything that this team is. And we've highlighted his defense.
Yeah, if I would have told you before the game, Jalen Duren's going to get benched for the entire fourth quarter, you may have thought that was a benefit. But I'm going to tell you, your number 2 scorer in the regular season gets benched down the stretch. Your best 3-point shooter doesn't even play in the game in Duncan Robinson. The security blanket, Tobias Harris, is a dud, 6 of 19 and 1 of 7 from 3. Your number 2 scorer is a G Leaguer in Dennis Jenkins, who's played himself into the starting lineup, but would not be starting on most playoff teams. Mm-hmm. And I tell you, he drops damn near 40 points. And that we'd have people texting in complaining about it. I don't like. We have
I think some people are losing fact of the big picture because we're disgusted by, especially the turnover in overtime.
Yeah.
Okay. And look, that cost them probably a possession to have a shot to win the game or tie the game in overtime. Okay. You can criticize that. We got the text there. I'll say it or whatever. You know what? The Isaiah Thomas steal. People tried to run him out of town when that happened. How'd that work out?
Right.
Like, we got a text that says, this show is a bunch of Cade apologists. He makes critical mistakes at crunch time that make differences in losses.
You're expecting him to be perfect.
I'll own the label. Go ahead and call me a Cade apologist. I'll wear that title proudly. I'll defend this guy because he's one of the few bright spots consistently.
Don't let the nitpicky things that you see in a game take away from the big picture. Like, he needs to clean up his game a little bit. He needs to cut down on the turnovers, but some of the greatest players of all time rank in the top 5 of all-time turnovers, okay? People who handle the ball turn it over. He needs to be a little bit better, but don't take that little bit and say he's not a superstar.
This season, he's one of the 5 best players in the NBA. It'll be reflected in the MVP odds. This season, he's the best player in the Eastern Conference playoffs. Yeah, I'll be an apologist for that guy. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead and label
honestly,
us.
I don't think it's close in terms of who's the best player in the Eastern Conference playoffs.
If there's a guy worth apologizing for, it's
would
Cade
be
Cunningham.
Yeah.
Listen, when they trailed 3-1 in a series, he scored 45. When it was 2-2 and came back here, he scores 39. He's rising to the occasion. That's what the best do late in a series.
Yeah.
Tim,
yeah. Okay, he's not Michael Jordan.
Who is?
Right.
That's his cross to bear.
Right.
Nobody's here saying he's going to be one of the greatest superstars of all time. We don't even know if he'll win a championship. I think he will if they do the right things around him.
I mean, anybody go, well, LeBron took a ragtag bunch to the 07 or 08 finals. Yeah, he's not LeBron James.
He's better than LeBron James is better.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Let's get to Tim in Rochester. Tim, you're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, guys. Yeah, in my view, Pistons are as far as they are due to Cade Cunningham, and he's carrying the team to get beyond this point. There's no number 2 that's out there. I mean, I was telling Brendan that Uncle T's got to hit some of these deep elbow shots. I'm not putting the loss on him, but there was one of those late possessions where I feel like if he hits one of those threes, it probably goes the other way.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I don't know what your guys' thoughts are outside of Cade. I don't really have any guy in the court. Like, if Dennis Jenkins is our next best ball handler, we're going to be in trouble late in games, and you could kind of just see it slowly falling apart, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of grasping at straws. Like, they gave Sasser some run. I mean, Dennis has got to play extended minutes. I mean, the two of them were playing together for stretches, Sasser and Dennis Jenkins. Like, oh, boy, we're going down the bench. I mean, that is this roster.
It's frustrating because you could see what the possibilities of a team, not even with a full complement of players, but just with somebody that can complement Cade on a regular basis could be. And it's a missed opportunity. Boston's out. You're playing Cleveland, and Indianapolis or Indiana has been terrible with Halliburton out.
Yep.
This may go down as one of the great missed opportunities, and it's not over. But
if they
it
lose
looks
this
bleak.
series, if they lose this series, and that's the way this is headed now,
right?
We're going to look at Game 5. We're going to look specifically at the end of Game 5 and say they should have won that game, and it could have been the difference in the series. Because then at worst, you got Game 7 back on your home floor.
Yeah.
And look, I know people want to blame the refs. I'm going to blame the team. We can keep that conversation, plus the Cade stuff, plus the Duren stuff, plus the JB rotation. I'm looking down at callers on hold that want to talk about JB. We'll do all of it next. 97.1.
If your furnace or AC is struggling to keep up, it's time to call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft is available 24/7 for those moments, and they stand behind their work with the 5-year warranty. They made a huge difference in my home. They'll do the same for yours. Right now, they're running some amazing specials. You can get an AC tune-up for only $79, and if it's time to upgrade, get half off installation when you buy a new AC or furnace. Easy financing options are available as well. Schedule your free in-home estimate at mastercraftheating.com.
Right to the phones we go. Carnell in Detroit. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Yes. I want to. It was definitely a foul at the end of the game. He did get tripped, but that's not why I called. I called because the tripping. I mean, the rotations are horrible. You got to play Paul Reed. I'm sorry, you got to play Paul Reed.
You're saying more than the fourth quarter. It is weird if you trust a guy to close out the game, but he doesn't play a minute until the fourth.
Like, this been going on since the Orlando series. Like, we've been telling y'all, play B-ball Paul, and he don't want to hurt during feelings. He don't want to break his ego. You got to play with you're trying to win, or you want to protect somebody's feelings, because that's what it's looking like right now. You're like, I trust my guys. He said, don't give up on them when they're playing bad. Then what are you supposed to do?
Right. Yeah, I mean, you can protect their feelings or you can try to win the game. Now, Carnell, do you feel like this is shifting? Like, I mean, we'll see what they do in Game 6, but he sat Duren in the fourth quarter in OT. He played, I think, just 1 minute down the stretch.
Yeah, and I found that strange. I'm like, so you wait till the fourth quarter to finally play the energy guy, and you saw the difference he made. So you saw if he would have played at least in the first half, that's the difference in the ball game to me.
I mean, hard to argue when you see the impact that he has. And I've heard people say if you play
came in immediately, getting offensive rebounds during that 5 the whole game.
Yeah. I've heard people say if you play Paul Reed, 30 to 35 minutes, it's diminishing returns. He's better as a role player. But there's an answer somewhere in the middle, right? Like, he doesn't have to be on the bench for 3 quarters. If you trust the guy to play big minutes in the fourth, throw him 5 or 6 in the second quarter. You know what I mean? Like, have him start the game. Let him play until his effectiveness wears off. Don't just assume he's going to drop off. If you don't get what you want from Duren, you have to make the change. JB did in the fourth quarter.
Right. And it'll be interesting to see what he does moving forward. Is it going to be a situation where, hey, I didn't trust him at the beginning or at the end of the game in Game 5. Why would I trust him at the start of the game or for the bulk of the game in Game 6 when it's a gotta-have-it moment?
He let his phone call off with saying it was a foul on Asar. You agree?
Yeah. I don't think there's any question about that. It was a foul. It wasn't called. Did it impact the game? It may have.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is always don't put the game in the hands of the officials. They had a 9-point lead. They had momentum with 3 minutes remaining in the game, and they couldn't close it out.
Tech says it's okay to blame the refs. It's an accurate assessment, but that doesn't mean you're shifting blame away from the players. More than one thing can be true at the same time, Dave in Redford. I've said I don't think it was a well-officiated game. I don't know that it's been a well-officiated series. I do think that was a foul on Asar, and I think the refs wanted to swallow the whistle as to not, quote, decide the game. But, I mean, by not giving him free throws, that's also a decision. At the same time, if you ask me what's the bigger story, is the bigger story the no call on Asar, or is the bigger story the Pistons choke away the lead? The bigger story is the Pistons choke away a lead on their home floor.
Yeah.
Let's get to Brian in Carlton. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
So, yeah, I want to hit exactly on that. We have a 9-point lead, 2 minutes to go in the game, and I blame JB. He does not have the team ready to win the game by 1 point. This team wants to win by 15 and blow out teams. Turn your offense into defense. Don't be shooting up threes for the last 2 minutes with 10 seconds to go on the shot clock. Drive the lane. Try to get one of those whistles that came out in the second half. I don't understand. The team does not slow down and try to run out that clock.
Say that again. Why they didn't slow down, or why they did?
Yeah, they did not slow. They did not slow down. I do not understand why they did not slow down in those last 2 minutes and try to run out the clock. Use the clock as your friend.
Well, they literally ran out of time in 2 different offensive possessions. I mean, maybe they slowed it down too much. I mean, you still have to try to get buckets. You can't play prevent defense and just wait for the other team to catch you. Like, I agree with your point about getting downhill and trying to win the game as opposed to passing it around and taking your time and watching the clock. It's NBA basketball. Teams can come back in a span of 2.5 minutes if you let them. And the Pistons let them. I mean, Cleveland clearly said, all right, crunch time, we're not going to let Cade beat us. And no one else could beat him. Let's get to Calvin. You're on 97.1.
Oh, wow. That's a deep one. Come on, man. Putting us on hold?
Try somebody else. Gary and Warren. Gary, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good. A couple of things I wanted to make a point of. It was easy for Cleveland to telegraph when Cade was looking to shoot. Therefore, in my aspect, he passed the ball too late on the time clock for anybody to do anything but rush a shot up.
I could see that argument. I could see that. No, I was letting it marinate. Look, yes.
Yeah, you got to look at it from Cleveland's standpoint.
Yes, if I was a Cleveland fan and if I was looking at this from Cleveland radio, I would say, yeah, this is what we're going to do. We're going to force Cade to get the ball out of his hand, and we're going to do it late enough in the shot clock because very few guys can create on the Pistons outside of Cade.
And so Cade's got to look at film and be aware of that and play off the ball. He needs to be the last person with the ball in the team.
Well, and Gary, it's interesting because I thought they did a good job of that early in the game. I actually thought Cade getting in rhythm started without the ball. Someone else would bring it up or they'd get him coming off a screen and it'd be a catch and a shoot and it was a clean look. And he saw the ball go through the hoop and it got him going. And he had the 20 points in the first half. It's tough because they don't really trust someone else to bring the ball up in crunch time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's hard to say, hey, I need you to be off ball. We're going to work a play to get you the ball and a good look where you're going downhill or have a clear view of the hoop.
But we've got to get the ball to you.
Right. So, chicken or the egg.
Well, and that's
you can't
why
pass
I say
and shoot.
When you
Tom
look
Brady
at,
doesn't throw and catch.
No, but when you look at some of those teams, they have other options.
Yeah.
The Pistons don't. It all starts and ends with Cade.
Duren, Cade, refs, the series at large. We are jammed up on the phones. We'll get back to you, but first, Heather with the news.
This news is sponsored by Gardner White. Well, with just weeks left in the school year, which is crazy, this year's flying by, a new program to keep kids busy and safe this summer has been announced in Detroit. On Tuesday, Mayor Mary Sheffield, Police Chief Todd Bettison, and other community partners announced the city's summertime safety strategy, and it's called Occupy the Summer. Now, Sheffield says the program, which is going to feature like neighborhood activations, extended recreation center hours, is a better alternative than simply policing the youth. So like I said, there's going to be these extended recreation hours. There's going to be weekly Friday activations in the neighborhood. There's going to be like community activities, city resources, local vendors, a whole bunch of fun stuff. It's also going to include the return of midnight basketball. Midnight Basketball League for young adults age 18 to 26, which is pretty cool. And there's going to have 3 signature events as well: a summer kickoff event with a bike giveaway, a midsummer event, and then also kind of like the big finale where they're going to be giving away school supplies and backpacks and things like that. So pretty cool. The Lions will be hosting the Bears in their annual Thanksgiving Day game on November 26th at 1 p.m. at Ford Field. This will mark the 5th time in the last 6 seasons the Lions have hosted a division rival on Thanksgiving. So they faced Chicago in 21, 24, and now 26, as well as the Packers in 23 and 25. So the NFL has already announced 2 other Lions games for the upcoming season, week 2 at Buffalo and then week 10 in Germany versus New England. So the full 2026 NFL slate of games will be announced tonight.
Yep, I think it's great. Hey, if you want to declare yourselves King of the North, let's do it on Thanksgiving Day.
This is pretty cool. Starting next season, the Pistons are returning to free over-the-air TV on TV20 Detroit. So the Pistons have reached this multi-year agreement with Scripps Sports, which means fans can watch tons of games without a cable subscription or a paid streaming service. So this shift is really meant to make games more accessible to fans, and it's going to. And it's going to mark the first time since 2005 that the team will have a primary local over-the-air TV broadcast partner.
Imagine that, making it easy for your fans to watch your team play.
And affordable.
We're seeing less and less of this across pro sports. Love this for the Pistons, who are building momentum and playing more meaningful games.
You guys, Verner's is turning 160 years old.
Wow.
Yeah. And to celebrate, you can go to a big party in Eastern Market next month. So the celebration will take place on June 14th from 1 to 4 p.m. It's going to feature the return of Verner's ice cream, which hasn't been seen since the 80s. You can also enjoy, Boston coolers, food made with Verner's, live music, games, stuff for kids as well, and all the nostalgia you can get. There's also going to be this statewide toast at 3:30.
All right.
Well, I said statewide. I meant to say streetwide. Although
it
you
should
can
be
toast,
statewide.
Anywhere you're
Let's
at.
do it.
Yeah, pretty cool. In a dramatic legal twist, Alec Murdaugh's murder convictions have been overturned by the South Carolina Supreme Court, so he can now receive a new trial. So he was convicted in 2023 of killing his wife, Maggie, his son, Paul, at the family's estate in 2021. However, the justices ruled that a former county clerk basically improperly influenced jurors, denying Murdaugh his constitutional right of a fair trial. So this does not mean that he's been cleared. It just means that prosecutors can retry the case. He's going to remain in prison because he is already serving a lengthy sentence for financial crimes. But I was reading some statements from former jurors that were on this trial.
Wow. Okay, yeah.
And one says she is shocked, saying she never thought that this county official had any influence on the jury. She called the court's decision to toss the conviction crazy, described the county clerk as gracious and helpful. However, another juror agrees and just kind of says she didn't think that he got a fair trial. Interesting.
Okay.
All around interesting.
Fresh batch of calls, texts, feedback. Pistons lose game 5 at home, blow a late lead. People are upset with the team. They're upset with officiating. They're upset with Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, Tobias Harris, JB Bickerstaff, everybody. And we'll talk about it next, 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking forward to football season, or maybe you're enjoying the playoffs, whether it's hockey or basketball, the best place to watch it is at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games and moments at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill in one of their 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
We got a full stovetop. All the burners are on. Officiating. Rotations from JB. Jalen Duren benched. Cade Cunningham needs to do more, according to some people. And there's just the overall, they blew it. They blew it. You don't have to like the officiating. They blew it. And I like that the players aren't making excuses. Dennis Jenkins was asked about it after the game. Not making the excuse. Asar said something similar. Cade said, look, we're the Pistons. We know it's a foul. We don't expect to get the call.
Right. And they just didn't execute when they had to. And it has nothing to do with the foul that should have been called against Asar Thompson. I'll admit that as well. It should have been called a foul. It wasn't, but you put yourself in a position to put the hands in the games, to put the game in the hands of the official.
The person who it's all centered around, Asar, said afterwards, we can't look at the refs to get us a win, even if it was a foul or not. We could have done better to put ourselves in a good position. And he would have the right to be more heated than anybody else because he played his ass off. He defended that final possession and all night like a demon.
I'm pretty sure there was a conversation before they met with the press that JB said, I'll say what needs to be said.
Well, let's play what JB said then. But you're right. It was a concerted effort from the players that we're not going to do the like, woe is me routine and ask other people to help us and fight our battles. But this is Bickerstaff.
See, I don't have a problem with the officiating throughout the game, and I certainly don't think that cost them. I've come to accept how these teams are going to be called and how Harden's going to be called. The only one was maybe when the flop didn't get overturned, but then I was kind of like, you got to be kidding me. But the last foul, it was a foul, and it doesn't mean anything that they didn't intend to foul him, that it was an accident, because I actually think it was an accident. I don't think...
It's a loose ball.
Yeah, but... accidents get called. I tell kids that I coach all the time, I'm like, I know you didn't mean to do it, but you still did it.
Yeah, could you imagine if that was the defense? I didn't mean to foul him. Oh, well, in that case, play on. It's funny, when you said the James Harden call on it, my first thought was, which one? I think maybe the one that stuck out to me, beyond him sticking out his arm repeatedly and getting away with it, was the one on Tobias, where James Harden's behind the three-point line, shoots the three. Tobias is contesting and doesn't get to the three-point line. Tobias is still well within the arc when he lands, but because James Harden kicks his feet forward and has this giant landing zone, he's given the foul.
Yeah,
and then the same play or similar play happens later and they overturn it. It's like, guys, that's why I'm not mad at people who are dogging the officials. I just want to make sure we don't put this loss on the officials when the Pistons had their chance.
Right. That's been something that's been going on for years.
Right.
Of guys baiting fouls, drawing fouls, flopping. That it's part of why people are disgusted with the NBA.
Oh, I really tried to put myself in the shoes of the guy or girl who doesn't watch basketball but has said, hey, you know what? I'm seeing more Piston stuff on my social media, in my neighborhood. My friends are talking about it. I'm going to watch. And just being thoroughly disgusted at what NBA basketball is. I can't blame them. Text coming in. Those blaming Cade 100% have crumbs in their sheets. Neil at work. Guys, Cade is not the problem. Trajan Langdon is. Needed to do more at the trade deadline. He needs help.
I don't think any of us are going to argue that.
Cade is doing everything. Creating offense for Detroit. Creating offense for Cleveland as well. Oh, Cade's doing everything all right, including turning the ball over and over and over and over. These are some of the texts we're getting today. Guys, fact, Cade isn't Jordan, but even Jordan had mixed playoff results and couldn't get over the hump until they finally got him a supporting cast. Yeah. That's a great point. This offseason about the GM, Brian and Monroe. Do you realize Michael Jordan never won a playoff series until Scottie Pippen was his teammate? Cade has already done more.
Well, he had the legendary, when they got swept by the Celtics, 63-point performance.
Yeah.
You know, it's not. It's close to that, but it's not the same because MJ was better.
Well,
I mean,
that's
he'll
why
never be MJ. He'll never be LeBron.
No, I know, and I'm not trying to do a Cade's actually better than Michael Jordan topic today, especially not.
No, but the fact of the matter is every star player, even the superstars, needed a complementary player on their team to make them better.
And even back then, those spacing and good shooting guards that they had Paxson.
Yeah.
Craig Hodges, Steve Kerr.
So Pippen was drafted in the 87-88 season, but didn't become a starter until the following year. Coincidentally, the following year is when Jordan won his first playoff series.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, we don't have a Scotty next to Cade. We don't.
No one close to it.
No.
If Thompson could shoot.
Well, there you go.
We thought it was going to be Jaden Ivey.
Yeah, some people thought it was going to be Jalen Duren.
By the way, that these guys get all the way to the NBA and can play that way defense, and they can't shoot.
Well, I think it's
fundamentals of it coming up. It's like,
yeah.
I was in a group chat of friends who were having this conversation. Like, I just don't understand how this could be your job and you can't shoot. And it's funny, if you were to see them in an open gym, they'd hit shots. They do. It's a whole different ball game when you get into the game.
Oh, there's no question. I've always been amazed at the amount of guys that reach the NBA level, but they can't shoot a free throw. That to me is absolutely bizarre.
Especially someone like Shaq who had so many free throws.
Right, and just can't shoot a free throw.
We got to get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Stu, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
Good.
I just want to say from a basketball IQ standpoint, it makes more sense to pay Paul Reed during more of the game from what he brings to the game over during. You know, from being able to pass, make a jump shot out of 6 feet, post moves defensively. You know, it's just a mystery why Paul Reed only gets in crunch time.
Well, he's like a break glass player. Like if they're down 12, he'll get thrown in for a third quarter. Or last night, he didn't play a minute until the fourth, and then he played 11 of the 12 minutes in the fourth and then all of overtime. It's weird. I don't fully understand how JB views Paul Reed. They use him as like a player to help spark the team. Are they worried that the spark's going to like burn out if they play him more than 20 minutes?
Right, yeah. Or if they play him too early.
Yeah.
Or if you play him early and you get up big, then you can boost up Jalen Duren's confidence by letting him play in garbage time.
I mean, the thought of your all-star having to be played in garbage time is so ridiculous.
My, how the mighty have fallen. But, John, you do feel like, you know, I brought it up, was at a turning point. Is at the point of no return. That wasn't you and me or Doug and Scott or Mike and Rico or any of our callers saying, hey, I think Duren needs to play better. That's the coach sitting him in a gotta-have-it spot in Game 5. That's a win for the couch coaches, and I do wonder if it's a point of no return for Jalen Duren.
It'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow night.
Right. Do they start Duren? What are his minutes? He played only 25. It's the lowest of his playoff career.
Right. Yeah, I mean, what does it take to make this happen earlier in a game?
Text coming in. Good morning from Heather's stepbrother. Says, love Cade, and he had the numbers again, but the fundamentals say box out the shooter on those hardened free throws could have given us a better opportunity at the end. Also, if Asar can find offensive confidence, he'll be very dangerous next year.
Okay.
Your stepbrother's chiming in. I don't know what to tell. The Pistons are not a playoff team. Hopefully Cleveland puts them out of their misery soon. No trophies for the regular season. Hashtag exposed.
They're not a playoff team. They're literally in the playoffs.
Right. And not only that, but they're a 1 seed.
And by the way, the series isn't over.
No, they could still go to Cleveland and get a win. Nobody thought that Cleveland would come here and get a road win. It's their first one this season.
Nobody wants to hear about how they can still win the series after last night, but like, come on, guys.
Yep, there's still a glimmer of hope.
I said after the last series, I'm not going to kill this team until their last breath. It's 97-1.
Hey, you could be a great driver doing everything right and still get hit when you never saw it coming. That's life on the road, especially with more people out in the nice weather. You've got bikes, motorcycles, summer traffic's picking up. If you're injured, call David Feminio and the accident response team. They'll help you right away, and David will fight to get what you deserve. When you're in an accident, get the right team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Or you can find them on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
ugly sequence. Pistons gagged that one away last night. Text says you can't turn it over 4 times with shot clock violations in the last 5 minutes of any game and expect to win. Jeff in Livonia. I get that everyone has their opinion, but with callers and texters that think Cade is the biggest problem, you're blind and clueless. Dave from Warren.
Yeah.
Guys, at the end of the day, the refs blew the game-ending call. If that doesn't happen, there's no overtime.
Yeah, I mean, it's at that point, and I don't think we're saying the refs bailed you out, but you escaped at that point because you had a 9-point lead. You blew it. You squandered it. It shouldn't have been that difficult.
Let's get to Devin in Grand Rapids. Devin, good morning.
Morning, guys.
How you doing?
Not too bad. So I want to talk about Jim's favorite topic, officiating. So the difference, 4 and 5, games 4 and 5 felt very similar from the officiating standpoint. They feel different afterwards because I think game 4, the Pistons didn't really feel like they deserved to win that game. So, yeah, maybe the officiating was bad. Game 5, like, I actually thought they played decently well yesterday and did deserve to win the game. I think a lot of focus is being paid on the final non-call on Asar, which, yeah, I think we kind of all agree it could have, should have been called a foul. But, and I know, John, you've been saying, that, like, you can't let the officials make the call on that, situation. But looking at it from just a broader picture, it's pretty eye-opening to look at the numbers, not just from last game, not just from games 4 and 5, but pretty much since the Cavs complained about the officiating post-game 1. It's hard for any team in the NBA to overcome a 54 free throw disparity in a 4-game span. Like, I don't know if the Thunder are doing that, to be honest. Granted, they're probably never going to be on this side of being the team that's not getting more. But it's 40 free throw difference in 2 games. It's just tough to come. I don't know if the phrase that you can't let the officials decide the game really applies to that, because, I mean, it's 40.
Yeah, but my argument for game 5 is the Pistons had overcome that, and they were in a position to still win. And there are going to be games that come down to last-second moments. This didn't have to be one of them.
For sure, and I think it almost feels like, though, a chicken and egg situation where obviously we're harping on 9 points with 2:37 left, which is fair. Is probably the main reason they lost the game.
That's all I'm saying. Is you got to put it in its.
Though, is that it should have been 15 instead of 9.
Okay,
right? Like it.
Devin, you know where I'm at on this. Like, yes, you can be upset with calls, but it's about putting it in its proper place and context. The biggest reason they lost, to me, and I think even you conceded that point, is they couldn't hold the lead late. Maybe it should have been a bigger lead, but they couldn't hold the lead late. So I want to focus on the biggest issue and not be the guy that always complains about officiating.
Well, and Jim, you were never going to come on radio today, ever, with the officials like you did after game 4. Like, you're not going to be the guy to do that back-to-back games. It was an out-of-body experience for you 2 days ago. So I obviously understand that. We don't want to pile them on each other, but I think my point is that they are piling on us. If game 5 would have happened first, I think you would have had officiating in a top reason they lost, just like you did after game 4. But because it's following another one, which in and of itself kind of points to my overall point, is that
I mean, you put the numbers out there, and I've seen people tallying the free throw disparity, like 100 to 100 to 56 over the last 4 games, 3 games. I mean, it starts to be 2-1 over a long stretch. Right. I get why people are growing restless. I guess if Cade makes one more shot, one fewer turnover, if Tobias could be that safety blanket, if LeVert makes one of his looks, if they get one more stop, the officiating, no one would have called up and bitched about the officiating. We had a won and moved on, but only in a loss do you bitch about officiating. I've never in my career doing sports radio had my team win and had phone lines flooded bitching about officiating. We only do it if the team loses, and the team had the game to win, and the team lost it.
What was a bigger impact? Was it the no call on Asar in the final 2 seconds, or was it the fact that in the final 3 minutes, you couldn't score 1 point?
Right.
Cleveland goes on a 9-0 run to tie it up in the final 3 minutes, and you didn't score 1 point.
They weren't even running offense. They got a couple.
They couldn't even get shots off, let alone score a point. That to me is a bigger reason. You're going 3 minutes at the end of a gotta have it crucial game when you have the lead and you can't create a shot, let alone score one.
And Devin knows. He's a Grand Rapids listener. I mean, we've gone back and forth for years. Lions games, Pistons games. I'm very hesitant to call out officiating as a reason why a team loses. 248-539-9797. Some text coming in. Duren is done. He won't be a Piston next year. Pistons are done. Friday night will be a blowout and their season ends in Cleveland. Season is over for the Pistons. 10 weeks until training camp. Go Lions.
Well, we thought Game 6 of the Orlando series was going to be the blowout, and it was shaping up to be that way. And then the second half happened.
Yeah,
well, I'm not going to count them out.
If you asked me to pick who wins this series, I think we would all say Cleveland is most likely to win this series.
Yeah.
That's not the same thing as the series is over.
Yeah.
Until their last breath, until this team dies.
And there's a lot of different ways you can look at it. Hey, through 4, it was tied 2-2. Now it becomes a 3-game series. They're down 1-0. And so there's a lot of different ways that you can rationalize it. Or now it's a 2-game series and you don't have any mulligans.
And maybe it's coping, but to say, well, Cleveland couldn't win in Detroit and they did. Okay, well then Detroit couldn't win in Cleveland until they do.
Right.
And they have to. It's 97-1.
Like me.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Pistons blew a 9-point lead with less than 3 minutes to go last night, eventually losing in overtime of Game 5, 117-113 to the Cavs. Detroit led by as many as 15 points at one time in the first half and were outscoring the Cavs 23-10 in the fourth quarter before a 9-0 Cleveland run to close regulation. J.B. Bickerstaff discussed what went wrong for Detroit after the game. As has been the case in every game this series, the whistle has been a heavy topic of discussion this morning. It's worth noting a fouls disparity of 78, 48, or worse has never happened over the course of 3 games in NBA playoff history. That's the disparity over the last 3 games in this series. Game 6 will be tomorrow night in Cleveland at 7 o'clock. The Pistons are 3.5-point underdogs in that game. The Tigers lost last night as well. They fell 3-2 to the Mets in 10 innings. Carson Ben had the walk-off single against Drew Anderson. Series finale is coming up at 1:10 today right here on 97.1. And the Lions confirmed the Chicago Bears as their Thanksgiving opponent this morning after that game was leaked yesterday. And this PGA Championship leaderboard update is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. The last tee times of the morning wave are off right now at 9:02 at Aronimink. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Bevy of texts, bank of calls. We'll get to all of them. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We'll get to her news in 25 minutes. We've got Greg, we got Gov hanging out behind the glass. And we got a lot to talk about, John.
Certainly do. And we got a lot of people that want to talk about it.
I say we've been juggling any number of different ways to react to last night's game. Of course, the Asar no call is on people's mind, as is the Pistons' inability to close the game out with a 9-point lead. Duren hitting the bench. A bit of a statement. Changing of the guard here. JB's rotations have been under the microscope. There's all kinds of stuff. Text says Cade simply doesn't have that dog in him.
Okay. We're going down that road again?
I think this person is trying to
troll
troll
us.
Yeah. Because we have gotten people who legitimately are critical of Cade, and I I don't know, call me a Cade apologist. I'll apologize for a guy who's one of the 5 best players in the league, who's the best player in the Eastern Conference, and who has little to no help around him. No other star is dealing with what Cade's dealing with, where you can be trapped and doubled with no number 2. Karis LeVert's the safety valve. Need I say more? Their number 2 scorer last night was a G Leaguer, Dennis Jenkins. Their supposed to be number 2 player, Jalen Duren, played 1 minute of the final 18, the fourth quarter in OT. I'll go to my grave being a, quote, Cade apologist.
And there is room for a little criticism of his turnovers, and especially the overtime one and the box out last night. That's fair game.
Yeah, but you can find mistakes for anybody who plays 48 minutes.
Yeah, like I do think that the turnover in OT was a pretty significant play. Like
it was.
He fell asleep, and he probably cost them a chance to have a game-winning shot or game-tying shot in overtime because they lost that 2 points.
2 different schools of thought on the text. You got one guy who says it's crazy how the refs blew a 9-point lead with 3 minutes to go, blaming the refs as the laziest type of sports fan. Another guy says we're idiots. You're an idiot saying we would have escaped the game. It doesn't matter, escape or not, the call should have been made. Man up and say it. No confirmation if that was sent by Dan Campbell.
Dan in Allen Park.
John, why wouldn't you man up and say it?
Hey, Cade got a little reckless with the ball.
Okay. All right. Let's get to Mike in Detroit. Mike, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I got 2 quick things to say. First off, Tobias Harris, without him, we lose that Orlando series, period. Okay. 2, if J.B. Bickerstaff stopped playing the collapsing defense and leaving the 3-point open for them, that would have helped us out a lot. But Cleveland made an adjustment. They jumped on Cade and said, we're not going to let Cade beat us. Yep. They made the adjustment. J.B. Bickerstaff don't make that adjustment. We keep collapsing, and they're killing us with the 3. You got to make an adjustment with that. That was hurting us in Orlando.
Yeah. I don't have in front of me what Cleveland ended up shooting from 3 last night, but too many. Too many is the right answer. Too many threes.
I think they were 14 of 35. Let me go back and look here.
And
they were 14 to 35, 40%.
Yeah, when your offense goes cold and the other team's making 40% of their threes.
Yeah. ...
We kind of know how that story ends. Dion, you're next up. You're in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Hey, listen, this whole series, this is what it all boils down for me. All right, the Orlando series and this Cleveland series. And even though Duren has not nowhere near played that superstar big boy role, you got Duren. Duren went up against 2 bona fide inside bigs against Orlando. That's why that game went 7 games. This series is the same thing. Duren is going up against 2 bona fide inside big men against Cleveland with no help. Tobias is not an inside player. Tobias does what he does. He's a scorer. Duren does not have any help at all. I watched that game last night from start to finish, and it's like Duren is just getting beat up on the inside of Allen and Mobley, inside play after play after play on the defensive end and the offensive end. I don't see why. JB, at some point after that 3rd game, you won 2 in Detroit, you went to Cleveland, you got your doors blown off. You need to start looking at a Stewart Duren play together, Reed Duren play together, or Reed Stewart play together. You have to have some kind of way to match up against their 2 bigs, because that is what's killing you time after time, play after play in this series.
I understand maybe them limiting him offensively, but how does that translate to what he's being able to do on the boards? I mean, 4, 2, and 5 is not...
Because John, Mobley went 19 and 8 with 8 assists. Jared Allen had 10 boards, 16 points, 10 boards. They're inside. You going up against think yourself like this. If you playing any kind of basketball, you playing basically 1-on-2 against guys your size or stronger. You can't win. He cannot win inside against Allen and Mobley.
I'm going to be honest.
By himself.
From where I'm sitting, it sounds like you're making excuses for Jalen Duren.
No, it's not. It's not an excuse. No, it's a reason. Why has not JB tried to match up against the two bigs on the opposing team in either series? He's putting one man against two bigs in both series. And tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, but I think you're mischaracterizing it. I don't think Jalen Duren is playing 2-on-1. I mean, he's certainly not an important enough offensive player for Cleveland to dedicate two bodies to him right now. I understand that there's more size around the rim. Is he not supposed to be big and strong? Is he not supposed to win more of these battles? I'm sorry. The other team's tall. And?
Is Deanna related to Bobby?
Well, I mean, by default, if you're a big and you're playing inside, by default, you should have 4 to 5 boards.
Yeah. Just get out of bed.
Yeah. And so, which I have no idea how he only got 2 in game 5.
And remember,
game 4.
0 for a 21-minute stretch to close the game.
Right.
I don't think any Detroit athlete in my lifetime has tarnished their image more with their playoff performance than this guy. I really don't. I can't think of something like it.
But what I'm telling you is we're not crazy. We're not crazy. The couch coaches won last night. Duren didn't play late in that game. Paul Reed played 17 of the final 18 minutes. It's not just talk radio fodder. They acknowledged our best path to win is with him on the bench. They wanted to make it work. They were hesitant to reach that conclusion, but they got there.
So what's the max if he were to get it like per year? Is it just under 40?
It depends if he's all NBA. Like if he sneaks into all NBA third team, I think it's well north of it's in the $40 million range. Yeah.
Let's just say for fun it's 40. And we were talking off the air in one of the breaks that we wouldn't give him 20.
Yeah, what does Beef Stew get? Beef Stew's like 17 or 18?
Yeah. I mean, has anybody ever cost themselves this much? I don't think it was a given that the Pistons were going to necessarily max him, but I think he was probably going to get close to the max somehow, some way.
Tom, if this is right, an all-NBA selection, he could be offered as much as $287 million over a 5-year deal. He would be eligible for north of $50 million a season.
Anybody that would pay, that's not even reasonable.
So where does this go? Because if another team offers him 35, 40, 45, you got two choices. You match or you lose him for nothing. But you can't do the DeAndre Ayton, Roy Hibbert, Andre Drummond. Like teams have done this where you pay the limited.
Well, the problem is if you match it, and if you're going to try and do a sign and trade,
yeah,
you then have to have somebody that wants to trade for him.
Yeah. In a world where he's back at a number we don't like, it's to roll him into a trade. That's the only explanation.
You would think, but again, I mean, not only are we sitting there going, he's not a max player, you would think there's 29 other teams that are looking at it going,
yeah, look, maybe his price hits rock bottom and there's a way that they can bring him back at a palatable number, but then we talked about, is it insulting the number that hey, come back for 20?
I don't know if he takes it.
Is he looking at that going, I'm eligible for 50?
I mean,
yeah, but you're not worth it.
There's a reason why Trajan didn't tie this up before the season and let this get to this point.
I'm happy you brought that up because again, this may be just me coping. I think Trajan's a bright guy. I do. And not paying Duren before the year means we wanted to see. And now he's seeing. And I'm really holding out hope that he's as sharp as we think he is.
And to defend his what he said after the deadline, I don't know what I have here in the playoffs. He didn't. I bet he knew what he had in Cade, but this is one of the things he doubted.
Do you agree that JB was hesitant to reach this conclusion? Didn't want this to be true. Didn't want to have Duren be the guy that sits the bench at the end of these games and kind of fought it despite the evidence. But last night, JB said, Uncle, I give. I can't do this anymore. It's game 5. This is how important was last night for the series outlook. JB told you what he really thinks with that decision.
Yeah, he did. And I think it is. I think for us and the armchair quarterbacks, coaches are going to be way less aggressive going to what got them there. And it's going to take a mountain of evidence for them to pull the trigger on that. Yeah. It's kind of like, AJ to a degree last year giving Tommy Canely more rope than he probably should have. They're going to let the coaches and the manager are going to let the player hang themselves. Yeah. I think Duran hung himself last night.
Calls, texts, feedback. And by the way, dear John, 9:35. We'll break up the Pistons talk with something a little more fun and light and pleasant. John, people need advice on a proposal, on their neighbor, and on the swimming pool. 9:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, if you've been listening, you and I both know a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks. I've driven a Ram, and for power, there's really not much of a competition. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or if you like the Hurricane engine, you got 2 options, the 420 horsepower or the high output 540 horsepower. Why would you trust for the competition any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, and Ram has a 5-link coil suspension, and all it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. For comfort, just go in, sit in a Ram, you're going to feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are the financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
Greg thinks he's slick. Normally is. Here we go. 248-539-9797. Yes, the officiating, the whistles. People are complaining about it today.
Holding on to this one all day long.
He sure was. Okay, we've had people call out Cade and Bickerstaff and Duren, of course. I mean, it's a normal occurrence. After a playoff game, people are going to point out Duren's just not getting it done. Paul Reed played 17 of the final 18 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty damning there. You know who hasn't gotten as much heat as I thought would today?
Who's that? Tobias?
Tobias.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, the thought here is if the offense starts running cold, Cade's getting doubled, there's no matchup that you can exploit.
Turn to Uncle T, right?
You go to Unk.
40 minutes.
Unk's going to catch it. Going to be in that little in-between space. Little post up, little face up, little get to your spot and hit a mid-range jumper. John, he shot 6 of 19. 1 of 7 from 3.
Yeah.
That's the security blanket. That's the guy that's supposed to help them when they're in a funk. When they go 0 of 6 and get shot clock violations multiple at the end of that game, it's supposed to be Unk that bails him out. Maybe that's unfair because he's not that guy, but that's his role.
Well, he's been that guy through a vast majority of the playoffs.
He has to be that guy for this team.
Well, he needs to be that guy if they have any hope of moving on to the next round. And now you got to get 2 in a row.
And I think outside of a mention or a text,
nobody's really talked about.
He's gone unnoticed.
Much like last night.
Yeah, well, their number 2 scorer was Dennis Jenkins. I mean, look around. Let's go to John in Redford. John, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Oh, come on.
Let's go to Brian in Detroit. Brian, good morning.
Good morning, fellas. You know how they lost that series, fellas? I mean, they going to lose this series? At the trade deadline. Trajan's so smart, he didn't go get another score. They thought they had it rocking and rolling. Matter of fact, the Pistons are lucky because if Franz play, didn't sit out those last 3 games, they'll already be at home. As far as Durham, somebody go pay him. And who the Pistons go get to take his place in the regular season with what he did? He killed himself in the playoffs, but the Pistons still need him. And they go insult him with a low ball offer? Somebody else go give him the money and think we could do something with him. The Pistons are in a tough spot, and they put themselves in the spot by letting that trade deadline fly by, thinking we could get something done with our group, and they can't.
Will somebody pay him?
Yeah, I think somebody go pay him. Ain't not if. Somebody's go give him the money.
Right, but has that number come down, and is he willing to take that same offer? I mean, depending on what that offer is, he's a restricted free agent. The Pistons can match it.
The problem is somebody else could lowball him. He's going to be insulted if the Pistons lowball him. The Phillies will come into play.
Yeah, then let somebody else do your work for you.
Yeah, they have to sign him. What are the Pistons without him? No matter, skip how bad he's playing now. What are the Pistons without him? They'll be in a world of trouble.
Well, through the regular season, I mean, are they a 52-win team instead of 60?
You think they could win 52 games without Durham, John?
I do. I don't think that's outrageous.
Man,
that would put them as the 4 seed, and we've all got done talking about how irrelevant the seeding has been come playoff time. Are they a better playoff team is all that matters.
Well, just you fellas, they're in a tough spot. But if Franz play and then set out those last 3 games, this team will already be at home. So they're lucky to get this far.
You may be right, and we have no idea what it would look like if Franz was available. I mean, does Cade go for 45? Maybe not.
Listen,
probably not.
If Franz didn't sit out those last 3 games, Pistons not beat Orlando all 3 games.
Brian, I'm not fighting you on it because I've said it previously. I'm on record as saying that. Are they going to learn a very harsh lesson this postseason? You're damn right they are.
What's frustrating about it is they may learn that lesson and an opportunity that may not come along again. Now, if they're better next year, they're also going to have to face an Indiana team with Halliburton.
Yep.
They're going to have to face a Boston Celtics team, probably with a much better Jason Tatum, and one that's probably played all season long, or at least a vast majority of the season.
Mm-hmm. And Cleveland, who you're not getting through right now, I don't know. I mean, there's this LeBron thing. Does he replace Harden? I don't know what they're going to do.
And the Knicks are always hanging around. Mm-hmm. So it's
and by the way, San Antonio is young and rising. Like, again, it's not just OKC out west. There's gonna
we'll worry about the West when we have to worry about the West.
All right.
We'll just find a way to get through the East first.
All right. Nick in Birmingham. Nick, one step at a time. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call. I think, everybody talks about how playoff series are about matchups, and the matchup has not worked in our favor, frankly, for most of either of these series. But in this series, it's been a function of roster construction and adaptability. We've seen in both series how Orlando dealt with Cade by putting a 4 on him for the most part, and how well Franz did against him. And Cleveland has dealt with it by throwing a series of bigger defenders, by starting Wade on him and then moving on Strus and some of these guys and giving him trouble. We had no real answer when Harden wasn't getting in his own way for how to guard Harden. In Game 4, he was basically just using the pick and roll to pick what defender he wanted and attack him one-on-one. And so what we did yesterday, and granted Duncan was out and this plays into some of it, but JB finally started to respond to that style by rolling out these lineups where you had, at any given time, you had 3-4 guards on the floor. At one point, Asar was the power forward, and that helped in terms of some of the switching if they could have stopped fouling him or getting baited into his ridiculous fouls. But the problem became down the stretch, you had guys on the floor that weren't accustomed to playing to each other. Paul Reed comes in basically cold to play the stretch run of the game. And then you've got Asar Thompson there who, for all of his defensive brilliance, it's a real limiting factor on offense. If you don't have another big on the floor who's a true floor spacer that can shoot from 15 to 18 feet, and you can leave Asar in the dunker spot, it causes all kinds of offensive chaos, and that's how you get to the last 2 minutes of the game, and you're getting shot clock violations and turnovers, and Cade's looking hurried and flustered because what should have been, or what was our last shot of regulation, was a bad, forced, off-brand Karis LeVert jump shot. That should tell you everything you need to know right there. They didn't have a better look than that because these guys were all playing reactively because of the style of basketball that Cleveland forced them to play and because of the limitations on their roster to adapt to it.
This is a great phone call. I'm not going to fight you on any point you made. I think you got a pretty good assessment of what's going on in this series. And you're right. Their last shot is Karis LeVert getting to, quote, his spot, but not a good shot. And now you got to go to overtime. And it also triggered, I believe, a bingo for Greg. Greg, you've been chronicling all the things that lost them the game.
Yeah, I've got 6 things here. First, we got third quarter BS again. The Pistons have outscored the Cavs in 12 of the 20 regulation quarters in this series, and they're down 3-2. Blowing the 9-point lead with 3 minutes left. Part of that is nobody hit a shot in the last 3 minutes of regulation and the overtime, and they had plenty, and they had good looks at him too. The Karis LeVert play to win the game. That is what they ran or got into at the end of the game. Karis LeVert ISO. Arsar fouled. We talked about that. And then the Mitchell OT sequence. 3 steal driving layup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, take your pick. You had a list of 6. I think now we've hit all of them. Almost 4 hours into the show. Zach and Pontiac, you want to make a point? You're on 97.1.
Yes, good morning. I was just I'm going to go rapid fire. I just want to say that Ref is from Ohio. That's super weird. Cade should definitely stop leaving Strus wide open from 3. I know he's probably not doing it on purpose. And then this one's for Detroit. If you want to be mad at Cade, be mad at Cade for going 0 for 8 from 3s last year against the Knicks, when Beasley was literally betting on himself.
I'm sorry, why are we bringing up Cade against the Knicks? Why is that? Why are we blaming Cade against the Knicks today? I'm just done with that phone call. The ref is from Ohio. I mean, Tony Brothers is a Virginia guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Not that I want to go down that rabbit hole.
I don't care
anyway.
where they're from. Somewhere. They're all going to be from somewhere. I don't care. There couldn't be. I mean, that might be. That's on Angel Reese level.
But we did get the text. I don't think you read the Tony Brothers one, did you?
I didn't.
So and that's why he knew it was from Virginia. Somebody texted in, and I fact-checked it. They said, isn't Tony Brothers running for governor? No, he's not running for governor. He's considering running for mayor of Norfolk, Virginia. And somebody tied that to being, this is what you get when you got, refs or slash slimy politicians.
Again, we're making quite a few leaps here.
Oh, wow. That's a stretch on so many levels. Man, I agree with the comment about the politicians, but come on, man. Yeah. That's how I felt at about midnight last night. It was just like, what?
You made it to midnight?
We both did. We were talking about
you went to the game.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I thought you win last night.
I normally go, but an 8 o'clock tip, I said it's going to kill me if I go.
No, it's one of those games, and it goes into overtime, but then you can't just lay your head on the pillow and say, night-night.
Oh, I did.
Oh, did you? I think we're also in a crabby mood for that reason, too. I mean, we get like 4 hours of sleep, roll in after that. That's the first thing you said to me when we walked in today.
Yeah.
You go, it's one thing to stay up late to watch a team win.
Or at least play winning basketball when it matters. Not that one.
Dear John is coming up next. We'll get some life advice courtesy of John Jansen. People have questions. You can send them in dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. It's about a proposal, about their neighbor, and about the swimming pool. It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, Tigers baseball is in full swing, and there's nothing better than a warm night, a great game, and an ice-cold Surfside. It's iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea, super refreshing and perfect for the season. And as a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers, Surfside is right there with you all summer long. Plus, it's only 100 calories, just 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. So it's super easy to sip all game long. The iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Take a break from dwelling on last night's basketball game to get advice from John Jansen.
All right.
DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. Proposal, my neighbor, the pool. We start with the proposal. Dear John, I need help finding a local proposal spot in the area. Looking Rochester, Birmingham, Bloomfield, etc. She prefers a private spot, but I can't find a specific place. I've thought about Cranbrook, others. Doesn't have to be outside, but the timing is summer or early fall. She's also really good at sniffing stuff out. So maybe more important question, how do I ensure she has no idea what's going on before the proposal? Thanks.
So you want a private spot, did they say?
Private spot, yeah.
That makes it a little bit more difficult. You're going to have to, if you want a private spot, you're going to have to go somewhere outside.
I think it means that she doesn't want to be proposed to at like a Tigers game. Like more of,
okay.
There could maybe be other people
like a
maybe
group of
around,
friends. Like
but not.
If you want to try and cover it up, like do you have friends that are couples that you would normally go out to dinner with? There's a lot of really great breweries. And so I'm just going to say, look, like Oakland County, right? That's kind of the area that he's talking about. Find yourself a great brewery and go to dinner or go out to drinks with you and some friends and make the proposal there.
At the restaurant, brewery? I don't know if she doesn't, like, that's too public, I think, for her. If she says she wants private.
It could be fine. He has to.
Right, but if it's not, like Heather said, if it's not at a sporting event or like a mass event where, like the whole section is going to be cheering you on or there's going to be pressure.
There's different levels of private.
Yeah. I kind of like his idea stemming off of Cranbrook. I mean, Meadowbrook is one of my favorite places. It's where I got married. It could be cool to go do a tour of the house. Like, that's how you could sell it. Like, hey, this is really cool. We go do this tour. And then you could go walk the gardens. While there might be people around you, you wouldn't be the focus.
Right.
Could you go off hours or slower time of day?
Well, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, they do big holiday things. Avoid that. But I love Meadowbrook. That's my suggestion.
I'll give you a couple of options downtown, the Detroit Riverfront,
Sure. Yes.
which I think would be awesome.
Agreed.
You could do, but some of it depends on, like, would you not normally go to some of these places, and then all of a sudden you're like, hey, let's go down and walk the riverfront, and then all of a sudden she's going to know something's up. Like the Detroit Institute of Art. Go to the DIA.
Sure.
And, hey, you're walking around, you're looking at whatever they got hanging on the walls, and then you propose, and maybe she's got something that she's into in terms of the art. Maybe you do it there.
Let me tell you, even if she has an idea that it's going to happen, it's not going to make it any less special. I knew that Colin was going to propose. I mean, and most likely you guys have kind of been hinting about it. She might have kind of talked to you about the ring she wants, or she knows it's going to be happening. And I didn't know like exactly how it was going to happen or where, but I did have suspicions that it was most likely going to happen when it did. And it did not make it any less special. It was still amazing. So even if she has an idea that it's going to happen, it's going to be great. All right, the next one, my neighbor. Dear John, I was mowing my lawn last weekend, and because I thought my neighbor was out of town, there was no cars in the driveway, and the lawn was getting kind of gnarly, I did both lawns. So it's my me time. It's kind of when I put on my music, zone out. Anyway, the next day, he knocks on my door upset because he claims he wanted to do no mow May, and also you don't mow another man's lawn. Did I screw up?
No, you didn't screw up. You were doing something nice. And just explain, hey, I thought you were gone. I didn't see any lights on in the house. Your car wasn't in the driveway. I was doing it. So I thought, hey, I would do something nice for my neighbor. I won't do it again. And you can start your no mow May now and just restart the clock. It also doesn't have to be May. It could be June. It could, if you want to make your yard look like crap, then you could start that at any time of the year. The whole no mow May thing is absolutely absurd and dumb.
But the bees.
But the bees, yeah, the pollinators.
Not being serious, but I'm just saying, I do think it's kind of strange. I would be kind of taken aback if somebody just mowed my lawn without telling me. I wouldn't say it's a bad thing, but I would think it's a little strange.
Oh, I would pull in and be like, did my kids actually do something? Like we were gone this weekend, and I told Jack, I'm like, hey, if you want to play baseball this week, you're going to mow the lawn this weekend. And he did. But if I had come home and I wasn't gone for the week and somebody had mowed my yard, hey, I'd be giving high fives. Thank you very much. I'd make cookies.
I was just going to say, that's
for,
how you
for the neighbor.
That's how you show appreciation. Someone else wants to do your yard work for you.
I think you just simply explain, hey, I thought you were gone. I won't do it again.
Yeah.
But the whole, you never mow another man's yard, like, come on, get over yourself.
No May is
This is the
probably one
dumbest
of
thing.
the newest or worst new things in life. You mow the lawn. It's like I think grass may grow faster in May than any other month.
Right? Yeah. April showers.
The bees have always been okay.
Right. And if you want to, if you're worried about the pollinators, plant some flowers. They got something to pollinate all summer long.
It sounds like we're all on the same page with this no mow May. Like I see some lawns in Royal Oak, and I'm like, it just looks lousy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like your one plot of grass isn't saving the bees. Make your house look nice.
Yes, but hey, you're not as a neighbor. You're not you're not socially conscious.
Do you know anybody that participates in this?
Not that I know of.
Not that I call a friend.
Next week, it's Dear Tom.
Last one is the pool. Dear John, where do you stand on peeing in the pool? My girlfriend gets grossed out when I do it, but I told her everybody does. She immediately will leave the pool and won't even look at me. She tells me to grow up, but she's the one that needs to grow up and accept that this is just what happens, right?
Okay, so first question I have, how does she know you're peeing in the pool? Is she looking at your crotch the entire time that you're swimming?
Or is he making it like a scene? Or
Yeah, or are you telling her, oh, I just peed in the pool?
keep it
She
to
just
yourself.
feels that warm spot, John.
Oh. No, you keep it to yourself.
It's gross. Don't pee in the
Right,
pool.
yeah, so-
You're an
so
adult. Get out and go
that-
potty.
No,
that
you can
was
pee in
my
the pool.
first
What? You pee in the pool?
Absolutely.
Heck no, I don't pee in the
are
pool.
lazy.
It is.
Get
It's
your
lazy.
ass out of the pool.
It is lazy.
And go to the bathroom.
Yes.
If you think, hey, I'm gonna put my body in some warm water, I might have to pee, then go pee before you get in the pool. You're not 4 years old.
Even
believe
my
I'm under
4-year-old
attack.
gets out of the pool. So does Brooks when we went to
Yeah.
Florida. I took them back and forth to that bathroom so many times.
You know what? It's a great point because we'll be in the middle of a swimming lesson for Teddy, and he'll come up. I'll be like, dude, what's your problem? I got to go pee.
I gotta go potty. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, let's go to the bathroom. All right. You don't pee in the pool.
No.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the pool and peeing in it and that you don't do it.
Everybody does.
No, they don't.
Oh boy. You do it as a kid.
It's everyone
stop
has
doing
peed
it
in a pool.
when you're an
yes.
adult.
Yeah, when
Yes.
you're 8 years old and you're sitting there, you peeing in the pool, and you're like, I want my buddy to swim by, and then I'm going to tell him that I just peed where he swam.
It's that warm spot.
Yeah, hey, that's when you do it, not as an adult.
No.
I mean, if you're in a lake, go ahead.
Yes, exactly. I was going to ask you. In a lake, it's fine.
Yeah, hell, you don't even have to be swimming. Just go over the side of the boat.
All right.
I
guess
can't
we're giving this guy very different advice then.
Do you pee in the pool on your swinger cruises?
It's a turn on.
Oh no.
How do you know you're available? Well, he peed in the pool.
It's Dear John, 97.1.
Hey, in my career, I've learned a number of things. First, you don't pee in the pool, but that the best results come from making or having the right team in your corner. It's exactly why I love First Merchants Bank. They've been my bank for a number of years now because they do something a lot of big banks have forgotten about. They take the time to actually get to know you. So whether I'm looking for long-term growth or just need a sounding board for a big financial decision, they provide the countersign advice and tailored solutions that actually work for my life. And with First Merchants, I never feel like I'm just another account number. I'm stopping in there again today, got some questions for them, and they make me know that I'm in control, and they give me the tools and the confidence to know I'm making the right choices for myself and for my family's future. It's about peace of mind, knowing your bank is as invested in your success as you are. If you want to feel that same confidence in your financial journey, all you got to do is visit firstmerchants.com to learn how they can help support you and your family as well. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
We got Dear John text to get to, as well as Heather's news. I pee in the pool as well, Mike in West Bloomfield.
Ah.
I officially lost all respect for Costa. Gross. Bill in Whitmore Lake. Costa's so gross. Here, come and swim in my pee. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
It's gross.
It's chlorinated. It's a public pool. What do you think you're getting into?
Well, you know the kids are peeing in there.
There's a body of water. It's going to dissipate.
But there's like an age, I think, when you realize, whoa, I'm an adult. Like, I can get out and go to the bathroom. I feel like it ends at I don't
like
12?
public
I don't know
pools.
what the age is.
I don't like swimming in public pools. I don't even like going to water parks. I do it because I'm a dad. But it grosses me out to know that kids are peeing in there. I had no idea. I had to worry about the adults as well.
I'm going to break some news to you. Adults are peeing in the pool too.
I hope it's not the majority.
Oh, I'm sure they do. I mean, obviously, but people like you, your generation.
One Twitch commenter, one on my side says, if you get out of the pool, you have to dry off before you go inside just to pee. No
Why?
thanks.
Why
Just
are you
pee.
drying off?
You put your flip-flops on.
Yeah, you put flip-flops on. That's a big
Oh, yeah,
rule.
I'm not going to
No, don't go in there barefoot.
No. You put your flip-flops on and you go in there, you pee, and then you go back and jump in the pool.
I guess I'm just so surprised that you're so surprised. Like, this is what happens in public. You know, when you're getting in a public pool, there's
you
pee,
expect
and that's why
that
they
kids
chlorinate
They're
it.
not adults.
But
Not adults.
Adult pee is different than kid pee. It's pee.
No, I just don't expect adults to do it. I expect you to be
yeah.
mature and just
There's
get
a
out.
reason they shock that pool with all kinds of chlorine, and it's a big body of water. You're fine.
I didn't see that one coming today.
There's absolutely no way that Cookies just said that. If you pee in the pool as an adult, you're disgusting. Do you also poop in the shower?
Oh,
no. No, that's...
Did Kramer put a disposal down there?
No, that's not what we're talking about. On a much lighter note, you have the proposal stuff, and people had some suggestions for the guy who's looking to propose. Says Cranbrook has an art museum in a science museum. Possibly go check one of the museums at Cranbrook, walk the grounds, make the proposal in front of a fountain. Couples massage, and then propose after.
It wouldn't be for me, but
Or maybe propose and then do the couples massage.
All oiled up.
And then because you're like so relaxed afterward. I don't know. I mean, it's not.
if you're looking to increase your odds, you want to relax her, then yeah, sure.
No better spot to propose in the fall than a corn maze or an apple orchard. Bobby in Commerce.
That's cute. Like you could go and that's an activity. You could go apple picking.
Yeah.
Propose in front of LCA in June. Nobody's there. I have a Dear Heather question. Would it be corny to propose at a sporting event like a Tiger game where it's on the board? Would you have been happy if Colin proposed that way?
It's not corny at all if that's what type of proposal your girlfriend, future fiance would want.
Right.
It's not what I would have wanted, but I've been part of one. Like at Tigers games, even when I hosted some Wings games, I was part of those. And it was super cute, and they were the couple was really into it. But you have to know that that's what your girl would
Don't
want.
put her in a position if you're like, I don't know if she'd like this or not. Just err on the side that I don't think this is going to be the right move.
It can be super cute, and if she's really into the Tigers and that's what she would like, go for it.
Yeah, okay, maybe it's your
not
first
corny if
date,
that's
or
what she
your.
wants.
Let's say it was you guys met at a game, or your first date, or you guys have season tickets, or I don't know. But even then, like Kelsey loves hockey, I would never propose at a game. I feel like you put them in a really awkward spot in front of everybody,
Now,
pressuring a yes.
At the Tigers, they do not air them on the video board. Pause will go over and can even be part of it with like the ball, and it will say, "Will you marry me?" But they don't actually air them the full proposal on the screen.
So who are you saying yes to?
So
Pause or?
So yeah, like there'll be people there. The energy, well, they're not called the Energy Squad anymore. Whatever they're called now, the Rally Cats will be there. It's fun, but it's not broadcast on the screen. The Wings, when I took part, did.
Yeah.
It was on the video board. Yeah.
Sometimes it's awkward.
I think they're all awkward, but again, people could do what they want.
I could tell you where not to propose. Any public pool that Cookies has been swimming in.
Yeah.
Cookies is acting like he's in the majority when he's not. He's dead wrong. Most adults act like adults. Cookies, that's strike 2. John and Heather act like they've never peed in a pool. Please give me a break. Hashtag perfect people.
I said everyone has peed in a pool.
Says there's 2 kinds of people in this world. People who pee in
But not
pools
as an
and
adult.
liars. Joe in Plymouth.
Not as an adult. There's no need.
No.
get to Heather.
There is a bathroom nearby or a tree nearby.
You're standing in a bathroom. Let's get to Heather with the news.
No.
Whether you know it or not, John.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Hey, Savannah Banana is going to be trading the baseball field for the dance floor. Second baseman Jackson Olsen will be competing for the Mirabal Trophy on Dancing with the Stars. Seems fitting, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've never actually really seen them, but don't they kind of dance?
Yeah, that's their whole thing.
Yeah. So anyway, he was on Good Morning America on Wednesday, and he said that when he was a kid, he never would have thought any of this was possible. He said he was a really shy kid, never danced, never put himself out there, never entertained, but that kind of happened later in life. He found a passion for it, and boom, there he goes. He's going to be on Dancing with the Stars, so good luck to him.
Go ahead.
Okay. World Cocktail Day was celebrated yesterday, so if you missed it, I mean, never too late to celebrate. Go for it today if you'd like. And you might want to enjoy a Long Island iced tea because according to a new survey, America's favorite mixed drink is the Long Island iced tea.
It's got a little bit of everything.
Apparently so. It was the top drink in 11 states. Unfortunately, I actually couldn't find what Michigan's favorite drink was in this specific survey. Well, I Googled it, and it was the Moscow Mule. Not necessarily according to this survey, but in general.
It's popular, yeah.
The Mojito came in second, and then the Moscow Mule was third. Fourth place was the Spicy Margarita.
Huh. None of them on my list.
Really?
Yours is like a Jack and Coke?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mine is much very simple. I like a vodka Sprite, splash of cranberry.
Yeah. I will take an old
That's all I
fashioned.
drink. I mean, I'll have a cocktail, but I like very simple things.
John, consider me shocked that you drink an old fashioned.
Right.
A Michigan woman was arrested and then rushed to the hospital after she stole a bottle of wine and hid it inside a body cavity, according to police.
Oh.
What are your options?
Year-old woman was allegedly caught drinking a bottle of wine in a Traverse City liquor store without paying for it. Then she returned the next day and grabbed a bottle of Chardonnay. Sounds like the employees tried to catch her, tried to stop her, and they did find her, but they couldn't find
the bottle disappeared? Wow, that's quick.
The woman was taken to jail, and that's when it was found inside an unnamed bodily orifice.
Wow. I mean, for it to happen that quickly.
I know.
Certainly not the first time.
She was charged with 2 counts of retail fraud and 1 count of smuggling and trespassing.
Hide it! Hide it quick!
A bridge over I-696 in Oakland County will be closed next week for about 2 months. So just brace yourself. It sounds like it's not going to be a huge interruption. It's a section of Greenfield Road at the border of Southfield and Oak Park. Will be out of service starting at 7 a.m. on Monday as crews begin to work to improve the overpass. MDOT says that tens of thousands of motorists do use this road daily, but notes that drivers are going to be able to just turn onto the service drive and do a turnaround so they can still make their way along Greenfield Road. You just can't go straight through the intersection. The exit ramps right there to Greenfield from I-696 have already been closed. So it's all part of the Restore the Ruther campaign. So there you have it.
Love it. More construction. Heather with the news.
Yes. What we learned on the show today. Gator, do you pee in pools?
Do I what?
Do you pee in pools?
No.
Thank you. You're an adult.
I am an adult.
Do you pee in pools?
No.
You're an adult.
Is somebody...
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. And
not
active.
like constantly or like all the time.
I'm constantly peeing. Who constantly pees?
But don't act surprised.
You just mean consistently.
Yeah.
You don't think that's what's going on in public pools?
Kids, you're disgusting.
I think kids might be doing it.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, that was absolutely heartbreaking last night at LCA. And there's a lot of layers to what happened, and culpabilities and blame and things that you can control and things that you can't control. But when it's all said and done, the Pistons are down 3-2. Many people think the series is over. The intestinal fortitude, the championship DNA, the things you have to go through to grow as a team. What you hope to be a champion includes adversity, and it includes moments like this. It is as challenging as being down 3-1. It's as challenging as being down 3-2 and down 24 points in the third quarter. But now a gut-wrenching home loss where Detroit didn't take care of business. Cleveland did. Other mitigating factors played a role. And Scott, here we sit with a test that I don't know that they can pass. I don't know that they can recover from what happened last night. That was a gut-wrenching loss.
Well, they can absolutely recover from it, but will they is a different story. I don't know. It was interesting after the game. I went down and caught the tail end of Bickerstaff's press conference, and then Danis Jenkins came out. And Danis Jenkins, the way he was talking, it wasn't like he was uber confident, but he also didn't seem like he was uber down. Like, sometimes you could see teams they look defeated. Right. He didn't look that way. It was just like, we have to be better. There are things we can do to be better. And even when pressed with harder questions about the 9-point lead, and you only had a couple minutes left when he had the 9-point lead, and watching that erode away, it's like, and that's not good. But we just have to be better. We know we can be better. And I think there is still a quiet confidence with this team. And I certainly hope that there is, because if there isn't, then they have no shot. But they do have a shot. Things are against them. For sure, Cleveland's undefeated at home in the playoffs, but you're undefeated until your first loss. So they got to take care of their business tomorrow night. But last night was criminal. What happened at the end of the game?
Let's get to that later. Let's first talk about the Pistons' culpability.
How about this? We start off with the fact that Duncan Robinson didn't play, that he was scratched from the lineup.
And it's a big deal.
It is, because it forces, we talk about change, and is there going to be a panic change in the lineup? Are we going to see Paul Reed start and Jalen Duren on the bench? No, that didn't happen, although Paul Reed played the entire fourth quarter in the overtime, and Jalen Duren did not play a minute. But you saw Danis Jenkins in the starting lineup in place of Duncan Robinson. And Danis was pretty good last night for the most part. There were maybe a quarter and a half where you really didn't notice him, but he contributed early to help get them that lead and get the confidence, get the crowd going, and he contributed late as well. But I mean, it starts there. You're already against it because your best shooter on the floor, the guy you're counting on to knock down open 3-point shots, is not available to you, and Herder's available. Herder didn't play much. I don't think he took a shot at look at the box score, but
he did not.
So it's already, to start things off, it's not ideal.
So when you don't have, and starting from the beginning, when you don't have Duncan, that takes away a player that has gravity on that end of the floor, in that he has to be accounted for. The Cavs do not want to leave him open. Duncan Robinson his role on this team is to make life easier on Cade Cunningham. We've talked at great length about how the 3-point shooters, when they're on the perimeter, they can't stack up as much against Cade because that leaves a vulnerability there. And your 3-point shooter, even if they're one screen away from being wide open, if they're going to run a double team at Cade and guard Duncan, that means somebody's unguarded. That player goes and sets a screen for Duncan, and Duncan comes wide open. Cade gets him the ball, and he hits a 3. It's a player that needs to be accounted for on the offensive end of the floor. And when he's not there, everybody's job gets harder. I'm not going to whine about it. It's good luck and bad luck. And they had some good luck in that Mo Wagner didn't play in some games in round one and not having Duncan, Franz Wagner, not having Duncan in that game is some bad luck. Still had a damn good chance to win the game. Still had a damn good chance to overcome that. And Danis played fine.
Yeah, he was very good.
But he doesn't command the defensive attention that Duncan does.
It's a different kind of attention. The attention he commands is when he drives to the lane, that team collapses, all right? Because he does like to take it to the rack. There were a couple instances there where he almost brought the house down with dunks.
Mm-hmm.
One of them was called back because they said there was a foul committed before he started flying through the air.
Right.
And the other one, he just, tried for a monster windmill that bounced out. But Pistons got the ball back and they turned it into a 3-point shot, if I'm not mistaken. So it worked out. But he gets different attention. But the spacing is what you want. Because that's what when you're watching as a Pistons fan and you see other teams do what they do, I don't know if it's just, maybe it's because we're so invested in it with our team, but it feels like every 3-point shot that's taken is uncontested. And
for other teams?
Yeah, the other teams when they're taking it. Like Cleveland's taking all these 3-point shots, and fortunately they're not a very good shooting team because all these shots are wide open. And you ask yourself, why are these shots wide open? Is Cleveland just that good at passing the ball around and sharing the basketball to get it to the open guy? Are they that good at setting screens? Or what is it? But fortunately, like I said, they're not a great shooting team, so they're not knocking them all down. Otherwise, this wouldn't even be close. But it was close. Strus ends up with 20 points. He's 6 for 8 from 3.
Yep.
But as
Mobley
a team,
hits a massive 3-pointer.
Yeah, it's the enormity of when they make them. The volume guys, James Harden was 3 for 10. That's nothing special. Donovan Mitchell was 1 for 8.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good. As a team, they shot 40%. Why? Strus was 6 of 8.
Yep. And look, as far as the stuff the Pistons can control, there are careless moments that need to get tied up. I go back and forth with Cade because people think Cade is careless and he comes across that way. But let's keep in mind Cade's style of play. When Cade is on, we always talk about how effortless he makes it look. That he is smooth. He is the speed of the game. He's dictating the speed of the game.
He's the shape of water.
But when he gets ripped in overtime by Strus, it looks careless, but that's just Cade's style of play, right? Cade makes everything look effortless, but when it goes bad, it makes it look like he's not trying, right? And, we can talk about what the NBA is encouraging Cade to do is when Strus reaches in, Cade, you have to remember you have just been shot at point-blank range and flail yourself into the first row of stands because that's what the NBA is rewarding.
Oh, are they? I didn't notice that last time.
And you talk about how you were disappointed in me for not hating Strus.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hate players for being good. I hate players for rule manipulation and being obnoxious. Those are the two things that drive me nuts. James Harden manipulates the game, and if Cleveland advances, then we all get to see Harden and Brunson not run into each other and fall down. And it's getting carried away because I'm getting into the stuff that we can't control. The stuff we can control, Cade is the centerpiece. He's going to do great things in this league. He's 24. It's his second time in the playoffs. He has to get better with the basketball. And he probably needs to the Pistons probably need to take some heavy lifting off his plate. And this isn't new analysis, but it is something that, they have to get right moving forward. And the other thing now is it is panic time. And I think panic time manifests and panic time because they're running out of time waiting for Jalen Duren. And last night it felt like they ran out of time because Paul Reed got all the key minutes in the fourth quarter and overtime. And it's at this point it's appropriate because they're waiting for Jalen Duren. Jalen Duren went from being an exceptionally good player to an average-ish player, but he's helping you at one end of the floor, and he's doing enough to warrant some time on the court So now he's a below average player the last 2 games. And they can't wait for him. Like, the best case scenario is that Duren returns to all-star form and leads this team to an NBA championship. They can't wait around any longer, can they?
No, they can't. And there were a lot of strange things last night, a lot of wild lineups that they had out there, and you're trying to find things that work. We saw Marcus Sasser out there. Okay, he acquitted himself just fine, and Herter was actually out there for a couple minutes, not many, but a couple. You mentioned that the Paul Reed got to play the entire fourth quarter and the entire overtime, and Jalen Duren was benched. I mean, Isaiah Stewart didn't play a whole ton in that game. Ron Holland didn't see a single minute. Just some
There's a lot that goes into rotation decisions, but the one that's getting less and less debate is Jalen Duren at this point. You can't. I understand wanting him to return and giving him. He's going to work his way through this. Blah blah blah. The season's on the brink here.
Yeah,
they can't wait any longer.
You're in an elimination game again, but this is nothing new.
It's not new. No, they played 3 of these already. This postseason. We'll get into the stuff that they can't control today at 10:30, but we're talking about what the Pistons can control.
So you got to bite your tongue for another 20 minutes.
Well, then I think Detroit's going to go nuclear, but that's not the only storyline.
It's not.
No, but we'll get to it at 10:30. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
If you're looking at your home and realizing it's time for a new roof, windows, or siding, the biggest hurdle is usually finding someone that you can actually trust. That's why you need to call Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. With over 30 years of service right here in Michigan, Shaner has built a reputation that's frankly unmatched. We're talking about a 4.9-star Google rating backed by thousands of homeowners. You don't get those kinds of numbers by accident. You get them by doing the job right every single time. Because they're local, family-owned business, they skip the high-pressure sales tactics. They don't need any of that. They provide a true, honest assessment of your home's needs. And when the job's done, you're protected by a lifetime transferable warranty. While other companies are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner stays committed to our community. They are here to stay. When you're ready for quality, you can count on absolutely Shaner Roofing. Visit mymichiganroof.com and get the 5-star treatment your home deserves at mymichiganroof.com.
We're talking about the stuff the Pistons can control to open the show. We'll get to the stuff that they can't control at 10:30. One of the things they can control, and I think this cost them the game as much as anything when you get into the minutia of the 9-point lead that they had with under 3 minutes to go that they weren't able to hang on to, is I give Cleveland some credit for this, and I give blame to Detroit and to JB Bickerstaff. I thought Cleveland dictated the shots that Detroit took. Cade took a very challenged baseline, high degree of difficulty, fadeaway 18-footer. Outside of that, they were getting backed into long three-pointers. They had a shot clock violation. LeVert took that shot. I thought the Pistons didn't get the shots they needed to close out regulation to stop the 9-0 run that forced overtime. And I really was disappointed in their offensive execution there. And, things are made harder when you don't have Duncan Robinson on the floor, not because you expect him to hit a three, but because he has to be accounted for, which makes it easier on the other four. But unfortunately, that is something that they needed to be better at. And quite frankly, they didn't execute on the offensive end at the end of that game.
No, they didn't. It was very disappointing. I think Tobias Harris, I was a little disappointed with him. Would he have 3 points in the second half or 3 points after the third quarter? That was disappointing. 6 of 19 shooting is not a good night for Tobias, and I think that's out of whack. That's not like him. That's not what we've seen. We've seen very steady Tobias, 22 points a game in the playoffs, and pretty good shooting from it. But that was just a wild night for him. And it's unfortunate for the Pistons because they needed that secondary guy to spring up, and Danish Jenkins did that for the most part. But I'm also expecting Danish Jenkins to step up anyway because he's getting plenty of minutes in the playoffs, and he hadn't shown up in the first two or the last two games of the series, and we're 35 seconds into the game, and he's already got more points in the first 35 seconds of this game than he had in the previous two combined. Mm-hmm. But you're expecting him to show up. So they needed to have Tobias last night. I'm not blaming it all on him. There's plenty of blame to go around. Yeah. But, it's just one of those instances where, okay, no Duncan Robinson. Everybody else is going to have to do their part. And it was unfortunate because obviously Jalen Duren was disappointing. And it just the way the things worked out. Karis LeVert played 24 minutes but ended up with 7 points. Mm-hmm. He had 24 points the other night in like 30 minutes. So I don't think they're done. I would imagine that they're down, but I don't think they're like, oh, we can't win. I think they're pissed.
Well, they should be.
They should be really pissed.
They should
Cultivate
be mad,
that feeling.
Mad at themselves and mad at outside forces. We'll get to the outside forces at 10:30.
But be plenty mad at yourself. You have a 9-point lead late in the game. You got to close it out.
It's JB's job right now to handle the outside forces. And then behind closed doors, it's the Pistons' job to address in-house. Hey, Duren, we might not be able to play you.
Well, it's on JB. JB's got both ends of it, right? He's the head coach. He's got
publicly. Publicly, he needs to get on that podium and start working the refs right now. But getting carried away. Let's go to Jerry in South Lyon. Hi, Jerry.
Hey, guys, listen, I'm going to say it. I don't blame JB. He did what he needed to do to control the game. He benched JD. He should have benched JD. JD has been ineffective for this entire playoff run. I don't know where his head is or if he's injured or what's going on with him, but Duren has got to step up. This is something we can control. Players play, coaches make those decisions. JD has got to step up and get his head in the game. Every man on the court in the game last night came out fired up except for one, and he got benched. That's the way it should have gone.
Jerry, I don't disagree with you at all. I keep waiting to hear the under. I cannot believe he's not hurt. It would explain a lot, and if it was a rather significant injury he's trying to play through, because otherwise I have no idea what happened to this man. And let's be clear, he was a man in the regular season.
Yes.
He was an absolute force to be reckoned with.
A deserving all-star.
And even if you're not that in the postseason, he's not even right now a shadow of that. It is the only thing that plausibly
Significant on the
feels
court right now.
It's killing him. And yeah, they've reached the point where they can't wait around for him to snap out of it.
He's playing like the backup center. That's what he's playing like.
Yep.
And if that's what he was, I'd say, okay, that's fine. But that's not who he is.
And it's not who they need him to be.
No. Kitek has this on Twitch, which I think is very astute. Bickerstaff should have played Stewart more. He was making his shots and getting under the Cavs' skin. They needed him down the stretch. Now, you're looking for minutes for people, and I get it. And that was, I like the part because he's right. He got under their skin, and he did knock down the shots.
Picked up the technical on Tyson.
Yeah, and he only played 11 minutes.
Kang, your thoughts on what the Pistons can control?
Listen, guys who play and don't play, I feel like that's all hindsight type stuff. Like, Stewart should have played more, or Duren should have sat earlier. The fact of the matter is, things that they can control is what we're talking about. They had a 9-point lead with less than 3 minutes left. So whatever happened before that happened, okay? They had a 9-point lead with less than 3 minutes left. Now you can really control. It's a controlled environment now. You know what I mean? It's the end of the game. You know what you have. You know what's left. You know the foul situation. You know the timeout situation. Down the stretch, the Pistons could not generate a bucket. It's because no one else could help Cade Cunningham. They were basically they were like, you know what? Anyone can beat us on this team, not Cade Cunningham. They basically doubled him as soon as he got past half court. They did. This is where JB, and I've criticized JB before. I think overall he's a great coach. I'm glad they extended him. But there are certain times where I don't know if it's JB or just the execution with the players. So I'm not going to just give blame to one, over the other. It's probably a combination of both. They have to find a way to score when the ball gets out of Cade Cunningham's hands. Now, sometimes this is a make or miss thing. Like Tobias Harris hit that open three, right? The other one was Paul Reed dribbled it right into Evan Mobley and got a shot blocked. Yep. When you get the ball there, they are rotating. They're short a man. They have two men on Cade Cunningham. Asar needs to be available on the baseline for a lob or a drop off or the kick out to Tobias, where, like I said, that did happen earlier where he has hit a shot. They have to figure out what to do. And I think JB actually said it after the game. When they're doubling Cade like that, when they're getting the ball out of his hands in crunch time, how do you get a bucket? How do you get a good look? And that's what the Pistons could have controlled, and they didn't get any buckets at the end. In fact, they got 2 turnovers and missed shots.
Offensive execution in the last 3 minutes of the game was brutal.
Yeah, and that's what they can control, and they didn't control that very well.
They did not get shots they wanted to get.
And then, people are saying, you want to run the clock down? They literally had shot clock violations, and not the ones they wanted. I mean, you want to run it down and get a shot off, but their execution at the end of the game was just terrible. Everyone at this point, you got to know they want the ball out of Cade's hand. They're going to double him, and they're going to make you find somebody else to beat them. You got to design and draw something up better, and you got to execute.
248-539-9797. All right, we're going to get to stuff that they can't control. And there was a lot in that game last night. They can try to control it, but they really have no control over the whistles. We'll get to that at 10:30 here on 97.1.
Hey, you want your beautiful green lush lawn? Of course you do. And now it's just a beautiful day out there. There's not a cloud in the sky. Sun is shining. We've had plenty of rain. We're still going to get the rain, and it's going to help out your lawn. But it's all going to be for naught if you don't call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, and you know how it goes. You save money when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You get the early bird discount. Natural Way's been serving Michigan since 1990. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. You guys have heard me talking about them for like a dozen years. I love Natural Way. They've been at my house, and my lawn looks great. If you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every summer, great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program. And at Natural Way, they offer the full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. Fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control, and so much more. You've got to start early for the best results because it's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one later on. For a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. Call now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
I think we showed great restraint today here because the number one talking point on Get Up when they showed the highlight package this morning was the officiating. It was the number one talking point. And in every town in America, every talk show host is prone to homerism, and we are no different. Everybody is prone to homerism. However, when it is outside, I seek outside counsel, Scott.
Yeah.
And you look for opinions that aren't rooted in Detroit. And what are other people saying about
fair.
what happened last night?
I think that's fair and wise of you to do that.
Yep. And
they're probably saying something different.
You wonder, is your team truly a victim? Or are you seeing it through your colored glasses? And I say half seriously and half jokingly on this show, if we don't speak on our own behalf, who will? But there appears to be more of a consensus that brutal calls and no calls probably cost the Pistons their best chance to win that game. It did cost the Pistons their best chance to win that game. As much as their own incompetence, as much as Cleveland's competence, officiating incompetence, the Pistons were victims of it. Ryan Russillo last night regarding James Harden. You knew it was coming. Run the shot clock down. Bend yourself in half and see if it works again. Skip Bayless. I hate quoting Skip. I'm going to do it, though. I'm going to do it.
All right.
One uncalled foul at the end of regulation. One phantom foul called when Harden was trapped against the sideline. Refs up 3-2. Louis Riddick. James Harden flopping around on the ground like that after trying to con the refs into calling a foul is such an effing joke. It's so bad. As much as I love watching basketball, that S is so tiring and old. Shannon Sharp. No way could officials give Harden that call while missing an obvious trip in regulation.
Football players are pissed.
Football players are
I don't want to
pissed.
make football players angry.
You heard P.J. Tucker there. P.J. Tucker was a teammate of James Harden's in Philly and in Houston, I believe. They were teammates. And on Get Up, he had more to say about it, and you'll hear it. That was brutal last night, okay? It was brutal. And Detroit indeed are victims. Shabath had the stat. The free throw disparity the last three games is 100-54. Now, Detroit fouls a lot. They do, okay?
Fair enough.
That's 2-1 free throws to Cleveland as opposed to Detroit. And that has happened, according to Shabath, 11 times in the NBA playoff history. But the foul disparity is 78-48. That has never happened.
That's ridiculous.
That's the worst ever in 3 games. So the message that we're getting from the NBA right now is that Detroit has just committed the greatest foul disparity in 3 games of NBA playoff history. Detroit is over the top. That's the message we're getting back. The other message we're getting back is flopping works.
It does. I mean, it certainly works with Harden. He's been doing it his entire career, and he's got it down. It's remarkable how one can jump straight up in the air if they're behind the arc and it's contested, but land on their side every time. Every time. There was a point where Tobias Harris had 5 fouls last night. I think it was in overtime. And he's now one-on-one with Harden. And I'm watching and going, well, Harden's going to foul bait. He's going to get Tobias to foul out here, and that's going to suck. And he tried his damnedest. He's crossing over, and then the step back. Here goes the 3, and Tobias is there, but he doesn't foul him. And Harden comes down on his side as if he was just, destroyed there
For no reason.
and
just
of course,
fell.
and he's looking for the foul, and I'm like, I can't believe they actually didn't call it on that one because they've been calling it all night. And Tobias gets to play the rest of this game because he could have fouled out because that guy is so unethical with his shot selection and scoring. It's unbelievable. I can't believe they allow this to happen time and time again. And then there was the rare occasion that a Piston player would complain about when they themselves are taking the shot. There's contact and nothing. Pistons get called for all the offensive fouls when it comes to trying to get through a screen. Somebody, they'll have, or when they're setting a screen. It was Isaiah Stewart earlier in the series or whomever later in the series. They set the pick. Strus goes down like a ton of bricks. He throws his head back. His arms go. The man bun is flying like crazy, and they automatically call a foul. Pistons run into a screen. There's clear contact. They get knocked away and nothing. I don't like complaining about officiating. I hate it. I hate complaining about officiating. But the disparity is insane. The numbers you just gave for the series, I'm glad you did that and did the heavy math there. I had some math myself, but yours is better.
Update Kid did it.
Well, I'm glad Update Kid did it because it was gross. 31 of 38 from the free throw line was Cleveland last night. The Pistons were 18 of 20. 26 fouls for the Pistons compared to 16 for Cleveland. You can't watch that game and tell me that that's how it should have gone. But worst of all, is it all the foul baiting that's going on that you're allowing Cleveland to get away with. When the last shot goes off in regulation and the rebound comes out and Asar is going to chase it down and then gets tripped, then stepped on with one leg and then the other. Was it Jared Allen?
It was Jared Allen.
And there's no call on a clear foul at the end of regulation that would have sent Asar Thompson to the free throw line with 2 shots and a chance just to make one to win it. He's not the greatest free throw shooter in the world. There was no guarantee that the Pistons would have won it, but they should have had that opportunity, and it was stolen from him. It was criminal last night what happened. To allow Harden to get away with what he was doing and then to just swallow the whistle, turn your back, nope, that's incidental contact. Come on.
Kang?
Gator, like you, and I think like everybody, no one wants to talk about officiating. No one wants to blame officiating.
No.
But you can't ignore the blatant miscall at the end of the game. And there's calls leading up to that point, too, that you've pointed out. The foul disparity in the last 3 games, you don't even have to watch the last 3 games. If you just showed me that stat, I'd be like, oh my God, the Pistons are mauling the Cavs. They must be beating them down. With their elbows? Are they, body slamming them? No.
Shank?
No one sees that during this series. But then you look at the free throws, you're like, oh my God, why are they getting so called for so many fouls? I hate doing this, but it is like Detroit versus everybody. It is. Go back to game 4 of last year against the Knicks when Tim Hardaway got clearly fouled in the corner.
Yeah.
This has happened last year, and it's happening again. By the way, Asar Thompson dribbled the ball twice, at least once, if not twice. He had possession. You cannot trip a man when he's dribbling up the court, incidental or not. That's a foul, clear as day. Dennis Schroeder launched himself into the front to the baseline at one point, and they called a foul.
We found the Schroeder play where he is. It looked like he fell off a surfboard.
It looked like Uncle Phil threw Jazzy Jeff out of the house. It did. That's what Schroeder, are you kidding? All Asar Thompson did was move his feet. And by the way, I do want to go back to, I think the Pistons lost the game when they couldn't hold on to the lead with 3 minutes left.
We
opened with that for a reason.
But aiding in their loss was how the foul calls were going against them and not for them. Do you remember how the Cavs tied the game, Gator? It was on 2 free throws from Evan Mobley on a bullcrap call from Tobias Harris. Yeah. That was the softest call ever. And you want to talk about don't let the refs decide the game. That was within a minute of the game left, and he called a foul on that. And by the way, just to go back to the screen things, you bring up the screens. Sam Merrill doesn't know how to set a screen without hugging a guy. Are they going to call that ever?
I don't know.
He just literally hugs a dude.
I said it yesterday. These guys are literally hugging players on the floor, and nothing's happening. And it's all so annoying. And when you watch, Harden has this reaction, it's like that involuntary reaction you have when you're just hanging out and then you feel like some bug drop on your back and you go, hey! He shoots the ball and does that every time. I don't know why the officials want to look so stupid. Well, how stupid do you really want to look? Because allowing this to happen,
it's embarrassing.
It is.
And I do not, I want to say this for the record, and I've decided that I've planted the flag here. And because Kang put me in a moral and ethical. He put me in a moral and ethical quandary.
We got a new word.
It's a moral situation. I do not want the Pistons to capitulate and start flopping. I don't. When Strus stripped the ball at Cade in overtime, it's a great play by Strus. All Cade had to do was flop.
I feel like if I'm JB Bickerstaff, I'm going to talk to the officials before the game, and I'm going to say, look, we certainly hope you call a fair game here, but if we see that they're getting rewarded for their flopping, I'm going to tell my guys to be demonstrative when there's any contact whatsoever. Now, we're not going to fake like nobody was touched, but when there is contact, you're going to know about it. If that's what it takes, if that's what we have to do to even things up, we'll do it. We don't want to do it because we're a morally developed basketball team.
All right. We held off, but it's not a Detroit topic. It was a nationwide topic.
And yes, they should have closed things out with a 9-point lead.
No question.
2 minutes and something
they
seconds
need to
left
focus
to go.
on fixing better offensive sets at the end of games when Cade's getting double teamed, when Duncan Robinson isn't on the floor. We will talk to the people next. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, here we are in May, and you've got a decision to make. Do you want your home to be a sanctuary, or do you want to be hot like a sauna? Now, before the first real heat wave hits, and it's coming soon, make sure that your home is ready to keep you cool. Don't be the person waiting a week for a repair during the July rush. Do what I did and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling ahead of time. Whether it's a precision AC tune-up to keep your energy bills low, or getting that pool boiler firing so the kids can finally jump in. These guys are the local pros. From keeping your basement dry to keeping your living room crisp, they've got you covered. Visit them online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
That's PJ Tucker talking more about the end of regulation when Asar's foul did not get called. And look, that was one of those, for Cleveland, it would have been a real bummer to be 70 feet from the hoop, chasing after a loose ball, commit a loose ball foul, and give up free throws.
With less than 2 seconds.
But it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And, that the panel on ESPN, and they led with this, to be clear. We did not lead with this, but they led with this when they started talking about the game. It was the officiating at the end. And it's pretty much unanimous.
Because I didn't watch any of this. Did they talk about Harden and the foul baiting as well, or was it just
less about that? Their big focus was on the missed call at the end of regulation. I read the tweets, though, the national tweets from the people that many of them work for ESPN, some don't, The Ringer, etc., Fox, who were more saying you can't not call that at the end of regulation, then call Harden kicking a player on a 3-point attempt and say that he's earned 3 free throws there.
So the NBA is supposed to let us know today when they do the reviews of the final 2 minutes and everything like that. Give their thoughts, I should say, as to if the call was done correctly. Do you anticipate that the NBA will say that there should have been a foul at the end of the game?
No.
You think they're going to back it up and say there was incidental? They thought it was incidental contact, and we back that up?
Yep.
Kane, do you think they're going to back it up, or you think they're going to call them out and say, no, there should have been a foul?
No, I think they'll back up what Brothers basically told the pool report last night. The same thing, incidental contact, which, by the way, just because I know we're going to get this, anyone that says you can't let the refs decide, the game at the end, what are they supposed to do, not call fouls at the end of the game?
Yeah.
That doesn't make no sense
I
to
hate
me.
it. And I get that you don't want the referees to make the decision. You don't want it to, but if you have to call, you got to call.
A foul is a foul.
Of course that's it. Yeah. It's like in hockey. Oh, they swallow the whistle in overtimes. No, don't swallow the whistle. If that's a hook, it's a hook. If it's a hook in the first period, it's a hook in triple overtime.
The only reason he didn't even call it, I'm convinced, is because it was at the end of the game and he didn't want to go to the foul line.
Let's go to Jeff on 97.1. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, guys. How are you today?
What's up?
Yeah, exactly. I feel like the Academy Award should go to James Harden. I mean, it's like watching, it's not even NBA anymore. It's watching the JFK film over and over, watching the Zapruder film and hearing Kevin Costner say, back and to the left, back and to the left. As soon as they have contact, they're flopping on the floor. It's gotten worse than soccer.
Well, it is worse than soccer because America cares a lot more about this, and it's. I don't know if that's where the genesis of all of this comes from, but it's, a couple of years ago I came on the air and I talked about how much I couldn't stand watching Trae Young. I jumped Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Oklahoma City Thunder for their histrionics, their parkour that they do on their ability to, spatial awareness is elite with them to be able to pull off what they pull off, and it's the number one complaint that I think I'm not alone. People have about the NBA, and it was funny because Jeff, we had that player poll last week about what would you change if you were the commissioner of the NBA. Not one player said they'd address flopping that we saw. There was the top 10 answers, and yep.
It's not just James Harden. It's Jalen Brunson. It's SGA. It's Trae Young. This is the way the NBA has decided to go. Then I'm done. I mean, it's not watching a sport of basketball anymore. It's like
the Pistons don't play as much that way, and I don't want them to capitulate. But Rob in Grand Rapids, you're next. Hi, Rob.
Hey, guys.
What's
So
up?
he brought up my point about soccer. Adam Silver is trying to make this league into soccer with the NBA Cup. Do you think there's any kind of correlation with him coming into the league, becoming the commissioner, and then this is kind of the way that the league is going? It doesn't really seem like, there's any end to it.
I can't imagine, Rob, that there's a conscious effort from Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, to say, "Hey, let's get flopping going." That's exciting. But I mean, it's happening for sure. It's there, and they're not doing anything about it yet. Will he do something about it? That's a question, because it's becoming an epidemic.
Well, and I'm not saying maybe there's a conscious effort, but there's definitely not a conscious they're not deterring it. There's no, it just seems like it's just getting worse and worse. Last night was egregious. I was so upset when the whole thing with Asar happened. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I don't know if there's something with Detroit, like King said, Detroit versus everybody, but it just, man, it feels, I don't want to sound like a little kid, a toddler not getting his popsicle, but it just feels unfair.
Well, look, Rob, we got the following tweet. Somebody tweeted us. Michael said, 4 hours of Doug and Gator crying about the refs. Their show should be sponsored by Tampax. And I'm like, this was the lead story on Get Up. This was the lead story. Like, ESPN did the highlight package, and then they had 4 commentators talking about the officiating. So if you think in Detroit we're going to ignore it, Michael, you're sadly mistaken. Like, this is a it's a national story.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think that I can accept the non-call if they hadn't called everything else, right? Like if they weren't going to bite on the foul baiting that Harden was doing, if they didn't bite on any of that, and then they swallow the whistle on that play at the end, I could probably convince myself to say, all right, well, they called it pretty loose the whole game. That would make sense why they wouldn't call it at the end. But that's not the case. How many times did Harden have? What, three free throw trips to the line in this game? At least 2, and he had 1 in the previous game. I mean, that's what he's doing, and good for his team. Gets his team back in the game or gets his team in a position to win because he's doing it. But it's horrible. It's a horrible look, and it's worse for the officials because they're the ones that are buying it.
Drew's in his car and next on 97.1. Hello, Drew.
Worse enabling.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Dude, thank you for bringing this up and actually admitting it, because it sounds like we're crying, but it's the reality. Like, you look at the 78 to 48 foul differential, it's a trend, right? This isn't just one game. And it so happens to be when they're down, when they're down 2-0. So it makes you wonder on that. But if you look in the last 2 minutes of that game last night, there was one foul called, and it was on Tobias for like an inadvertent bump on Mobley with 45 seconds left. That tied the game. That foul to me was unbelievable compared to any of the other contact. And I don't know how it's legal to have Strus just 2-hand hip check Cade up and down the court and then let that go and call these, Schroeder falling in. I mean, the Harden stuff gets the most press because it's so, crazy how he kicks his legs out 3 feet in front. But I mean, the trend is there, and to not talk about it is really bad reporting, honestly.
It's amazing the disparity of what they will allow from, they'll allow hard contact with players up and down the court. But if Danis Jenkins rests his hand for a split second on the hip of James Harden before he's going to take a 3-point shot, that's a foul?
100%.
Like, he's not pushing him with it. It's literally hand checking on his hip, and then he takes it off, and Harden falls back and gets the call?
It's not consistent, Gator, and that's one of my biggest issues. And that's why I bring up the Detroit versus everybody, because it happens so often. Why does our local team always get the short end of stick, it seems like? And I brought back up last year in the playoffs, Tim Hardaway Jr. That's a completely different team, different player. And they didn't get the blatant call. And it happened again last night. And I hate bitching about the refs. Not the only reason why they lost, but I can't help but see that it aided, the comeback that the Cavs made. He brought up the Mobley foul. I told you that was ridiculous to tie the game.
Compared to what happened to Asar moments later?
Dude, Levert was getting shoved off all the time.
It's Carson Anderson. More of your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers are looking to salvage at least one win in their series with the Mets today. Their lineup this afternoon is as follows. Kevin McGonigal is your leadoff hitter at shortstop. Colt Keith bats second and plays third, while Riley Green bats third and will play left field. Dylan Dingler is off his feet defensively today, batting fourth as the DH. Gage Workman will play second base for the first time in his career while batting fifth. Zach McKinstry bats sixth in right field. Spencer Torkelson is in the 7-hole today and will play first base. Since his 5-homer week, he is 7 for 50 with 23 strikeouts and only 4 RBIs in 14 games. Wenzel Perez is in center field and will bat 8th. Jake Rogers has the duties behind the dish and rounds out the order batting 9th. Kader Montero is your starting pitcher against Nolan McLean for the Mets. Montero has a 3.18 ERA this season in 39-plus innings of work. First pitch is coming up at 1:10 right here on 97.1. Our pregame coverage begins in less than 2 hours at 12:45. And the Lions had another game leaked today on the NFL schedule release. They will reportedly face the Packers in the regular season finale on Week 18. Full schedule comes out at 8 p.m. tonight. And this PGA Championship leaderboard update is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. Stefan Jaeger from Germany currently leads the field at 4 under. He had just 1 bogey on his front 9. The biggest name near the top of the board is Xander Schauffele. He's 3 under through 7 holes. Detroit fans may also remember Aldrich Potgieter, who won the Rocket Classic at DGC last year. He's 2 under through 15 today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
What the Pistons could control last night, they didn't. And at some critical times, things like just bringing the ball up the court and getting stripped, not boxing out on a free throw, the offensive possessions inside 3 minutes after they took the 9-point lead. A lot of frustrating stuff that they need to get better. I think they have a real question about what they do with Duren's minutes and they can't. I understand waiting for him to get back. The best chance they have to win the NBA championship was with Jalen Duren being an all-star type performer. And he gave him a lot of games looking like that this year. And now he's so far from that and trending in the wrong direction. And they don't have much time to wait. They don't have time to wait anymore. And you just have to wonder, is he becoming unplayable in a series where they have to win the next game?
Well, he played 25 minutes last night. In the 25 minutes, he had 9 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, no blocks, and he was minus 16. Mm-hmm. Paul Reed played 17 minutes. He played the entire fourth quarter and the entire overtime. In the 17 minutes, he had 10 points, 8 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 block shots, and his plus-minus was 0. So, I mean, by numbers, Paul Reed was way more effective. However, I will say, and I'm a big Paul Reed fan, as you know, I think it was also obvious his lack of reps with the offensive unit, I think, shows up. It looks like he, at times, doesn't know where he's supposed to be or what he is supposed to do. There were several times coming back down the court that he and Cade Cunningham had to have a discussion about, no, man, I need you to do this, right, or you got to be there. And it's all a learning process for him, but he's not going to get there unless he gets more reps. The question that's going to be interesting for tomorrow is the starting lineup. Because of what JB did at the end of the game, no Duren in the fourth quarter and overtime. It was all Paul Reed time. Does Paul Reed get the start? Does Isaiah Stewart get the start? And he's playing 10 minutes a game. Or are they going to go back to Jalen Duren in Game 6?
Well, they might. Duren came back into the game with the Pistons with a 13-point lead midway through the second quarter. And with Duren on the bench by half, it was down to 8. And then with Duren starting the second half, Cleveland took the lead. And, I understood the patience, okay, and why these decisions are hard. Because if you start thinking about, if you take away Duren and what Duren was and what Duren's capable of being, how close to an NBA championship contender are they? But so they've stuck with him. But they don't, this is desperate now, man. They don't have time to keep waiting for him.
No, you had a couple guys step up from Game 4 to Game 5. Danis Jenkins, one of them. He had the 19 points. Obviously, only had 2 points in the other game. Asar Thompson, who had a miserable game in Game 4, had a pretty good game last night. Only scored 6 points, but he was all over the place. 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 steals, and 3 blocks. All while trying to contain, various players with unethical standards.
248-539-9797. And then there is the officiating, which is a whole nother topic, but it's in the two categories of things we're discussing today, what the Pistons can control and what they can't control. And what they can't control was the number one talking point on Get Up this morning coming out of the highlight package. They talked about the officiating and how the Pistons were victims of some terrible, terrible calls last night. We go to Joe. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Joe.
Hey, guys. I don't need to ask how y'all are doing. I already know. As somebody that's watched all 94 games of the season so far, I saw Jalen Duren develop. We've all seen him develop into this all-NBA talent, second or third team, whatever, all-star. And we've seen J.B. Bickerstaff ride with him, and he has said publicly after these games, I'm going to continue riding with him. He got us this far. He's been great, all this and that. Well, in the most important game in the last 18 years for this franchise, and even in the last 12 playoff games, he has continued to go with Jalen Duren. And you can understand to an extent, he's 22, mentally with his ex-girlfriend in the last year. You can sort of excuse some of the things that has been going on. But I'm glad you guys just mentioned that we were up 15, Duren comes back. We go into halftime up 8. He starts the third quarter. Again, same issue. We lose that lead. Cleveland takes the lead. And then for some reason, we wait until the fourth quarter to break out Paul Reed as if he's the secret weapon. And I think Gator nailed it. Paul Reed started to lack a little bit of the cohesiveness towards the overtime, probably got a little bit gassed. He played 17 straight minutes of intense basketball. But my complaint goes beyond Jalen Duren. I think you got to look at the head of the snake with J.B. Bickerstaff. Now, I texted my cousin in the middle of the New York Knicks series last year where we lost in
Joe,
6.
we're short on time, so I want you to land the plane. Your point is?
I got you. So my point is J.B. Bickerstaff is trying random lineups that have never played together throughout the entire regular season. Marcus Sasser hasn't played since February, and you burn him for 16 minutes. And I do believe he deserves minutes over guys like a Karis LeVert or a Danis Jenkins at some point in time. With J.B. Bickerstaff, what is your goal here?
Duncan was hurt.
The next game.
Duncan was hurt.
I think the
That's
Duncan
why
Robinson
Sasser
injury
played.
does change things up a little bit. But as far as the rotation with the forwards, if you're going to playing Duren or Paul Reed or Isaiah Stewart, I think that's going to be an interesting one to look at for tomorrow night.
I mean, they played 3 games against the Knicks, and Duren didn't play in any of them. So Paul Reed got plenty of run with the ones, and that, like there's a lot of games where a lot of lineups get experimented with. I mean, I think right now he's got to figure out the riddle that is Jalen Duren, and probably it feels like he can't wait any longer. He can't wait around any longer for Duren to try and recapture his form. Matt is next in Highland. You're on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Hello, guys. Hey, so last night my son and I, we figured this atmosphere was going to be pretty live down there last night, and we get in for under $200 for a decent seat. That was concern number one. I'm like, why is this so cheap? I'm not a basketball guy. I do not know for the life of me after watching that game last night how people invest their time and money full time into watching what I watched last night. They would show replays on the screen, like real slow-mos and stop it. Harden wasn't even getting touched on these. He would drop to the floor after every shot. If you look at the fourth quarter, I'm pretty confident he hit the floor after every time he released the ball. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, if there was somebody guarding him, he would. If obviously uncontested, he just let the shot go. But yeah, every time he's contested, he's going to the deck every time.
And Gator, I don't want to sit here and pull I watched Charles Oakley and Bill Laimbeer card, but I mean,
cheap shot, Charlie.
I mean, seriously, this is a different sport. It's not even the same thing.
It is different.
In the first quarter, when I think it was Thompson and Tyson got tangled up, and Tyson kind of pushed him, and everybody was like, "Oh my gosh!" I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" They would throw 2-hand fists in the lane, back in my day, and that was how they played the game.
It's a physical game. It's just not as physical as it was, and they certainly don't allow stuff to happen like they used to. And even the stuff that went on in the 80s, if you watch the games in the 70s, it's a whole different ball game. I mean, it just has gotten progressively less and less physical with what they allow. But it's still a very physical basketball game. When you get up there close and you watch it, I think you'd be amazed at how hard these guys are hitting each other. That being said, there is more foul baiting going on. There is more acting going on. There is more flopping going on now more than ever. Way more than ever.
Oh, way too many guys are hitting the floor for no reason.
Yeah.
Like 7-footers, not like little guards. Or
Wembanyama is a big flopper.
Embiid, that guy's... He's one of the best, most skilled big men in the league. He falls down all the time. You think he couldn't walk to the mailbox without falling down.
Wembanyama concussed himself falling to the ground.
248-539-9797. Eddie is next. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, good morning, guys. Just another frustrated Pistons fan here. Couple of consistent themes. You guys have mentioned most of them already. You got Jalen Duren over here that's MIA. I can't believe what's happening with him. He's a completely different player. I don't want to give up on him, but there is no way you offer him a max contract. He's clearly showing that he's not Robin to Cade's Batman. But, guys, he's not even Alfred the Butler, for crying out loud.
Eddie, I want to find out if he's hurt. I really want to find out if he's hurt because that would explain a lot.
That's fair. That's fair. The other thing that's concerning is the body language on these guys. They just don't look like they're locked in. Sometimes the Cavs are out hustling them and doing the little blue-collar things more than Detroit, and that's the Pistons' MO. That can't happen.
What do you mean by sometimes? I want to hear what you have to say. Sometimes the Cavs are doing the little – give me a quick example.
Well, the loose balls, they look like they got more energy. They look like they're more into the game, whereas the Pistons, they look like they're just looking around to see, okay, who's going to help out Cade?
I guess I don't agree with that, but I mean, Cavs have some hustle points for sure. They get some hustle points.
Yeah, I mean, Strus is annoying because he is one of these spastic guys, but he's very effective. And going 6 for 8 from beyond the arc, those are killers.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, we just got a garage door put in our place up north. M&M Garage Doors. They're the ones that got it done. They're family owned and operated right here in Michigan since 2011. I will tell you, they showed up early in the morning and had it done early in the afternoon. Brand new garage. They helped us choose it. They had their consulted with us, so we got the right one that made sense for our house. Didn't have some Art Deco piece on a house that made no sense. But they'll give you a bunch of options and let you choose. They'll actually show you what it looks like on your house. They can do a video mock-up of that. If you need a repair, too, they'll get it done quickly because they have 3 of everything on the truck. They show up on time and get the job done right the first time. They can fix any garage door. Call them at 844-ONLY-DOOR. Visit GarageDoorRightNow.com today. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional license. 210-220-6147. All right, coming up today at 11:30, and we've kind of opened it up to everything. Whether you're mad about the Pistons, mad about the officiating. We opened the show just talking about the Pistons. First half hour of the show dedicated to that. Second half hour, we kind of shifted to the officiating. It feels justifiable given the national response. And if you didn't hear it, today at 11:30, we'll play more from ESPN and what they were saying about the officiating, and specifically about the non-call on Asar at the end of the game, which is pretty much unanimous, should have been called, and would have had him on the free throw line with a second-ish to go and a chance to end the game in regulation. There's no question they shouldn't have been there in the first place, which is another topic, and we have discussed it at length as to how they ended up there and what they need to try and figure out moving forward, because right now they've got, unfortunately, Duren's a mess, and their patience hasn't been rewarded. Sometimes you stick with a guy, and he rewards you by making plays for you, and it hasn't been rewarded, and it appears to be getting worse. Or it's not getting better anytime quick enough. And JB Bickerstaff has some tough decisions to make, but they're getting easier. Duren is making it easier by not contributing enough. 248-539-9797. Again, 11:30, we'll play more of the national response to the officiating. Bernard is next in Detroit. Hello, Bernard.
Hey, I think it's not like the NBA is against the Pistons. I just think they're looking for an entertaining team. I just think, I'm a Pistons fan, don't get me wrong. But, our grinding, walking style basketball is not very entertaining. It's just not. And it's not that the NBA is against us. They're just not for this style of play. And we were good regular season story and all of that kind of stuff. But Cleveland has 2 stars, so they're more marketable than the Pistons are. Pistons got
Okay, Bernard, your cell's killing us, buddy. I hate to let you go, but yeah, you make an interesting point that it is not. Does Cade need to grow out a giant beard? Is that going to make it more appealing?
Well, his point about the brand, the style of basketball, the brand of basketball is not appealing to the NBA. I totally agree with. It's not, and what's happening might be just that it's actually a preemptive strike by the NBA. They're not putting up with it right now. Usually, they wait for the Pistons to win a championship, and then they'll adjust afterwards and say, "Well, we don't want any more of that." They'll let them rise up and then slap them down afterwards, like they did with the bad boys, like they did with the going to work Pistons. We don't like defensive basketball. That's got to go. Pistons won 60 games this year playing this brand. It was great. They were the number 1 seed all year long. They get to the playoffs, and now you got this tough matchup against Cleveland, and the foul disparity is insane. The way that they're not calling things one way and calling it the other way, and what's good, what's allowable, the fact that they're allowing these teams to flop the way that they do, it speaks volumes that they don't like the way the Pistons play basketball.
You can draw that conclusion and not feel like you're off base. I don't know if it's true, but what does get rewarded, the Pistons don't do a lot of. Scott in West Bloomfield, you're next. Hello, Scott.
Hey, guys. I'm actually really happy that Bernard's call just came right before mine, because what I'm going to say about that is this. I'm frustrated because, and before I get into that, what I would say is I'm super proud of the Pistons and how they play basketball. I'm so proud that we have a team that doesn't go out and flop, that we have a true superstar, a true two-way superstar, in my opinion, the best player in the league, that calls out these floppers, that calls out these free throw merchants, that plays ball the right way. Okay.
Does he call them out?
Oh yeah, he had that whole interview with Goodwill, saying that there's a lot of flopping going on.
I did not see that. That's interesting.
Oh yeah, he did that earlier in the season, and it's like, as a Pistons fan, as a true basketball fan, as an NBA fan, that's the way basketball is supposed to be played, and I'm proud that our team does that. But my point is, more than anything, like to Bernard's point, that's not what the NBA wants to see. That's a joke that's what the NBA doesn't want to see, because at the end of the day, the NBA likability and ratings have gone down year over year. And it's because the teams are playing free throw games. They're playing three-point shooting 60 three-pointers a game. The fact that the Pistons, the NBA has a team that's teed up for them to really bring people back into the NBA and love the NBA. If you follow like social media and all that stuff, everybody loves the Pistons. Everybody loves Cade. Cade's everybody's favorite player. They call him, your favorite player's favorite player to watch. Like, every legend loves Cade. It's teed up for them, but they seem to be going the other way and it's obvious they're choosing a team that's flopping on every dang play, getting the free throw disparity of 100 to 54, almost double. It's a joke. I don't understand it. That's why I'm frustrated. I just don't get it.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Simo in Flint. You're next. Hello, Simo.
Actually, it's Ann Arbor, big dog. What's happening, man? How you doing? And my boy Gator. What up, Big Pimpin'? Been a long time, man.
Hey, man.
You already know it. You already know it's me, Big Pimpin', because I'm the only one to call you that. But anyway, let's go ahead and roll with. I think we should get Devin Booker from Phoenix to be the Robin to the Batman motorcade. If those two, if they can pull this off and get Devin Booker over to the Pistons, then we talking. And what these two callers that just called just before me, the flopping, all of the the Cavaliers, everything that they're doing, man. Don't this? Okay, I really got to ask this to you, Gator. Isn't this reminiscent of the Chauncey Billups and Rasheed and them? When they were so tough and everybody that they played, Kobe and Shaq and them, they were flopping. Even though it was better than it is now. But the Pistons wasn't getting the calls that they needed to get, but they still just fought through it and they played that defense like our boys are playing defense right now. Isn't this reminiscent of that?
It is, and that team was way better defensively than this team is. This is a really good defensive team, but that team was extraordinary defensively. Look, I don't think anybody would have any issue getting Devin Booker over here. The problem is that Matt Ishbia is not going to move off of Devin Booker. Devin Booker is going to stay with him in Phoenix as long as he's the owner of that team. That's what it seems like. I wish it weren't the case because he'd be perfect here.
He will be perfect. Is there any way we'll be able to get Giannis somehow?
Giannis is available. You have to put together an extraordinarily attractive package going the other direction, which would probably include some core players, young core players.
Well, but if the end result
Ron
is
Holland and 5 first-round picks, and
the only issue I would have with Giannis is his age and the wear and tear, because you're not getting the same Giannis you had 5 years ago.
No,
but yeah, you could.
But they're going to ask for the sun and the moon.
Sure, but if your core ends up being Giannis, Cade Cunningham, and one other player. And everybody else goes, and I mean, you've got Giannis and Cade.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a bad start.
No, I mean, look, those are off-season questions, and right now there's still a game to be played tomorrow night in Cleveland. 248-539-9797. More of the national reaction to the officiating coming up today at 11:30. Paul is next on 97.1. Hello, Paul.
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
So, officiating, I'm going directly to James Harden. Okay, they were showing highlights last night after the game. When he was taking three-point shots with nobody closing on him or near him, he goes straight up, he shoots his shot, he comes straight down, and he's still outside the line. When someone, in particular Harris, is guarding him or closing out on him, he shoots the shot and he does this ridiculous kicking out of his legs 2 feet, 3 feet inside the three-point line, and they're giving him this call. Is the NBA and the officials, are they so incompetent or stupid that they can't see the difference between the two and see that he is intentionally doing this to draw a foul? I mean, is it that hard to see?
I'm not sure they think it's a problem.
Okay, so evidently they definitely don't see it as a problem, but it's unbelievable to me that you can have two completely different shooting motions with a guy guarding you and with a guy not guarding you, and that they're going to call that. It's unbelievable that this is how they officiate. Now, I mean, of course, we've gone through this whole thing, with other guys, Brunson, SGA. Harden's the one that really is killing me because, like I said, it's a jump shot, and he is kicking his feet into the legs and feet of the defender, and they're actually calling that. And when you look at it, he got, if I'm not mistaken, he got 6 free throws last night on shots like that frankly, those should be offensive fouls.
I think he had 8 free throws, and he had 2 3-pointers and 1 2-point shot.
It's something that the Pistons have to try and find a way to overcome it. I don't want them to capitulate. I don't want them to start doing it. I want them to find a way to beat the Cavs anyway. And quite frankly, they should have beat the Cavs anyway, in spite of the officiating last night.
They should have.
Now there was, and they
talked about
better
that for the first half hour of the show.
Better better address some of the things that have got them in this situation, or it's going to be season over. But it is a national story, and you'll hear some national voices on the officiating next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Take a look at your lawn and see what you want it to be. Is it where you really want it to be right now, or would you like to be more green, more lush, more weed-free? Do the right thing and contact the great folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. You get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You get the early bird discount. At Natural Way, they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee, and they've been serving Michigan since 1990. For greener grass, fewer weeds, early treatment is the key. In a Natural Way, they've got programs that are designed to strengthen the turf, to improve the color, and, of course, control those weeds. Look, if you see dandelions, that's no good. Those are weeds. I know they're pretty, but they're weeds. They rob your lawn of water and nutrients. You've got to get rid of them, and you've also got to start early to get the best results. It is easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. For a limited time only, purchase a full lawn program, and you're going to get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Trying to strike the right balance between Pistons culpability, Cavs credit, and officials culpability. And it's a tough one today because all things were in play here. Yeah, the Cavs made some plays. Mobley had some big shots. Strus was unbelievable, blah, blah, blah. Pistons definitely shot themselves in the foot, didn't make plays, didn't box out, didn't let Strus strip the ball from them, didn't make enough shots, didn't execute their offense. Didn't get enough out of Duren. Maybe some rotation issues. Certainly missed Duncan Robinson. Some things that they need to get better if they have a chance to push this thing to a Game 7. And then there was the officiating, which, I rolled it last night when I was done and I'm making my notes and, all that. I'm like, okay, where do you draw the line between homerism and what is real here, and sort of seek validation from outside voices to see if we're seeing it through Detroit colored glasses. Always look in the mirror and do self-evaluation. And go to Twitter, National Voices, trashing the officiating. This morning we get in, ESPN, Get Up. They finish their game highlights. The first thing they talk about is the officiating. We played for you, Mike Greenberg. We paid for you, PJ Tucker. Now here's Brian Windhorst. His thoughts on the way the game ended in regulation. Asar Thompson gets the stop, which he didn't get last year against Brunson. Gets a loose ball, gets fouled, no call. Here's Windhorst on ESPN. Okay, I mean, that sucks because we are the Pistons that don't want to, this city doesn't want to have to face it. I mean, it probably sucks in Cleveland, too, because you don't want to hear about how you didn't deserve this win. But, when officials screw up that bad. Here's Monica McNutt, same thing. Her thoughts on the end of the game last night. Blows. This all blows.
It's brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, positively brutal. It's a call that should be made, like she said, 10 out of 10 times.
It's JB's job now to lobby. I wonder where the players come in here to try and. It's part of the game, I guess, is you got to work the officials. But I want the players focused on what they can do better, because you can't really control the whistles. You could try to influence them, but.
So they couldn't challenge that call?
No.
Is it because the last 2 minutes, or because they didn't have a challenge?
Have a challenge left, anyways.
But is the last 2 minutes you can't challenge? Is that correct?
I'm trying to think of last year in the Game 4 with the Hardaway foul, what happened. But it was a blown call. And I'm curiously, you asked earlier, Gator, do you think the NBA is going to admit it? Because they admitted after the Hardaway call it was a blown call. Didn't make me feel any better, but I'll be interested to see what they say. And then
I think they admit it.
You think so?
I didn't offer my opinion. Both of you guys didn't think they would. I think they will.
Final 2 minutes in the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter overtime, coaches cannot initiate challenges for out of bounds or goaltending. These, however, are subject to automated. That's just out of bounds or goaltending. Subject to automated review by game officials.
I mean, if that's James Harden, we all know that's a foul.
Probably.
100%. And by the way, it's happened to Asar before, too, where he has the ball, someone undercuts him, and they don't call it. I feel like it's him, it's the Pistons. Bickerstaff already before this game had politicked for better calls, and it didn't work at all. I don't know how it's going to change in Game 6.
Let's get back to your phone calls. Tony's in Clinton Township. You're next. What's up, Tony?
Hey, how you doing there, fellas?
Okay.
Hey, well, I think that everybody's talking about making changes with the team. I just want to elaborate on that. I feel like if they are going to make changes, I'm cool with us being that stand-up team, like the caller said earlier, and not that old cliche that the NBA has become. I'm cool with that. And, I know it don't produce championships, but let's just be honest. you're going up against a machine and two teams in which the NBA, no matter who's coming out the East, they love Wemby because Wemby floats on air. Let's just keep that real. So he does nothing wrong. He literally takes a guy out with a flagrant foul, and he comes back and play the next game, and no suspension and everything. NBA is telling us where they're going. They're showing us, and we're not it. And it didn't make a difference who comes out the East outside of, I'll say Boston. Outside of Boston, they'll be the only team that would have had a halfway nod. New York has no chance. Neither does these rest of these teams that's there. But I would say one of the guys I would love for the Pistons to get is Dylan Brooks. Just add him there. He can bring the ball up.
Go full villain.
He plays defense. The full villain. Let's just go all the way out, and I guarantee you, he will take him one game before the Pistons say, "Oh, I love that." The whole all the fans will come out.
Why not bring Draymond on too? Hey, let's really go for it.
Off-season topic, and I guess I'm not ready for it. But Jim and Alan Park, you're next. Hi, Jim.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, real quick, I'll be quick. I'm glad you guys started off by, putting it on the Pistons part two because they got to close that game out.
No
That's
question.
number one. They have to close that game out. But for people saying officiating, don't put it in the hands of the officials, that's what they're there for, okay? And they have to make that call at the end of the game. That's number one. But my bigger issue is this flopping. How can James Harden, a professional athlete, can't take a jump shot without looking like he got shot? I thought, and correct me if I'm wrong, 2 or 3 years ago, the NBA put in a rule that they were going to start calling that where not only it's not a foul on the defense, it's going to be a foul on the offensive player. I can't even watch the game anymore. Just watching James Harden go for a shot, and you know he's going to twist his body and somehow land 4 feet backwards while he's kicking his legs out.
I have higher expectations for elite athletes to be able to land. I have higher expectations that they're not going to fall.
Elementary basketball school, and my kids could take a jump shot without falling down.
It looked like you're falling off a trapeze. Like these are great athletes, man. Right? I don't get it.
The thing is that doing this, they're being rewarded for it, so they're going to keep doing it until it's not.
That's what I'm asking you, Gator. Is they are being rewarded for it, and I could have sworn 2 or 3 years ago the NBA made a point that they were going to start calling that, and watching this has just gotten me so frustrated.
Yeah,
so
they should. It's gross.
You guys.
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. And maybe it's going to take a final with Oklahoma City taking on Cleveland in the NBA Finals, and you see James Harden and SGA going at it, and watch what happens there. I mean, we could see it in the Eastern Conference fight if Cleveland beats Detroit. The other thing is, there is a reason he's not just doing it to get to the free throw line. He's doing it to get a foul on the other team so that player it gets closer and closer to missing the game because I can't have 3 fouls in the first quarter. Or I just picked up my 4th foul. It's a quick one early in the third quarter. I'm out of the game for a good 10 minutes now. That's why they do it. And they also do it because, hey, this actually works. I sit here and flop around like a fish out of water, and they're giving me the call. Hey, I better practice my free throws. Good thing I shoot 80% from the line.
Yep. 248-539-9797. John in Detroit is next. Hello, John.
Hi, guys. I just want to say James Harden invented the Brunson flop, and they need to get rid of that ref. I don't think the Pistons have won a game with him being the head official, but the reason I'm calling is Cleveland's doing what Chicago did. They couldn't win with a young Michael like we can't win with a young Cade, so they brought in Cartwright, and it changed everything. Cade had the ball. We had almost a double-digit lead twice, and Cade lost it for us because he either missed a shot or threw the ball away. But I think it's the Jordan rules with Cade Cunningham. What do you guys think?
Well, that I agree with. I think that they're doing everything they can to be physically punishing Cade Cunningham. They double teaming him, making life very difficult for him. I disagree with the whole Bill Cartwright thing, but I will say that I think they are definitely employing some sort of Cade rules.
Cade's got a lot of room for improvement. He's going to have some great moments in this league. Jordan, I think it was his 4th trip to the playoffs before they won a series. I'm pretty sure that's true. He got swept twice with the Bulls early in his career. And I'd have to go back and look, but I'm pretty sure it was his 4th time in the playoffs.
It helped when they got Scottie Pippen.
Well, that's the thing right there. Like Cade Cunningham, listen, he definitely has to cut down on the turnovers. It's clear as day. He's turning the ball over at critical times, and he's doing it too much. With that being said, who's he got to dish the ball to? Who's out there getting open for him? Michael Jordan, considered the greatest player of all time, didn't win a thing until they got Scottie Pippen. Cade needs help. And I know there's off-season topics. He needs help right now, though. So who's going to step up right now, Doug?
Here are Jordan. Yeah, nobody. I don't think they have that guy. I thought it was going to be Duran, but and Tobias has done his best. But yeah, they got to try and piece it together with what they have in the here and the now. And then there is, yes, an off-season topic. And the reason we say that, because I don't want to sit down there and just start throwing out, reading names off a list without doing some deep dives on contracts and who would fit and what it would cost and et cetera, et cetera. Here, Jordan's first year. They lost in the first round in a best-of-5 series. They lost 3-1. Second time to Milwaukee. Second time Jordan made the playoffs, they got swept by Boston. Third time they made it to the playoffs, swept by Boston. Fourth time made it to the playoffs, they won a best-of-5 series against Cleveland, 3-2. And then lost to Detroit, and then was kind of off.
So what was that first year they won their playoff series?
His fourth year. It was the 1988 NBA playoffs.
Yeah, that's the first year Scottie Pippen joined the team.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builder's First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. I know this. They came out to my mom's house last fall, put in a beautiful deck, and she loves it to this day. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builder's First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builder's First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
That was this morning on ESPN. And look, if you felt like Detroit got jobbed, it was validated by not only those voices, Mike Greenberg, PJ Tucker, you heard Brian Windhurst, you heard Monica McNutt, all bring it up as the way the game ended. We had tweets from Ryan Russillo and Skip Bayless and Louis Riddick and Vincent Goodwell and Shannon Sharp. All just railing against the NBA and the way that game went down yesterday. And it's frustrating. Pistons got to take care of their own business. The stuff you can control, you have to control. The stuff you can't control, well, that's where you get super frustrated. And that's where JB Bickerstaff, you work the refs before the games, I guess, as much as you do during the games. And what he did after game, it was a game 4, didn't really help when he mentioned the officiating. Seems to have helped when Donovan Mitchell brought it up after game 1, though, didn't it?
Yeah, and their coach, sure.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Ray. You're on 97.1. Hello, Ray.
Yeah, hey, good morning, guys. First off, I just wanted to bring up the fact that you guys are playing the clips of Monica McNutt and Brian Windhorst, but what about the clip from Kendrick Perkins this morning, an actual NBA player who said it was two guys who just got tripped up going for the ball. One of them fell down. You don't call it and end the game that way when it's 70 feet away from the basket. That's just ridiculous. People are just whining and sad they lost. That's not.
How about the 3-point shot? How about the 3-point shots? The 3-point shots that Harden takes where he's not touched but falls to the ground, begging for a foul call and gets it.
They were in his landing spot. His feet were in.
No, we're talking about the ones where he kicks out and kicks the player. Those ones.
They all kick out.
No, they don't.
If there's a guy nearby, you're going to kick out. And you know what? Somebody's in your landing.
Wait. What was that?
Wait.
Why do you? If there's a guy nearby, why do you kick out?
To get the foul call.
Oh, so you're baiting it.
Oh,
so that's okay.
I mean,
okay, no, that's cool.
It is part of the game.
That's cool. Enjoy Cleveland. Cool.
I would play. Seriously, I would play Kendrick Perkins. I did not hear Kendrick Perkins say that. And yeah, PJ Tucker, who we did play in the league as well. PJ Tucker played on 2 different teams with James Harden. He's a teammate. And he was calling out the officiating. Okay. So yeah, we'd play. I didn't hear it. And we certainly would. We give everything the 360. Now, if there's one player that doesn't think it was a foul, one former player, and a whole bunch of players and reporters that do think it was, look, it's got to be. Bro's a Cleveland fan, and like I said, I wouldn't be happy either if everything was inverted. I'd like, this sucks because it takes away from the moment. Cleveland very well might have won that game. Sarr could have missed both free throws. They might not have called those fouls on the Pistons that Harden baited, but they still could have won the game.
By the way, the first people to complain about officiating in the series was
the
Donovan
Cavs.
Mitchell
It was the
and
Cavs.
Kenny Atkinson. Okay,
Yeah, you're right.
The very first 2 people were their superstar and their head coach.
Great point.
Shut up.
Great point. Sam is next on 97.1. Hello, Sam. Sam, are you there? Sam? No good. Let's try Greg in Commerce. You're next. Hello, Greg.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
So listen, I'm so tired. First of all, let's talk about the James Harden. That's some bull. That is some bull all the way. No way that he should be kicking his feet out every single time and getting that call when we can't even get the simplest calls that we get. Number 2, Jalen Duren. Man, I'm tired of that guy. I'm tired of them keep saying he's getting double teamed. He's doing this, but what about during the regular season? He's doing 20 and 10.
Yep.
And then when he gets to the playoffs, he's not doing a single thing.
Look, I think, Greg, and we'll give you your time because I'm interrupting you here, but, Duren, they've stuck with him. They've given him every opportunity to work his way through this slump, to find the energy, to make the play, to do whatever he needs to do to get back to what he has been. And he hasn't rewarded them. And unfortunately, it may cost them their season. They really need either to make the change and go to Paul Reed or something, because it's just they haven't been rewarded for leaving him on the floor.
And I agree with that, but I feel like they should play both bigs. both centers, Reed and Dern, and then switch out Reed with Isaiah Stewart. Like, it doesn't make sense that we can't do just that simple thing in order, and we see Dern is not doing anything.
I don't think the plan is to put Dern out there when he's not doing anything. I think the plan is that he will start doing things. And the fact is he hasn't. And I don't know what to say about it other than they've calculated that he gave him the best chance to win, and they appear to have been wrong because he has not. I mean, look, if you brought up taking away minutes from Duran to Paul Reed earlier in the series than J.B. Bickerstaff, fourth quarter was all Paul Reed. He just benched Duran.
Fourth quarter and overtime.
And overtime. So it feels like he might have reached a bit of a breaking point there. But at the end of the day, he might have waited too long for it. He might have. And coaches make mistakes too.
Well, but it's not. I
understand why he did it though, because are the Pistons going to win the NBA with Paul Reed as a center or All-Star Jalen Duren? You'd think your best chance of All-Star Jalen Duren. He's capable of being that. So you keep playing him and waiting for him to turn back into that.
I think it's a real discussion right now about how you dole out the minutes for center, because Jalen Duren is not playing like a starting center in this league. He's playing like a backup center in this league, and Paul Reed is giving you instant production coming off the bench. But I don't think Paul Reed deserves to play 30 minutes a game. I think, again, I keep talking about a sweet spot of like 10 to 15 minutes. I think that's where it's at, but it's throughout the game. He played the entire fourth quarter and the entire overtime.
Yep.
Like they didn't even get off the bench in the first half.
You know how wild that is to do that and be productive in a playoff game?
Yep.
Like, Paul Reed is the most impressive basketball player I've ever seen. He doesn't know when he's going to play ever. It could be weeks before he gets in the game. And by the way, in a playoff series, he doesn't play the entire game in the fourth quarter. Hey, by the way, we need you, bro. And we don't need you to just go out there and like take up some space. We need you to provide energy, rebounding, scoring, and play the overtime too while you're at it. That's wild. They benched an All-NBA guy for the third center.
Right? And the third center,
he's productive.
He's been productive. He did dribble the ball in and get that shot blocked, critical possession late in the game. But the standard isn't perfect. And I don't know. It feels like if you need a basket, who would you rather dump it into right now, Paul Reed or Jalen Duren?
I thought Duren started off the game actually with some energy. The first few minutes, he soared for a rebound.
Yeah.
I think he made a move finally on Mobley at one point where I'm like, get into his chest, dunk it. It was after Mobley had that sweet left-handed dunk actually, but there was a little bit of energy, but then it was gone.
Yep. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Got a Tiger game this afternoon, so we'll reset the table with what we opened the show with. And, of course, officiating it's a big part of last night's storyline. It's what everybody was talking about this morning on ESPN. It's Carson Anderson. Tigers wrap up the series with the Mets today at 1:10 here on 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. The Tigers are getting ready for a day game against the Mets today that starts in a little over an hour. They have a bit of an interesting lineup today. Dylan Dingler's the DH batting fourth, while Jake Rogers will be behind the plate batting ninth. Wenzel Perez gets a start in center field and will bat eighth. Colt Keith is at third. Kevin McGonigal at shortstop. And Gage Workman will play second base for the first time in his young MLB career. Even in 596 career games in the minors, he only played second base 28 times. Detroit is hoping to avoid its fourth series sweep this season. They have lost 7 of their last 8 games. First pitch coming up at 1:10 today. Pre-game coverage is less than 45 minutes away, coming up at 12:45 this hour. The NFL will release its full schedule tonight at 8 p.m., and another leak in the Lions schedule has surfaced today as New Orleans Football Network has reported Detroit will open the season at home against the New Orleans Saints on Sunday, September 13th. It was also leaked today that the Lions will close the regular season against Green Bay in Week 18. We now know Detroit will visit the Buffalo Bills in Week 2 to open the new Highmark Stadium. They'll host the New England Patriots in Germany on November 15th. Play the Chicago Bears in their annual Thanksgiving game, play the Giants in Week 16, the Bears again in Week 17, and then close the season against the Green Bay Packers. Location there, TBD. And this PGA Championship leaderboard update is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. Our local club pro from Walnut Creek Country Club, Ryan Linehan, is 4 over through 10 holes today. He's currently tied for 61st with other big names like Bryson DeChambeau. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, look, we opened the show and we kind of compartmentalized what you can control and what you can't control. What the Pistons can control, there's a lot there. There's a lot that they need to shore up. You know, we were just talking about the beginning of Jordan's career. In the first 3 years that the Bulls went to the playoffs with Jordan, they didn't make it out of the first round. They got swept in 2 of those 3 years. And we can think about the Pistons, the bad boy Pistons, and the going to work Pistons, how they climbed up the ladder and came up short and learned from the experiences. And things they need to be taking from this is, you know, they have to be tougher with the basketball. They can't let Strus pick your pocket in the backcourt in overtime for a critical mistake. You got to get better offensive possessions and better shots in the last minute of regulation when you got a 9-point lead. I thought Cleveland did a good job defensively, and Detroit did not execute as well as they needed to. I think Jalen Duren, look, JB finally, it feels like last night he said enough and played Paul Reed the entire fourth quarter in overtime. They've been waiting for him to snap out of it. They've been patiently waiting, and he has not rewarded them with playing like the version of himself that made the Pistons feel like more like an NBA title contender instead of what they are right now, which is on the brink of getting bounced in the second round of the playoffs. But Scott, these are some of the things that they can control, and they got to figure it out. They got to figure it out in their own locker room. They got to figure it out with the chalkboard. They got to ask some tough questions, and JB might have to change a rotation because they're running out of time, and they can't afford to be patient with a Duren, for instance, who's just not rewarding him for the playing time he's getting.
Yeah, exactly. And there are going to be several lineup changes going to take place, I think, or rotational differences, and you have to earn your minutes. And it's clear that some players aren't earning their minutes and other players should probably get more time. And here we are approaching game 6 of the second round of the playoffs and still trying to figure that out seems ridiculous. Like this should have been hammered out, but this is what happens when you get a collapse from one single player. I guess there's a little bit of a, rolling downhill here, a domino effect that I'm stunned at what's transpired here with Jalen Duren in the postseason compared to the regular season. But, rather than completely being dumbfounded game in and game out and trying to do the same thing, it's time.
And if you've been screaming that it's been time long ago, fair enough. I understand. We've talked about it the last few days when it comes to Duren and Paul Reed and why these decisions are tough. You have a player that is been a really, really good commodity for you. And you got to figure if you almost need him to get back to form to really win the NBA, to try and challenge for the best teams in the league, you need Jalen Duren to be a 20-10 guy.
Which is it. There are some strange things going on with the lineups they put out there at any point in time during the game. Like Isaiah Stewart played 11 minutes yesterday. When he got in there, he was instant offense. He knocked down the 2 straight threes, and he looked good out there. And he got under the skin of the Cavs. And and then he doesn't see the court. Paul Reed didn't get in the first half of the game, didn't get in through the first 3 quarters, but he plays the fourth quarter and all of overtime.
Yep.
And I just there's a lot of confusion, and I'll allow for this. Last night they were thrown for a little bit of a loop there to start the things off because Duncan Robinson was unavailable. Mm-hmm. So when he's out, then you got to, okay, what are we going to do? And we discussed it yesterday. Hey, if he's unable to play, just in case, I thought Karis LeVert was going to go in the starting lineup. It wasn't Karis LeVert, it was Danis Jenkins. And Danis Jenkins played really well in that first quarter, got the Pistons up and kept them ahead in the game. But it's just strange how things evolve during the course of the game and who comes in the game and who doesn't come in the game and who's playing well and who's not playing well.
All right, so that is one thing that certainly deserves a lot of discussion and focus today, and it deserves the primary focus of the Pistons themselves. Then there's the things you can't control. And the things you can't control, trying to figure out the fine line between, are we being homers? Because we and everybody can be guilty of that. You see the world through your prism. I say half seriously and half jokingly on the show, if we don't speak on our behalf, who will? But then there appears to be more of a consensus that there was a victim last night of brutal officiating that probably cost the Pistons, at the very least, a great chance to win this game. There was the Pistons' own incompetence, there was the Cavs' competence, but then there was officiating incompetence. And the Pistons were pretty much a consensus victim. We've played the sound bites from ESPN Get Up. A Cleveland fan called and asked us to quit whining and play the Kendrick Perkins take on the officiating, which I have not heard and can't find. Skip Bayless, one uncalled foul at the end of regulation, one phantom foul called when Harden was trapped against the sideline. Refs up 3-2. Louis Riddick, James Harden flopping around on the ground like that after trying to con the refs into a foul call is such an effing joke. It's so bad. As much as I love watching basketball, this S is getting so old and tired. Shannon Sharp, no way could the officials give Harden that call while missing the obvious tripping in regulation. Ryan Russillo, you knew it was coming. Run the shot clock down, bend yourself in half, and see if it works again. This is all examples of national voices talking about the officiating, the foul baiting, the non-call when Asar blocked the shot, chased it down, and got tripped up. Look, it's a storyline, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate for everybody involved because it doesn't feel like it's just one call. It feels like it's a bunch. And Update Kid had the stat, the free throws in the last 3 games are 100 to 54. Now, that's a lot, okay? But it's happened. This is the 11th time in the NBA playoffs that through 3 games, there's been a disparity like 100 to 54 or worse. But the foul disparity, the overall fouls that have been called, 78 to 48 on Detroit. That's never happened before. That's the worst it's ever been in terms of lopsided foul calls. Now, do I expect Detroit to foul teams more? I do. There's no question that I do. But if you have watched this game and took the names and numbers off the jerseys and just watched 2 teams play.
And facial hair.
Indistinguishable basketball teams playing one another, these kind of numbers would reflect that one team is beating the living hell out of the other. And that's not what these games look like.
No, the thing that bothers me maybe most about what happened at the end of regulation is that the contact on that play was multiplied tenfold compared to the contact against James Harden on any of the fouls that they called against the Pistons when he was shooting the 3-point shots.
Gator, it's wild that they'll call phantom fouls, but when actually someone gets tripped and falls down legitimately, they don't call that foul.
And I just saw some article from USA Today that claims that, well, I agree with the call that was on the court, and actually Asar Thompson, it looks like he fouls Jared Allen while he's trying to get to the basketball first. And really what the play shows is that Asar's left arm is sticking out, and it does kind of prevent Jared Allen from getting in there. But it's like, at the same time, it's like a swim move. He's using his right arm to get to the basketball. I don't know. People are just...
Do you know how hysterically insane it would have been had they called a foul on Asar there?
Yeah, we got a text that said they're surprised Asar didn't get a flopping call. Because, well, here, that's truly incidental, though, when two guys are going after the ball that no one has possession of. But once one guy has possession, which Asar Thompson
That's
had
the
possession, you cannot incidentally trip him anymore. It doesn't matter if it's incidental. That's a blatant foul. And that's why most national people, Doug, are agreeing with us saying that's a foul. I mean, Chandler Parsons and Lou Williams, and they have a podcast, too. They do basketball all the time. Both said that's a foul, man. So, yeah, you'll be able to find the people that say, like Kendrick Perkins, apparently, not a foul. But the vast majority of people that play basketball, watch basketball, that's a foul.
248-539-9797. Let's go to John in Ann Arbor. What's up, John?
Hey, guys. I got two things to say. Number one, on James Harden. I know we talked a lot about him drawing fouls, but I think another big thing is the offensive fouls that aren't called on him. I think twice in the game he pushed off a planted defender, and if he got called even on one of those, he would have had 6 in the fourth quarter and been out for that and overtime.
Yeah, he does a lot of pushing off when he's got the basketball in his hands. Danis Jenkins, actually, they finally called Harden for a foul on Jenkins at one point.
Didn't they call one of those on SGA earlier this year, Kang, and he lost it? A push-off, offensive push-off?
Yeah, it was near the end of the game to win the game, and yeah, they actually called it on him, and he was shocked, which I don't blame him because he's never been called for that before.
Yeah, it's a tough. They don't get whistled much, John, but they definitely happen.
Yeah. And the second thing is, I know people are saying, like, we can't end a game like this in free throws, but I recall a few years ago, I mean, it's college, not NBA, but one of the Final Four games, I think it was Virginia and Auburn, ended on a 3-point foul call. The guy shot 3 free throws and won Virginia the game. So these games can end in free throws, and if it's a foul, it should get called, no matter what the time is.
John, thank you for the phone call. Dale in Plymouth here next. Hello, Dale.
Hi, how are you?
What's up?
First of all, let me say I think Cade Cunningham is a phenomenal player. But, I get kind of sad. I'm not that knowledgeable about basketball. But I watched the very end of the game, and this is the second game in a row. Maybe because he's tired, he's not doing the solid, normal plays. What I'm thinking about is the foul shot with about a minute and a half to go when he didn't block out. Yeah. And Harden was able to get that rebound off the miss
It was bad. I don't know what they were trying to accomplish there, whether or not somebody else. I mean, as far as I know, he's supposed to have the shooter there, but yeah, that was bad. It looked bad.
Yeah, and then he lost the ball in the inbound.
Well, and that's when we talk about what they can control, Dale. These are things that they can control, but it has got to get just short up.
I know. Hey, you guys let me just say, you guys are phenomenal.
Well,
wish I could listen to you all day.
Thank you.
Guys are great.
Appreciate it very much. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, I know the Bernstein family, and I've known them for quite some time. They are the company that demands respect from insurance companies. They'll get the respect that you deserve. If you need a lawyer, 1-800-CALL-SAM. There you go. It's on ESPN this morning, and it doesn't help a ton, right? I mean, it is what it is. They lost the game. There are things they need to do better, and I'm sure they're going to submit this stuff to the league. They were clearly frustrated in the moment in time, but it's not going to change. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Phil is in Ipsy, and he's next on 97.1.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Phil!
Hey! So, I've been listening to you guys since you started, so it's great.
We're all old.
You're old, I'm old.
Yeah.
Couple points. On the topic of Duran and Reed, Reed just seems to bring more energy. Duran, I don't know if it's an emotional issue with him, but even during the Orlando series, he just wasn't there. And that could be a problem with him. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it could be.
They got to figure something out.
And then the last 2 minutes of the game, turnovers are killing them. I mean, that last no call with Asar was the tip of the iceberg. I mean, the discrepancy between the calls between Detroit and Cleveland is ridiculous. But in the last 2 minutes, we had opportunities, and we had so many turnovers, and two of them was we ran the shot clock out. And it looked like nobody wanted to shoot the ball.
That's, you know what, Phil, I get back to, and I've talked about it a bunch today, execution on the offensive end in the last 3 minutes. A bucket in any of those possessions could have won them the game. And, they didn't have Duncan Robinson, which messes with their best offense, but that's some bad luck, and you have to overcome that stuff. But if you look at who took shots, you had guys off the bench that were taking some huge shots in this game, and Karis LeVert and Paul Reed, who people love, but he's still a guy off the bench. I think the only shot Cade got was a fadeaway jump shot on the baseline. It was a high degree of difficulty shot. And, if you score on any of those possessions, they got a couple of long threes, but they needed to be able to set something up better for Cade is what they really, really needed.
It just seems like to me that during those two turnovers on the shot clock that I don't want it, you take it. LeVert was in 8 feet away, and instead of taking an open shot, he passes it out, and then the clock runs out.
Phil, thank you for the phone call.
This is where Jalen Duren not being regular season Jalen Duren really hurts them too. Like, he was a facilitator. He was a guy that could step up to the free throw line when Cade gets doubled, turn around and face up. And that's where he could either take it to the rim or find a backdoor lob or kick it out to Tobias or Duncan Robinson when he's healthy. He was a guy that could make plays. And now that he's not even on the court in fourth quarter and overtime, and you're asking Paul Reed to do this? Paul Reed wasn't even in the right spot. He was on the baseline when that stuff was happening. That's why LeVert had to take over and the shot clock and all that stuff. It's really bad that Duren can't help him right now.
Monty in Belleville is next. Hello, Monty.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's
Great
up?
show as always.
Thank you.
Couple quick points. One, Cade, as great of a player as he is, he's turning the ball over just a little bit too much for me in critical times of the game. And regarding that foul with Asar, what people keep missing, even on ESPN, was that was a great defensive stop that we had. So that foul by Allen was out of frustration because he got all bullied for the ball, and it should have been a foul. But it was a great defensive stop because we needed to make that stop.
I don't know if you heard Brian Windhorst's comments. Did you hear those when we played him earlier from ESPN?
No, I missed.
Okay, he made the comment that it was a moment of redemption for Asar Thompson after Jalen Brunson shook him last year in the playoffs and made a big shot. He got the stop, and then he got fouled, and his moment, he got robbed of the moment to be the hero. And Windhorst said, "Look, if you're a Detroit fan, you can't. There's no redeeming value here. Like, you can't see it any other way. It sucks." But he said it's Asar. It was Asar's moment that probably won't get the attention it deserves, that he got that stop against Harden.
Right, I agree with that 100%. He hit it spot on. I mean, they made a big stop that they needed. He was going for the ball. He got, Perkins was saying he didn't have possession this morning. I heard his comments. But Stephen A was like, hey, you don't want the game to end like that, but it still was a foul. And he actually, when you go back and look, he actually got 2 dribbles, before falling down. So, yeah. I mean,
It
he
was
should have been rewarded for that. That was a big time play.
It's a terrible non-call, and it was a tremendous play by Asar. Stripped the ball from Mitchell there, and then you also had a few minutes before that there was an amazing sequence with the Pistons defensively with what they got. Asar had this massive block. The ball is going out of bounds. Danis Jenkins chases after it.
Yeah.
Saves it to Asar, which leads to a basket.
Danis out-hustled Strus. It was a great play by Danis, and it was against their hustle guy.
Yeah, and it was all set up by Asar's block on Allen, who looked like someone just slid him a trampoline because he came out of nowhere, jumped up, and blocked it right on Allen's hands. That's when Danis saved the ball.
It was a great sequence.
And then Windhorst said that to play that Asar Thompson made at the end of regulation was a brilliant defensive play, and that's why you have those elite defenders on your team. Because you always wondered, he can't shoot the ball. Why is he on the team? That's the reason why. When you need a stop against an offensive player like Donovan Mitchell, they got it. He got the stop. He got the block, the steal. He got the foul, except they didn't call the foul.
It's so annoying with what happened in the last 2.5 minutes because they built up this lead. It was 89-87 in the game. Paul Reed had a slam dunk to tie it up at 89. Then Cade Cunningham drains a three. Some great defense led to the Pistons getting the ball back, and Danis Jenkins drained a three. And at 5:25 left, it was 95-89, just like that. They got 8 points to take the lead and expand it to a 6-point lead. It gets to be 9 points, and they can't hang on. It was 9 points, I think, at two different times.
248-539-9797. Jay is in White Lake, and he's next. What's up, Jay?
Hey, boys. How you doing?
Hey.
Couple of just quick points. One, King mentioned it earlier. Paul Reed, man, that guy doesn't seem to have a shut-off switch. His intensity is awesome. And I've been on the fence in the last couple of weeks and thought, let Bickerstaff do what he does. He'll make the decision. But I'm on the other side of the fence now. I've chosen a side. I think Reed needs to be in there for way more.
Look, they're running out of time, Jay. They're simply running out of time for JD to snap out of this.
I know they are. But one other point I wanted to make too is I don't know if you guys saw his interviews post game, but I thought Asar Thompson really handled that like a gentleman, and I was so impressed when they were interviewing him in the locker room. He had every right on the planet to lose his mind over and say what he probably really wanted to say, but he didn't. And I thought he handled himself like a real pro. I thought that was super cool.
Well, again, they can't focus on it. And quite frankly, that's more our job than their job. And it's JB's job to try and get to the officiating and actually have some sort of impact to get a correct whistle. But the players, if they lament that too much and focus on that too much, quite frankly, they'll undermine their best chance to win Game 6. So I'm glad they've moved on. They have to move on. That's part about being an athlete. And, in the NBA, probably more than any other sport, you have to work the officials. Probably you do it in the NHL for sure. You don't do it in baseball. You do it in football, but not as much. You don't hear guys at pregame press conference talking about the other team flopping.
I feel like I can almost guarantee that the officiating is going to be different tomorrow night because so much has been made out of what happened last night.
Not just in Detroit.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just the non-call at the end of the game. It's all the crap that Harden is getting away with.
Bend yourself in half.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a differently called game tomorrow night. Can the Pistons take advantage of that when it's a level playing field? Let's hope.
Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Take advantage of Memorial Day mockdowns on demo vehicles all month long. Pay just $199 a month for 24 months on a Silverado 1500 Crew Cab LT 4x4 with $999 down. $199 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount and Chevy Lease Loyalty in a household, 10,000 miles per year. Demo vehicles may have up to 2,000 miles plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 Tiger Baseball coming up this afternoon in New York against the Mets. In the meantime, let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Tony next here on 97.1. Hello, Tony.
Hey, listen, isn't JB, isn't he coach of the year? I think I'm right on it, right?
Did they name the actual league's coach of the year yet? Or I know he's got some coach of the year stuff.
Yeah, I'm just saying with the lineup, with the way it looks, the lineups look and all that, he just doesn't look that way.
And yes, he was named coach of the year.
By who?
mean, I just don't understand it. I don't understand
the NBA.
How we can still put Doran out there. I just don't. I don't understand it.
Well, he's if you think about the reasoning probably is as follows. Their best chance to win the NBA is with Jalen Duren being an all-star. And he has struggled, and he is playing him in hopes that he returns to that, because if he doesn't, they probably have no shot anyway.
Yeah, but we need to switch it up. Bring Paul Reed in or Stewie in and have them let Duren play 2 to 5 minutes in the first quarter.
Yeah, maybe.
Bring the other ones in.
Yeah, I mean, JB, even coaches of the year, great coaches make mistakes all the time.
Yeah, but this is too much, man. I mean, you see it the whole series. He's struggling. Why would you keep putting us through this?
Because you don't think he's going to keep struggling. You think he's going to
break through.
Yep.
Coaches Association is who voted him for the coach of the year.
Yeah, the NBA coach of the year hasn't been named yet, but yeah, Tony. I mean, look, he hasn't been rewarded for it, and it may cost him, but it's not like it's illogical. Hey, this guy gives 82 games of great play. Now, you could say he should have done it 3-4 games ago, and these arguments can be heard, and that's fine. But if you think it's illogical, he's trying to get the best out of his roster. And the best version of the Pistons, Jalen Duren scoring 20 points and pulling down 10 rebounds and being a defensive force. And that guy has disappeared, and they're running out of time. And he might have waited too long. But
yeah, I mean, I don't mind criticizing JB Bickerstaff because I have some issues with rotation and some strategy issues, some X's and O's here and there. But all in all, he's a plus coach, and he's not going to be perfect. I don't think this roster is elite, and I think he got elite wins out of this roster. And I mean 60 wins and a 1 seed. I think he squeezed almost all the juice you can get out of this team. I want more, of course, but JB Bickerstaff is a really good coach. Yeah. And I'm just not going to blame him. That he shares some of the blame, but he's not the top for me.
Let me be clear too. When somebody says, "Why does he keep parading him out there?" Well, what would make sense? What would make sense is I think he's going to break out of this.
And also, does he get any credit for developing Paul Reed?
Well,
like, having a third center you can go to.
Who else has a third center?
Nobody.
Paul Reed's a journeyman player who's bounced around, who could have been signed with anybody. Pistons picked him up and turned him into a pretty good player. Tony is next here on 97.1. What's up, Tony?
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
We're okay. Frustrated.
Yeah, I was at the game last night. I'm mad too, but hey, this is what it is. I was at the game. Detroit is up by 9 points with 2:59 left.
Yeah.
They should have never lost that game in the first place. Let's not talk about the tripping call. We're not even going to go there. But what happened, they made it by 7 with 2:32 left. Then they went to 5 with 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Then Detroit called a timeout. What Detroit did, they made a big mistake. They should have brought in Jalen Duren so they could punish the ball inside to draw fouls and stuff like that. They came back with 1 minute 27 seconds. They had a 3. Now they're down by 2.
So hold on. Let me make sure I got this. At 2 minutes left, you would have put Duren back in the game.
Yes, sir. You know why? Because now you got inside and outside game.
Where was the inside game with Jalen Duren?
We're talking about the last 2 minutes, sir.
I'm talking about the entire playoffs. We haven't seen it.
Yeah, there hasn't been much inside game from Duren.
Yeah, but he could draw a lot of fouls too inside too.
Has he?
You don't have to make the shots.
Has he?
No, not yet.
Well, then why would you expect it to happen in the last 2 minutes of the game?
So you're telling me Detroit should have left these players the way they had them with 2 minutes left when they were up by 9?
Well, I'm saying I wouldn't rely on a strategy that includes putting Jalen Duren back into the game and hoping that he's going to get fouled.
Well, that triple call, I don't know about that triple call. They should have called it, but let's not talk about it. Detroit should have won the game.
Look, Tony, I agree that their offensive execution at the end of the game was poor, and they didn't get shots they would have wanted. I actually would have liked to see Cade take all the shots at that point, even through double teams, because any bucket on like their last 4 possessions probably would have sealed the deal. Didn't work out. Got it. Interesting that you would go with Duren. Look, you're entitled to your opinion, but I feel like you might be the one when the whole world is saying that Detroit needs less Duren. Tony wanted more Duren with the game on the line. And, we also get into the situation where, and I've seen this in every sport, what happened didn't work, so anything else is better than what happened.
Oh, right.
They should have ran the offense through Tolu Smith. That might have worked.
Careful. Put on the Tolu Smith.
Well, but you know what I'm saying, right? When it doesn't work, you would rather try something else. They should have done something else. Steve in Detroit. What's up, Steve?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
I'm thinking that everyone is missing what is the problem. JB Bickerstaff has missed it, and you guys missing it too. It just dawned on me.
What is it?
What's wrong with Duren is that he's going up against 2 bigs. It's 2 against 1. Mobley's 7 feet, and Allen is too. And he's a young guy. He's not even 7 feet himself. He's 6'10", and he's got muscle. But you need to play Paul Reed and Duren, or either Stewart and Paul Reed. And I know he's not doing that because he's saying who's going to score up front.
Steve, you think he's double teamed?
To make the matchups with Cleveland with them 2 bigs, and that's what's happening.
You think he's double teamed?
Yes, yes, because Allen can confront a shot, let's say, and then Mobley moves in for the rebound.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's been the case because they have to account for Tobias Harris, who's been doing pretty well in the playoffs, and I think pretty sure one of those 2 guys goes off on Tobias.
That's another thing. The starting lineup with the little fella,
Dennis Jenkins,
with Jenkins and Cunningham in the backcourt. He could have played Tobias at the 2 to start the game, along with Reed and Duren, and let's say Thompson. Now you got let them deal with our 2 bigs.
So wait, your starting lineup is Duren, Reed, Stewart, Thompson, Harris, Jenkins, and who else? How many guys you starting?
Cade.
Cade.
Wait, man.
He was saying Cade. I understand. I understand. Slow down. I understand what you're saying. You were saying that you would play Cade, Tobias in the backcourt with Asar, Reed, and Duren up front.
Right, or either Stewart and Reed up front with Thompson, and let them deal with our bigs. I know they don't score a lot, but they still would have to deal with that.
And no shooting. We go to, a little bit of shooting. Let's go to Rob next. Hi, Rob.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing today?
How are you?
Good. I'm listening to all these guys complaining about Duren. Granted, he hasn't showed up for us. Reed brings more energy, but I would stick with Duren. He needs to learn. We definitely went beyond anybody's expectations on this season, right?
Going back to the beginning of the year, yes. As the season went on, the expectations grew for sure.
Yeah, we got less experience than every team in the playoffs. But the one key factor I think that nobody's really looking at, just from my point of view, is JB. What did he do in Cleveland? Turns the team around. Phenomenal in the regular season. But when it comes to the playoffs, he kind of fumbles it. He doesn't. It's like he kind of chokes. Doesn't know how to
he's coming under scrutiny, and understandably so, and he needs, until he answers that bell, there's definitely going to be people questioning whether or not he can be a postseason coach. And, that's what happens. That's what happens. And, Detroit doesn't have a obvious, they've done a great job to become the 1 seed with this roster. He's done a great job to get him there. Now, they need to add to it. And can he get him over the hump? It's a valid question. I don't think his job's in jeopardy here.
No, I think going from taking over a team that won 17 games to win 44 to win 60 to getting the playoffs last year, losing the first round to winning in the first round this year, and now a chance to still win the second round. I think it's a nice progression.
Yep. We'll be talking about Game 6 coming up tomorrow, of course, as the Pistons try and stay alive down in Cleveland. We got Tiger baseball coming up next. It's Carson Anderson. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. Sports fans, I'd like to talk to you a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game. It's Twin Peaks with restaurant